Now we are going to understand step-by-step process of creating Azure Cloud account for data engineering services. For this you need to go to this page here. You can go to azure.microsoft.com. Here under this you will get a two model. If I go little bit back here, so if you see here, if you go to get started with Azure, if you click on get started with Azure, it will allow you to create a account under pay as you go or under try for free. Under try for free or under certain card, it will allow you to use services free for 1 month, and apart from this it will give you a credit limit of 200 USD for paid services. Because scenario are divided it like this, some services are free for 1 year, for some services you have to pay. So for that services where you have to pay, you have to, their money will be deducted from the 200 USD. So next one here, so some services are free for 1 year. These are the list of the services, some of the listed services you can find out from here. After entering this information here, so after entering this information here, if you click on try for free, if you click on pay as you go, immediately costing of your resources will start. Whatever you are creating, immediately you have to pay. Next thing here, you need to click on create account. In create account section, you need to enter the email ID. That email address, either it has to be from Outlook, it can be from Google as well. So similar way, I have address here. So after entering email address here, it will send up OTP, one time password on your email ID, on your registered email, and that OTP you have to enter here. So after getting that OTP, you will get the OTP here. That OTP you have to enter here, 9406. It will verify. You have to verify your detail. My country is India. So similar way, day is nothing but I am putting 11th. Month is nothing but I am putting July. Year is nothing but I am putting 1986. I'll go to the next. Please remember, you have to enter correct information here. I am putting my name as I am putting my name. So you can enter your name. If you would like to receive any information in the future for their product and tips, so you can click on this. Otherwise you can skip this as well. So next process here is nothing but here let's improve. So basically he's verifying us here. So what we have to do here, press and hold. So what we have to do, we just need to press and hold for a certain duration of time. So it will verify me. So it will verify me, I am a human being. So this is a verification process which you have to follow, and it will change with the passage of time. It will change with the passage of time. Now he is setting up the key here. He is setting up the key here for this. This you can scan on your, you can open the browser. On the browser you can open Google's. On Google, on your mobile phone, on your mobile device, you can scan this code here. And by default, that device will be attached your another security key configuration, another security for your account services. So I scan the code here. So it's connecting to my another devices here. Now here it's showing device connected. So device connected with this. So that is another verification which you have to follow up, which you have to complete. Basically setting up the passkey. Creation of passkey is over now. Now he will ask me to enter my personal information. Those personal information you have to enter according to your card. So here, why we are using for NGOs, business, or I am using for personal use. Resident country, whichever country you belongs to, your email ID, phone number, you can enter your phone number here. You can enter your respective phone number. Right? Company name here. Company name can be any here. Company name can be any here. So this is what I am just entering a company name here. It can be any name, the name which you feel. Of course, if you have certain company, you can here. Now you need to enter your entire address here. You need to enter your entire address here, proper systematical address, the address your car registered at, your card registered at. Then you need to enter the city information here, whichever city you are staying at. Then you need to enter the state name as well. So you can choose one of the state here, whichever state you are staying at, whichever state you are staying at. Similar way, I can choose my state as well, like Andhra I can say here, this is Vizag, Vishakhapatnam. Something like this. You can enter your, of course, if you want to enter your code here, you have to enter the code. Tick the boxes here. These detail has to be as per card. If you click on next here, it will verify your detail, whatever the detail he entered or you entered. So after verifying each and everything, then next process, step number 3 will be to complete the process of your card verification. So it will take some time, and even here it's written here USD 200 credit is free for 30 days, right? So this is but these are on certain card, those who are user from India, so you are not allowed to use RuPay card. So this is what. And another thing here he will ask you to enter the information here. He will ask you to enter the card detail, something like this. If I entered here, so this is here. So means if you enter some card detail here, so he will detect the card detail. Actually, if you enter the card detail here, something like this, as soon as you will enter the card detail here, automatically he will detect whether you are using MasterCard, Visa card, or whichever card you are using. Expiry for a card, that expiry for a card you need to enter. Then you need to enter 3-digit CVV number, then this address verification. As soon as each and everything is verified, if you click on sign up here, it will allow you to create the Azure cloud account. Under Azure cloud account, you are allowed to use data engineering services or Azure DevOps services, AI services, ML services, network services, mobile services, IoT. There are many services, because altogether right now we have around 350 plus services here under Microsoft Azure cloud. That's it. Now as soon as you will enter your card detail, after entering your card detail here, it will allow you to use console, dashboard, or cloud services. We are using public cloud platform, so here you are allowed to use the services. If you want to see the list of services, these are the list of services under this. So these are the list of services. If you count all services together, these are coming around 366 or 350 plus services right now. So we are going to discuss mainly analytics services like Azure Databricks, Data Factory, ADLS, Cosmos DB. Of course, for our real-time projects, we need multiple services. These services we are going to rent or we are going to take from here. So how these services are accessible? If you want to use the graphical user interface, you can click here. You will get the list of services under subcategory, compute, container, database services. Or otherwise you can search your services from here also. And as I told you people, what I said, you will get a 200 USD credit. That 200 USD credit will be listed under notification. As soon as you are using pay as you go services, those who are not listed under free, money will be deducted from this 200 USD. So other than this, don't upgrade this. If you upgrade this, immediately it will go to the pay as you go. Next thing here is nothing but you can use Copilot as well, not very helpful. And next thing here, if I go into this section here, I will see a sub services under this. Next, this is a graphical user interface ways of doing. If you want to play with CLI command line interface, that is what we are going to do in the future. So you can request for a cloud shell, you can request for a basically terminal you can access through. So this is the terminal here you can get into. Terminal comes in a either in a PowerShell, either in a Bash shell. You can use Linux command, you can use you can use a PowerShell commands as well. So now if you want to change the preview here, if you go to the settings section, you can change the size to a small, medium, large here. How you are setting up the interface, that will be very important for a beginners. Those who are advanced learner, they can skip these things, of course, sure. So if you want to upload some file, suppose we are writing some programming logic under offline environment, that you can upload from your desktop or from another offline environment, that you can upload here into this location. As soon as you will press ls here, you will get the list of those file which is listed here. So this is the cloud shell you can use. Under cloud shell you can use a PowerShell or you can use a Bash shell as well, which accepts Linux commands. So these are the list of this. Then familiarity with the dashboard, mainly this is graphical user interface. so it will not be that problematic here. If I see here, one thing what you need to notice is I am into admin account. So this account I created on a admin. If I go to the switch default directory here, it will switch you to the default directory section here. Basically now here directory and subscription. So now this is what we will discuss. Now we will discuss about the resource hierarchy. Now this is just a smaller understanding about the dashboard. Now you can change the appearance here. You can change the language plus region, whichever region you are. You can change the region. You can change the regional format here. By default I kept it UK English. So my information here, personal information will be listed out here. Signing out and notification here. These certain setting you can enable as per your requirement here. If I go to this section here, just the feedback page, there is nothing something related to this. What is the takeaway from here? Takeaway from here is nothing but you need to spend some time here under all services section. You need to see the areas of services which cloud is providing. We have AI/ML services, we have analytics services here, we have services related to storage, databases, or many areas. You can search those same services from here. You can search those same services from here. So that is what we can. Or otherwise, if you click on home section here, it will show you recently they added this page. Before this page was not there. So in that case, in this page, so there will be a free trial costing, free trial resources, each and everything will be here. So this is what. Another thing here, this is I think enough for here. This is enough till here. So I am using this, so that's why you are able to see the histories here. Continuously I am using this for my daily work, plus I am using this for training programs as well. That's why you are able to see this. Now what is our next topic? Next topic is going to be Azure resource hierarchy. So how Azure arrange our services in a hierarchical tree structure. So now what is here? If you see this diagram here, this diagram is presentation of what we have. We have a company, we have a management group. Within management group we have a subscription. Within subscription we have a resource group, we have a services here. So basically services trees fall under this. This is one resource group, one hierarchical tree like structure. Another one is nothing but this. I want you people to see clearly and systematically. Top level hierarchy is nothing but organization. Within organization we have a tenant. Organization can be any organization. It can be individuals organization, it can be company, it can be university, it can be from any source. Now this organization need to use the cloud services. If this organization need to use the cloud services here, that services are accessible only through the subscription, and that subscription is possible only with the help of a card. Then to manage these cards, what we need accounts. That accounts falls under tenant. So we have a tenant here. Tenant is not equal to Microsoft Entra ID. Microsoft Entra ID is one large service which will provide centralized governance. Within the Microsoft Entra ID, we have a tenant, one single instance of Microsoft Entra ID. What this instance will do? It will do user management, group management, application management, or RBAC or device management. This is what this tenant will do. This is the actual hierarchical structure which we need to understand. But let's go to the insider part of this. There are more information here which you need to be familiar at. Let's understand this. So what I'm saying here, I have a subscription here. Within the subscription, I have a resource group. Within the resource group, I have a services. But if I want to create the subscription here, I need to enter the card detail. If you go through last session, so you will understand from there. I have a card. So within the card, I have a subscription. It will allow subscription, particular subscription on a card. So billing plus identity and access management. Basically, they will authorize you, you are a valid user on the basis of this card. They will provide you subscription. Basically, I am saying if you have a card, they will provide you subscription. Then on this subscription, you are allowed to use the services. This is one tree. But next factor here is nothing but what we have. We have organization. So we have a organization here. If I have organization here, within the organization, number of groups are going to work. And number of groups means groups related to data engineering, groups related to QA, groups related to your cloud side. So there are different groups, the groups which is going to work. And within the groups, there will be one person called a user. There will be one person called user is going to work. So this is the hierarchy here. Next hierarchy. So in this hierarchy, what we need to understand here, if let's take example of if 100 people are, or let's take example of it will be a large number usually. If I'm saying here, if there is a 1000 number here, I'm saying there is a 1000 user here, the user which is working. So now why they are working? They need to use the cloud services. They need to use the cloud services. They can be a part of group. Of course, definitely they will be a part of a group. We have organization. Within the organization there is a group. Within the group there will be users. Let's take an example of 1000 user want to use the 1000 services. If 1000 user want to use the 1000 services here, so what is our requisite? We need a card. How many card we need? We need 1000 card. So we need 1000 card. So practically passing that 1000 card is not possible. It's next to impossible. So because of that reason, we have another tree here within the Microsoft Enter ID that is nothing but a tenant. Now what is the responsibility of tenant here? It will provide user management, it will provide group management, it will provide application management, it will provide device management. This is a separate instance within the organization here called a tenant. This tenant will do this management. They will cross check, verify each and everything. If each and everything is good, directly they are allowed to use the cloud services without providing the card detail. Without providing the card detail. That is what the logic of having the structure is. That's so next topic on our training program is understand the costing here, costing part. So we need to understand the costing here, costing for the services here. For this I need to go to the subscription part here. I need to go to the subscription part here. If I go to the subscription here, under subscription we have, so this subscription is created on, you need to go to the Azure portal. First go to the Azure portal here. Within the Azure portal here, this subscription is created on the basis of card detail, the card detail which you enter. So all costing will go to that card. So now if I click on subscription here, so on that card, on the basis of that card, subscription will be created. So we have a subscription here. Within the subscription you are allowed to use the services. Billing will go to the card. Now if you want to set up some, if I go to the cost analysis part here, there will be end-to-end cost analysis. The services whichever you are using here, end-to-end analysis of those services by default Azure will do. So it will give you a this unable to load. Yes, it will load here. Now here this is what for virtual machine it's costing me this much. I'm using Azure Databricks, it's costing me this much. Fabrics this much. Net Gateway this much. Databricks GRP this much. So these are the service division. So divided, this cost is divided on the basis of service use. Next one is I can put alerts as well. If I want to put alerts, what is a better way of doing? Better way of doing is putting a budget. You can click on add. You can add a budget you can add on the basis of your choice, whether you can add quarterly, you can add annually, or monthly also you can add. But if you are using free tier here, you no need to. I am giving you a model, the way you are going to work in your office environment, in your project, that way I am giving here. For free tier you no need to set up the budget. What I am doing here, you can put a budget here. I'll put a budget here, monthly, whatever it is. So here budget duration you can put whatever duration you want to add, and here you can add the amount you can add here. If you add the amount here, let's take example of I'm investing 500 USD, or my currency is rupees, so we can invest, like let's take example of 5000, right? This, so if I go to the next section here, in this we have alert condition. On alert condition we have a threshold. Threshold is nothing but we have actual cost and we have a forecasted cost as well. Actual cost we have to enter. What I'm saying here, if my threshold goes beyond 70%, means if my actual cost is 3500, then what action you want to take? So you can decide the action here. As of now, nothing. So of course, whatever you want to do after that, you can decide the action. Then I want, as soon as my threshold reached around 70%, so now on this email, you need to enter the email detail here. On that email, immediately email notification will be sent it, your threshold reached 70%. So after that, you can click on create. So this is how we can set up a budget here on your subscription. This will help you to reduce the costing. Second thing here is nothing but whatever services we are using, we need to go to one unified solution. This is also a cloud service. So Azure pricing calculator, this is officially managed by Microsoft. ecosystem of this Azure costing calculator are very wide here. So this is what we got. Means here we will get in and out costing of each and everything. Please remember that is nothing but a estimated costing they will give you. It's not actual, but approximately it will be very, very near. So what I'm doing here, we are creating some services here. Whatever services you are creating here, for that services you need to check the costing here. Let's take example of in the future we are going to understand that virtual machine. For virtual machine, how much it's going to cost me? It's going to cost me 137.24. Or if I says group of services here, if you add group of services now, if you check here, I have added so many services. First one is nothing but a virtual machine. Second one is nothing but a virtual network. Third one is nothing but a DDoS, distributed denial of services. Next one is nothing but again DDoS. Next one is a version one. Next one is a virtual machine. Next one is a virtual machine. Just added this. So altogether, how much the costing will be? This much. Basically, whenever we are working on architect level, we need to understand how the costing will be and how much they are going to charge us and how much we have to pay from the pocket. This is a little bit idea about the costing part here. Now we are going to understand next part here, that is the resource quota, resource allocation. Whenever we are creating a subscription here, under subscription here, we will have a limited number of resource quota, resource allocation. If I go to the subscription here, if I go under subscription section here, under this section, what I will see here, if I go under setting section here, we have uses and quotas. If I go to the usage and quota, why we need to understand this as a data engineer? Because whenever we are creating a resources here, we must understand what are the limited number of allocated resources we have on a region wise. You can deselect, select, and on a service wise. Just one of the example. If I'm talking about virtual machine here, maximum number of virtual machine we can create in one region called Australia Central, or any region equal to 2500 25,000. This is so 25,000. Similar way here, in each region we have 4B CPU, virtual CPU. Similar way here, if I talk about data engineering services here, we have a limited number of resources under data engineering as well. So these resource quota knowledge we must have. Now, if we don't have allocated resource quota enough as per our architect, we need to request new quota here. We need to fill the detail. So after filling the detail, immediately that request will go to the provider, of course Azure. Azure will provide you extra resources, the resources which is needed for your training program or which is needed while working. Even I'm not talking only about the free tier. Similar way, under pay-as-you-go model also we will have a resource quota. Limited number of resources will be allocated from certain region, from certain data centers to us. This is what we need to notice, and very, very important takeaway this is. Now we are getting more into the practical part. In this we will understand what is resource group. Let's go to the portal. So now resource group is like a container. So hierarchical structure is, first we have a subscription, within the subscription we have a resource group, within the resource group we have a services. If I go to the resource group section here, we have many resource groups. These resource groups, you can see these are already created resource group here. Basically a container, a separator which will separate your different services. Let's take example of, this is my Databricks resource group, this is my ADLS Databricks resource group, this is my storage account resource group. So whenever we are creating services, those services we will separate on a resource group level. So if I click on create here, I can create a new resource group here. Resource group is a subcategory, sub service under subscription. We have this subscription name here, then we have a resource group name. I am saying this is my test underscore rg or hyphen rg. We can host in any region, we can take any region for our resource group to host. Then what we are doing here, I will put a tag here. What I'll do here, I'm doing this for a Udemy. So this is what I did. Then next I will do a dev and create, review and create here. I will review and create here. I will be able to see the resource group. So now this is how we create a resource group. So this will be shown here. So this will be shown here. Yes, it's taking some time, but Yes, it will be shown. So means whatever the services will be, those services will fall under this, but resource group has to be very relevant to the service you are configuring on. That's it. Now we are going to understand about the Microsoft Entra ID. Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but one-stop solution for data governance. That one-stop solution can be for B2B application, business to business application. Management will be, of course, we are managing cross-tenant. And this Microsoft Entra ID can be a centralized governance for multi-cloud environment. We are choosing multiple cloud environment, but centralized governance we are doing through a Microsoft Entra ID. What are the core feature of Microsoft Entra ID? Comes with the SSO, single sign-on for multiple application at once. Next one is MFA. Other than username and password, here we have multi-factor authentication to get into the services. Next one is conditional access. If we sees some spam, if we want to block some user, if we want to restrict some user here or others application or devices, we can do that with the conditional access as per our requirement or business need. Next one is identity protection. Of course, it will secure identity, the identity which is provided under Microsoft Entra ID. Next we have a PIM as well, privileged identity management. This is what we have in Microsoft Entra ID here. This is one-stop solution for our data governance. The user who are using a service of data engineering or any cloud services, they must have ID of Microsoft Entra ID, because this is a centralized governance, the governance for our cloud services. Apart from this, if I go here now in next session, we will understand practical part of Microsoft Entra ID, how this Microsoft Entra ID is going to play the role here. So these features comes under here. We have a Microsoft Entra ID. If you see here, within the Microsoft Entra ID here, we have user management, group management. We can define the external identity. We'll go to the RBAC, role-based access control as well. We have created some devices, application access, group access, user management. That thing we can control from here, Microsoft Entra ID. One-stop solution for your data governance. As I said, even you can manage B2B, business to business here, business to business identity and access management or conditional access or certain type of access we can do by using Microsoft Entra ID. Next session we will understand practical side of this very important service. This is, as a user, if you're using cloud services, you must have a knowledge of this. So now we are going to understand the service called Microsoft Entra ID. We are going to do a practical on this. In this section we are going to do a user management and group management. So this is what we are going to understand. So we are going to the portal here. So within the portal here, if I need to go to the service called Microsoft Entra ID. Under Microsoft Entra ID, we have a users, we have a group, we have app registration, we have a single sign-on as well, we have a cross-tenant synchronization as well, many more. There are many things here, because Microsoft Entra ID is a centralized governance. Then what is the takeaway from here is, within Microsoft Entra ID, we have one single instance, one sub instance, that is called a tenant. Now it's the responsibility of tenant to manage the users, tenants to manage the groups, and it's a responsibility of tenant to manage the application plus tenant to manage the devices. So what we are understanding one part, nothing but user management in this section, and we are going to access the portal, this portal, as a user called whatever user we are creating. So I will go to the users. Under user here, I will create one user. I will create one new user here. After clicking on new user here, I will put this as a, what I'll say here, this is my test-user. So this is my test user. Of course, this test user is working under some organization. So whenever you are creating test user here, this test user by default will get one DNS domain name, and that will not be a listed domain name, and that will be generated by that Azure will provide by default. So here we have, what is the display here? I am putting this as a test-user. Test user, of course this test user will have some name here, and here automatically by default there will be test password here. That password we have to save in our local environment, because later he will ask us to change that password. So this is my password here, so which I saved in my local environment. Then what I am doing here, I am clicking on property section, because if I am talking about Microsoft Entra ID, Microsoft Entra ID is providing identity and access management for inbuilt services plus management identity and access management for outside organization as well. Suppose you are working under another organization, so list of that organization will be listed here, department, employee ID, each and everything, or the address your address belongs to. Next one is assignment process. Here you are going to work, top level hierarchy is nothing but a group. Within the group you are going to work as a user. So of course definitely you will be a part of group of data engineer, group of DevOps engineer, group of cloud engineer, group of test engineer. You are working under QA. Which department you are working under, that assignment we will do, but I am not doing here because next part goes to the group management. In that we will understand. As of now we don't have a group as well. We will create the group, then we will assign this user called test user into the group. So then here a role is nothing but work. What task is going to perform, that we need to enter here. This now I'm not adding, later we will do RBAC, of course role based access control. So then I will go to the review and create here. Yes, by default one DNS will be generated here. By default this address will be generated for the user. So successfully we created one user. If I click on refresh button here, this test user will be shown here. This is in and out of test user here. This is the in and out of test user. But please remember, I am trying to access this as an admin. I am admin for this user as of now. So I can see the audit logs. What sorts of logs we have for this person. As of now, we have not logged in as this user. As soon as this user will log in from this credential here, we will get the status, the place or IP address from where he accessed this user. Next one is we can see the sign in logs as well. Audit logs is nothing but permission logs, please. Audit log is nothing but a permission logs, like what sorts of access he got. Sign in logs is nothing but a sign in from IP address, from location, from where he accessed this, and what are the assigned role, or there are other roles here. There are many things here. And another thing here is nothing but which devices he is connecting this to, because we are providing identity and access management to use the cloud portal or service. So we need to check each and everything, and we need to provide certain permission related to his job role only. We will avoid unnecessary access to any user. So what I will do, I will go to the overview section here. I am able to see the test user. Now I created this as a user, admin user. As an admin I created this test user. So I am going to access the portal now as a user called test user. I will copy the principal name here. I will go to the incognito mode, of course. I will go to the Azure portal login. After clicking on Azure portal login here, so don't go to the sponsors one, always go to this side. So I will click on sign in part here, sign in now, because I am existed user actually, so I can click on sign in. The user which is originated from Microsoft Enter ID. I will click on this section. I will click on next, and I have to enter the password which is auto generated here. If you want to create your own password, you can create your own password as well, but he will ask you to change. Actually that's the reason I am not creating a password here. What I'll do a control B here. I will click on sign in section. He will ask me to change the password. Current password is the password which is auto generated. Next one I am entering a password, but criteria for standard password is that password should have uppercase letter, lowercase letter, special case letter and number. So that is what the criteria is. You have to enter the password according to that, then only he will allow you to sign in. This test user will get into the portal with his own DNS, with his own password. But another factor what we need to understand here, as I said, username and password authentication is not secure. So another factor comes into the picture here is MFA, multi-factor authentication here. Another extra layer of security to access the portal, to access the cloud services. What we have here, we have a Microsoft Authenticator app that you have to install on your mobile device. You can install on our any platform here. You can install on our any platform here. If you install this on any platform, so I am installing on my mobile phone. If you are using Android also, you can see this on your app store. So this is what we got here. I will click on next here. So this falls under MFA, multi-factor authentication. We have to scan the code from our mobile device. or you can add in your laptop as well, but mobile device will be a better option. So just click on finish section in your mobile. So now if you click on next here, he will send you OTP, and that OTP you have to enter from your mobile device. If you enter this one time password on your mobile device, you will get this authentication verified. So as a user called test user, you are allowed to access the portal. So click on yes, I want to stay sign in here. Sign in here. So this is how you will get access under a Microsoft Entra ID. This is how you'll get user creation. Basically, if I say access, as of now you don't have. Access is nothing but RBAC, role based access control. Access control is nothing but a to control to access the services. Of course, we have these services. So, but as a user, the user which we created, you don't have a permission. We just understood how to create the user. Next part will follow the group management. Next part will follow the RBAC, role based access control here. This is what we will understand. So now we are going to understand the service called Microsoft Entra ID. We are going to do a practical on this. In this section, we are going to do a user management and group management. So this is what we are going to understand. So we are going to the portal here. So within the portal here, if I go to, I need to go to the service called Microsoft Entra ID. Under Microsoft Entra ID, we have a users, we have a group, we have app registration, we have a single sign-on as well, we have a cross-tenant synchronization as well, many more. There are many things here because Microsoft Entra ID is a centralized governance. Then what is the takeaway from here is within Microsoft Entra ID, we have one single instance, one sub instance that is called a tenant. Now it's the responsibility of tenant to manage the users, tenants to manage the groups, and it's a responsibility of tenant to manage the application plus tenant to manage the devices. So what we are understanding, one part, nothing but user management in this section, and we are going to access the portal, this portal, as a user called whatever user we are creating. So I will go to the users. Under user here, I will create one user. I will create one new user here. After clicking on new user here, I will put this as a, what I'll say here, this is my test hyphen user. So this is my test user. Of course, this test user is working under some organization. So whenever you are creating test user here, this test user by default will get one DNS domain name, and that will not be a listed domain name, and that will be generated by that Azure will provide by default. So here we have what is the display here. I am putting this as a test hyphen user. Test user, of course this test user will have some name here, and here automatically by default there will be test password here. That password we have to save in our local environment because later he will ask us to change that password. So this is my password here, so which I saved in my local environment. Then what I'm doing here, I'm clicking on property section, because if I'm talking about Microsoft Entra ID, Microsoft Entra ID is providing identity and access management for inbuilt services plus management, identity and access management for outside organization as well. Suppose you are working under another organization, so list of that organization will be listed here, department, employee ID, each and everything, or the address your address belongs to. Next one is assignment process. Here you are going to work, top level hierarchy is nothing but a group. Within the group you are going to work as a user. So of course definitely you will be a part of group of data engineer, group of DevOps engineer, group of cloud engineer, group of test engineer. You are working under QA. Which department you are working under, that assignment we will do, but I am not doing here because next part goes to the group management. In that we will understand. As of now we don't have a group as well. We will create the group, then we will assign this user called test user into the group. So then here a role is nothing but work, what task is going to perform, that we need to enter here. This now I'm not adding, later we will do RBAC, of course role based access control. So then I will go to the review and create here. Yes, by default one DNS will be generated here. By default this address will be generated for the user. So successfully we created one user. If I click on the refresh button here, this test user will be shown here. This is in and out of test user here. This is the in and out of test user. But please remember, I'm trying to access this as an admin. I'm admin for this user as of now. So I can see the audit logs. What sorts of logs have we have for this person? As of now, we have not logged in as this user. As soon as this user will log in from this credential here, we will get the status, the place or IP address from where he accessed this user. Next one is we can see the sign in logs as well. Audit logs. Audit logs is nothing but permission logs, please. Audit log is nothing but a permission logs, like what sorts of access he got. Sign in logs is nothing but a sign in from IP address, from location, from where he accessed this. And what are the assigned role? Or there are other roles here. There are many things here. And another thing here is nothing but which device is connecting this to, because we are providing identity and access management to use the cloud portal or service. So we need to check each and everything, and we need to provide certain permission related to his job role only. We will avoid unnecessary access to any user. So what I will do, I will go to the overview section here. I am able to see the test user. Now I created this as a user, admin user. As an admin, I created this test user. So I am going to access the portal now as a user called test user. I will copy the principal name here. I will go to the incognito mode, of course. I will go to the Azure portal login. After clicking on Azure portal login here, so don't go to the sponsors one always, go to this side. So I will click on sign in part here, sign in now, because I am existed user actually. So I can click on sign in, the user which is originated from Microsoft Enter ID. I will click on this section. I will click on next, and I have to enter the password which is auto generated here. If you want to create your own password, you can create your own password as well, but he will ask you to change. Actually, that's the reason I'm not creating a password here. What I'll do a control B here. I will click on sign in section. He will ask me to change the password. Current password is the password which is auto generated. Next one, I'm entering a password, but criteria for standard password is that password should have uppercase letter, lowercase letter, special case letter, and number. So that is what the criteria is. You have to enter the password according to that, then only he will allow you to sign in. This test user will get into the portal with his own DNS, with his own password. But another factor what we need to understand here, as I said, username and password authentication is not secure. So another factor comes into the picture here is MFA, multi-factor authentication here. Another extra layer of security to access the portal, to access the cloud services. What we have here, we have a Microsoft Authenticator app that you have to install on your mobile device. You can install on our any platform here. You can install on our any platform here. If you install this on any platform, so I am installing on my mobile phone. I'm installing on my mobile phone. If you're using Android also, you can see this on your app store. So this is what we got here. I will click on next here. Next here. So this falls under MFA, multi-factor authentication. We have to scan the code from our mobile device, or you can add in your laptop as well, but mobile device will be a better option. So just click on finish section in your mobile. So now if you click on next here, he will send you OTP, and that OTP you have to enter from your mobile device. If you enter this one-time password on your mobile device, you will get this authentication verified. So as a user called test user, you are allowed to access the portal. So click on yes, I want to stay sign in here. Sign in here. So this is how you will get access under a Microsoft Enter ID. This is how you'll get user creation. Basically, if I say access, as of now you don't have. Access is nothing but RBAC, role-based access control. Access control is nothing but to control to access the services. Of course, we have these services. So, but as a user, the user which we created, you don't have a permission. We just understood how to create the user. Next part will follow the group management. Next part will follow the RBAC, role-based access control here. This is what we will understand. Now we are going to understand about the IAM, identity and access management, and we are going to understand about the RBAC, role-based access control, how that can be provided. So now if I go to the Microsoft Enter ID here, under Microsoft Enter ID, we created one user. username was nothing but a test user. Now this test user is a part of group. So which group he is a part of? He is a group part of data engineer. So now we need to provide identity and access management, and according to role we have to provide according to RBAC. Means what is his job role? According to that we are going to provide him a permission to use the services. That is called RBAC, role based access control. For that to do, now another factor here is nothing but if I show you the portal of a user as a test user, so he don't have a permission here. He's asking me either you create account, either use enter id authentication, either you create a student account, otherwise you don't have a permission here to do anything. So that permission we are providing. One way of, if I go to this old diagram here, there is, so what we have, a top level hierarchy is nothing but tenant. Within the tenants there will be a groups. Within the groups there will be user. User is going to use the service. If user is going to use the service here, basically, so this user need RBAC, role based access control, to access the services. But here we have a different tree. Different tree is nothing but we have a subscription here. If I'm talking about subscription, within the subscription we have a resource group. Within the resource group we have a services. Means if user need to have access to use the services, he need to pass through this hierarchy. We can provide access, he can get access on subscription level, he can get access on resource group level, he can get access on individual service level also. So how this RBAC can be done? Let's understand that. But major factor on RBAC is usually RBAC will be on group level. So why on a group level? Because many people are going to work. Managing RBAC on user level is very difficult. So what we'll do here, if someone join the office, we will add him in a group. Automatically he will get the RBAC. If he's leaving the office, automatically we will remove this user from the group. We will remove this user from the group. Automatically permission will go out from here. So management is easy. Otherwise what I have to do, I have to go individually as user basis. That will be very difficult for me to manage. But the user who is working on a higher job roles, for them we will provide permission or RBAC on a user level. So what is the takeaway from here? RBAC can be provided on subscription level, RBAC can be provided on resource group level, RBAC can be provided on a service level. So we will start with the resource group level first, then we will start with the subscription level. Let's do the practical on this. So what I'm doing here, I'm creating one resource group here as an admin. I'm creating one resource group as an admin here. What I'll say here, I'll say create a resource group here. I am saying this is my project grp. I am saying this is my project resource group here. This is my project resource group here I created, and I added this in a central India. So I will click on next. Of course tag I am not adding. I will click on review and create. Means the user which we created as a test user, I want him to manage resources only within this resource group. I don't want him to go outside this resource group here. So what I did here, it will take some time. Yes, we created one project grp. I created one project grp here. So what I'm going to do here, I will click on IAM, identity and access management. So here I'm providing access on resource group level now, not on subscription level. I will go to the IAM. I will click on role assignment. After clicking on role assignment here, we have a two type of role here. One is functional job role. Functional job role are very specific for the services. Let's take example of we are a reader. A reader to view all the resources, but does not allow you to make any changes. If I go to the view section here, you can see what are the permission you got under this, what you can do basically. If I'm giving only this functional job role here, if you want to restrict user to certain functional job role, you can give permission from there. Or if you want to put some admin job role, you can put admin job role. Here we have so many job roles here. We can add 5. We have owner. We have owner is nothing but of course he will get ownership. This user as a test user will get the ownership. Next one is nothing but a contributor. Contributor is nothing but Now here you can read out the view section. Under view section, grant full access to manage all the resources, but does not allow you to assign R back. Meaning of that is nothing but this person will be indirectly a admin, but problem is he cannot assign R back to other. Role based access control to other. I'm just putting him a contributor here as of now for test. I will click on next. Here we can assign this access to the user, even to the group, even to the service principal or managed identity. So we are assigning this to the member. Which member here? I can assign this access to the user called a test user or even to the group also. If you are managing access on a group level, you assign on a group level. If you are managing on user level, you assign on a user level. So I am providing on both level here, but usually majorly it will be on a group level. So if you are assigning access on a group level, automatically this user will get the access. I will click on test user here. I will click on a select. After clicking on a select here, I'm just showing you both at once to save some time. So I will click on next. So review and assign. Basically, that person got contributor role on which level? On a resource group level to manage the resources. Means he can manage all the resources here, all services here on a resource group level. Now, if I go to the portal where we had access as a test user, before it was saying you don't have a subscription, directly proportional to you don't have access. So now if I refresh, sometime it will take more time. You just need to bear with here. You just need to wait for some time. So what we have, this is what we have. But if I go to the all services section here under resource group, not all services, resource group. Under this here, I'm able to see only this resource group. Why? Because I got permission under this resource group. Now under this resource group, if I want to create something, I can create something. But one noticeable factor is I have multiple resource group here under admin section. Under admin account, I will have many resource group which will be managed by multiple teams in multiple location. What I'm doing here, of course, we don't have access, means this test user don't have access to access this resource group. He have access to access only this person, have access to access only this. So let's create a virtual network now just to test. Of course, this thing is also coming up. So what I'll do here, I will search for a virtual network here. I will search for a virtual network here. Virtual network. Let me create a virtual network. I will click on create, right? Just a sample to show. What I'll do here, I'll say this is my test bnet, test-bnet here. I'm creating in East US here. I will click on next. I'll go to the security. Please remember, whenever you are creating resources here, so your resource group can be in a different region, your resources can be in different region. Resources means services. So here, if you see here, I am creating this resources in East US region. So that will add this as a DR zone. I will click on review and create. So I am creating this on what I am creating this virtual network in a resource group. Or if I try to create the resource group, what I say here, I'll say this is my test RGG. Immediately he gave me error. You do not have a permission to create a resource group under subscription. I have a permission to create resources under resource group, but I don't have a permission to create a resource group. That is what he's saying. So what I have to do? I have to use the same resource group to create n number of user. What I will do? I will click on a review and create. So what is the takeaway from here? Takeaway from here is nothing but we have to create the resources. That resources has to be created as per the permission. Another factor is nothing but permission we can get on a subscription level, we can get on resource group level, we can get on a service level also. Now this is what this is. So now here it will take some time here. Yes, we created one. This is the hierarchy we followed. Means whatever test user is going to put a work, that work will go under resource group. That work will go under a resource group here. If you see here resource group, under resource group we will get. Another factor here is nothing but let's change access level. As I shared what I said, access can be given on resource group level, access can be given on subscription level also. If I'm giving access on a subscription level, automatically this test user will get access of all the resource groups, the resource group which is a part of this subscription of course. What I'll do here, I'll go to the subscription as admin. I will go to the subscription. Under subscription, what I will do here, I will click on, of course, I will click on a subscription here, ownership. I will go to the IEM on which level? Subscription level. So I will do IEM on subscription level here. Now I will add a role. So you can add any kind of role. Of course, with the passage of time, we will change the role type. We will provide more custom job roles. As of now, for testing, I am putting this contributor role. So what I'll do here, I'll put a next. We are putting to the member. As I said, member will be always a group. So I am putting both user and groups. Usually access management will be on a group level. So what I did, I put it a review and assign. After adding a review and assign here, that person called a test user, test user got a permission on a resource group level. Now structure will be very different. If I go to the resource group here now, if I refresh this, we have to refresh. Implementation of role RBAC will take some time here. We have to wait for some time here. If I go to the home section, you can see here. If I go to the resource groups here, so multiple resource groups will be visible to me. So it will take some time here. So here, like this, I will get the multiple resource groups. Let's talk about networking. Networking, first of all, networking will enable connectivity from one source to another source. We are able to transfer data, we are able to transfer information from one place to another. That is because of networking. That is the first use case of this. Second use case of networking is nothing but it will enable private and secure connectivity. And apart from this security side, it will be basic building blocks whenever we are building on a data engineering platform, because data transfer is important. Along with data transfer, our security will be very, very important. So some of the factor we need to consider while discussing about the networking thing here. So under this, some of the factor we need to discuss while discussing about the networking thing here. What are those factors here? Those are listed here in this slide here. We can read out. This will be new resources section. You can see from this. So then what I'm saying here, first of all, now we need to see this architect here. Outer unit, if I'm talking about outer unit here, outer unit is nothing but we have a region within the cloud, we have a region. Within the region, we have a virtual network. Virtual network is nothing but a large network which will provide separate environment for your resources. Within the virtual network, we have a subnet. Within the subnet, we have, of course, a subnet level subnetwork from a large network. So we have a subnet. So subnet, especially for Azure Data Factory, we have a separate subnet. For Databricks, we have a separate subnet. For warehousing, we have a separate subnet. Top level hierarchy is region. Within the region, we can have a multiple virtual network. Within the virtual network, we will have a subnet. Within the subnet, your servers are running. Within the server, your environment is running, like Azure Data Factory, Databricks, Synapse Analytics. These things are running. But another thing here is nothing but service to service connectivity or connectivity to the on premises environment will be because of private endpoint. Private endpoint will provide secure and private connectivity from one source to another source. This is the real environment, the way we are going to work. If you provide public connectivity, that is just for learning purpose, not for security purpose. Whenever we are going to work, definitely we are going to use the private endpoint. So what is the hierarchical structure here? Top level hierarchy is virtual network. Virtual network is very specific in region. Within the virtual network, we have a subnet. Within the subnet, we have a server. Within the server, we have resources like EDF, Databricks and all. If we need communication between one another, then that communication has to be through the private endpoint. That has to be through a private endpoint here. That is what it is. So now if I go to the next part here, basically why networking matters for data engineering, because as I said, it will provide data security, it will provide performance. Performance means it will increase because of your network. Your data transfer speed will increase or decrease. Costing, of course, for ingress plus egress. Compliance is nothing but public or private access. You will get on the basis of that. What are the core component? Topmost component is virtual network, large network. In one network we can have in one region we can have multiple virtual network, and this virtual network will provide you private network like for ADF, like for Databricks, like for Synapse as a data engineering. Basically we can think this like a company's data platform boundary. Next one is sub network, small boundary within the large virtual network, something like one building. Within one building my subnet is room. So what the subnet will do, it will virtually separate your resources for a different like ADF, Databricks, Synapse Analytics. Basically network isolation within the network, but not outside the network. Next one, we need to understand one security here, that is nothing but NSG. NSG is nothing but a network security group. By default, it will block all ingress and egress. It will block all incoming and outgoing request because of security. It will allow the request which is entering from secure protocol. And how we are going to set up that? We are going to do this. It works on a 5 tuple basically: source IP, source port, destination IP, destination port, and protocol. This NSG is on a subnet level. This is a subnet level security. As I said, whenever there has to be a connectivity, there has to be connectivity only through a private endpoint that will help you to connect to different resources. Some of the example are listed here. If you see this diagram, so this diagram is very important. Basically this is a architect how we are going to use within the uh, network, of course, data engineering background, data engineering environment. This is going to be very important architect. Now we will understand. Now we will configure something related to uh, we will do practical on Azure networking as a data engineer. But so this much is required for. There are many insider within networking itself because the certification goes under easy 700. So it's a vast subject, but this much is required as a data engineer, this much knowledge. Now let's talk about Azure Compute. Azure Compute is nothing but underlying power or underlying resources required to provide the processing power for your data. Basically your pipeline, your data is running because of compute power. So what I'm saying here, if I'm talking about this diagram here, what we have Azure virtual network. Within the virtual network we have a subnet. Within the subnet we have a server here. That server is called compute power, the power which is required to run data orchestration under ADF, data scheduling, or data movement because of compute will provide underlying processing for data orchestration. Similar way here, if I'm talking about Databricks here, within the Databricks we have Azure Compute. The compute will provide underlying capacity for Databricks to do a data processing, ETL process, or machine learning process. Similar way for Synapse Analytics. We have a data warehousing, data analytics, serverless pooling. That is nothing but these are possible with the help of underlying compute. If I talk about here, so here storage where data is stored, and that data to store what we need. So data to process from one source to another source, or for data transformation or for data loading we need underlying compute power. That is nothing but a compute. Think like this: I have a laptop here. On laptop I am running application. For that application to run we need a compute power. That compute power is provided by a compute, of course. If I'm talking about compute, example here is nothing but raw data is stored in ADLS, Blob, S3, right? Compute services like Databricks, Synapse, Spark, Azure SQL, Fabrics, or BM process the data on this. Whatever the data is processed or stored here, that is processed with the help of compute power. This is what the objective of saying this. Next thing here, why compute is needed in data engineering here? Because compute will provide you data ingestion. So underlying compute power will help us to, of course, how fast your data movement will be from one place to another place. That is possible with the help of compute. Next one is for data transformation we need underlying compute. For SQL processing we need underlying compute. For streaming also we need underlying compute capacity. For machine learning or analytics platform, basically to run the notebook, to run the jobs or run the models, I need underlying compute power. Next thing here is nothing but if I'm talking about these are the compute services in data engineering. If I'm talking about compute service used in data engineering, so if I'm talking about data movement and pipeline execution, so we are using Azure IR, Azure Integration Runtime in Data Factory. Similar way, I am talking about big data processing in Spark. Big data processing underlying compute power will be provided by Azure Databricks cluster. If you're doing data warehousing, basically, if you're doing data processing inside the Synapse, if you're using data processing inside the Synapse here, then you're using Spark Pool. Then if you're doing data analytics or SQL analytics or large data warehousing, then you are using Synapse SQL Pool. Similar way, if you're doing relational data processing, you need Azure SQL database. If you're running the Azure function, you are using small event. That event is nothing but for that event we need a function. Similar way, I have a virtual machine. Virtual machine will provide custom scripts, self-hosted runtime. Means this underlying compute power will handle the load which is coming from data, whether it's coming from movement, whether it's coming from ingestion, whether it's coming from a transformation. So whatever the load is coming, that load will be handled by the underlying compute power, and this is different for a different resource environment. For Databricks it will be different, for Synapse Analytics it will be different, for other environment it will be different. In next structure we will understand how to create underlying compute capacity, underlying server capacity with the help of networking. So small idea you will get, so that idea we need to keep while we are working under data engineering backgrounds, because that is required. Now next thing here is nothing but let's do a practical on this. Here. To do the practical I need to directly go to the portal here, but I am going to the portal which I created as a test user. So we are going to work on a scenario now. So what is our scenario is going to be here. So I'm going to work on a scenario here, so it will help you to understand resources in a better ways. So I'm talking about cloud here. If I'm talking about cloud here, cloud is divided into the regions. So we have 70 plus regions, Azure cloud. Within the Azure cloud, we have a virtual network here. I'm talking about BNet. In one region, we can have a multiple virtual network. Similar way, within the virtual network, we can have a multiple subnet. And within the subnet, we have a server. Server is called BM here. BM is also called compute, underline compute. So within the server, what you are running? You are running resources. Let's take an example of you are running a resources here. What resources? Resources related to data processing, resources related to warehousing, or resources related to any. This is the structure which we have to follow end to end. So how we are doing practical on? We are doing a practical one. First one, what I'm doing, I'm going little manually here. What I'm doing, I'm creating a resource group here. I'm creating a resource group here. Within the resource group, I am creating directly virtual machine. While configuring the virtual machine is nothing but underlying compute. So if I'm talking about underlying compute, now underlying compute falls like this. So first outer layer will be our virtual network. VNet will be our outer layer. First we need a virtual network. Virtual network is region specific. Let's take example of I have taken CI, Central India. I have taken Central India. Virtual network is region specific. So I have created a virtual network in Central India. Within the virtual network, we can have a multiple subnet, but I am creating only one subnet. This will be my subnet here. This is my subnet. Then within the subnet, what we have? We have a server. So this server we are creating here. So now another security type, if I'm talking about on subnet level, we have NSG, which will by default block all ingress and egress. This is what on a compute level we have other security as well. So these we will understand with the passage of time. So this is what the practical we are going to do. So I just want you people to feel how this compute is, how this underlying capacity is built in. So small idea you will get as a beginners. Those who are advanced learner, they can skip this. Let's do the practical on this. So now while doing a practical on this, what I'm doing here, first of all, I'm creating a resource group. I am creating a resource group here, or we created a resource group already called project GRP. This is my resource group here. I'm using this resource group. So then what I'm doing here, I'm going to the virtual machine. Virtual machine is a service under compute. Virtual machine is a service under compute. Under compute, I am creating a virtual machine. I will click on virtual machine here. I will just click on create section. I am just creating a virtual machine here. So now if I'm creating any resources here, first of all, I need a subscription. Then I need a resource group here. I'm creating, let's create here BMGRP. I'm just creating a separate resource group. You can keep the same resource group. You can keep separate, you can create separate resource group as well. So what I'm doing here, I'm saying this is my BM BNet server. Just giving one name. Virtual machine. So we need to find out the region. I'm just keeping in central India. I am putting availability zone here. Whenever you are creating a virtual machine here, you need to consider one thing as a zone. You can replicate your machine in more than one zones. I am selecting only one. Next one, we have image here. I am keeping by default security type like this. By default, I am taking an image of Ubuntu. I am talking about Linux server. Then we can take a spot instance as well. I'm not taking a spot instance. Next thing, size here. I can take a size because we have resource quota in each region. So I am under feet here. So there will be limited number of resource allocation. One of the limit is nothing but we have only 2 vCPU. I am doing password here. I am writing by default username here. What I'll write here? I'll write data-user here. I'll write just data user here. I will put user as a data user. Next thing is nothing but a password. Password should have uppercase letter, lowercase letter, special case letter. While you are entering password, this is a standard, the standard which you have to follow. Next one is nothing but we have SSH here. Now here if you see here SSH is nothing but secure or encrypted way of connecting to your machine. But I'm using a username and password. You can do SSH also. Now we have inbound port. So by default for Linux, I have to enable port number 22. So if I'll go to the disk, by default, I'm taking disk size equal to 30 GB and premium SSD. It comes with a different size, premium SSD, standard SSD, standard HDD. Whenever you are creating underlying compute or server, imagine you are creating a laptop. So it will be easy for you to understand. What is the laptop configuration? I need RAM. I need random access memory, 8 GB, something like this. I need compute power. This will be the compute power. Disk is nothing but by default here. Then I will go to the networking here. I can create, whenever we are creating any server here, by default, in any region, in all the region, we have one virtual network plus one subnet. But if you want to customize your own, you can create your own. What I'm saying here, I'm saying this is my test VNet. I can say here, this is my test virtual network. Under which region? Under Central India region, because virtual network is region specific. Here I have a default subnet 1. If I want to create a test subnet, I can create a test subnet. Whenever you are creating a subnet here, you have to enter the CIDR actually. You have to enter the CIDR. 16 will be too much. I'm putting 24. CIDR. Then I'll go to the OK. So this falls, whatever we are doing here, this falls under AZ700 series. So as a data engineer, you don't need that much of depth, but some things are required. So what I'll do here, each and everything I will keep it same. I will do review and create. What we are doing here, we are creating a server within the virtual network, within the subnet. I have a virtual network, I have a subnet, within the subnet I am creating a server here. So then I will connect this server, because if I'm talking about server of Linux, of course that will be a CLI. So I have to connect through that CLI. Let me click on create. So I'm just clicking on a create here. So it will take some time. It will take some time to create. Then what we will do, we will connect this through a CLI. We can use external CLI to connect. We can use a Cloud Shell also. Here what we have inbuilt Cloud Shell. So whatever command line you are doing, whatever command line work you are doing, you can use Cloud Shell as well. You can use PowerShell as well. You can use Mini Terminal, or of course you can use ID, Visual Studio Code Editor also. So I am connecting through a PowerShell here. Whenever you are creating a PowerShell environment here, we need a storage location here. By default, I want this to take a default one. So two things are getting started here. One is Cloud Shell, which will provide me a CLI interaction, because this is my graphical user interface to interact with the CLI. Next one is nothing but I have a server here, the server which I'm creating, and which is a combination of our compute plus networking. So we got our server. We got our server and we got our Cloud Shell as well. Whenever we are creating a server here, whenever we are creating a compute power here, so now we are creating from the Linux operating system, of course. This is the size here. We can do a scaling here. We can scale up and scale down. So we can use horizontal scaling and vertical scaling here. We have a network interface card which will connect your virtual machine with the network, actually. That is a NIC. So here then we have, this is my subnet, this is my virtual network, this is my subnet. So I should have changed the subnet to the subnet which I created, but I added this default subnet. So this is what we have here. If I want to connect to the machine, whenever we are creating a machine here, machine will generate two IP. Network will take two IP. One is public IP. This is what we are seeing. Another one is private IP. This is my private IP. Public IP will directly connect you to the World Wide Web. Means any user who is on a World Wide Web, he can talk with the help of public IP. Then we have a private IP. Private IP is for internal communication. Public IP is for external communication. So what I want to connect this machine, whatever the machine I have, this virtual machine I want to connect to my shell. So what I'll do here, I'll do ls here, right? You can increase or decrease the size from here. Here by default, you can increase or decrease the font size here, text size here. I'll put as a large. I can use SSH. What is SSH? SSH will enable secure and encrypted communication from host server to the client server. What is my host server? The server which I am using? Of course, I am using my laptop. That will be called my host server. So client server is nothing but one of the data center. One of the data center in central India. There I am creating this virtual machine, this BNet server. So that will be my client server. So what I'll do, SSH. Username here was a data user. Username was the data user. Then I'll do @ then I'll paste my IP here. So the IP, of course, it's not an IP actually. So I need to copy the IP. So I need to copy the IP from here. The IP which is by default generated here. PowerShell, you can do Control-C, Control-B. Of course, PowerShell is from Windows. So what he says, are you sure you want to connect to your machine? Yes. So enter your password, the password which you used to create the virtual machine. That's it. So if I maximize this, if I clear this here, sudo apt update here, what I got the server. So now what I got, why you created a server? You can ask me a question. What I have a networking. With the networking, I will enable the connectivity. Server will provide me underlying capacity. On this underlying capacity, we will have a database tools like Databricks will be on the top of this. Databricks will do a large data processing or multiple tasks, streaming, batch processing. Similar way, ADF will do orchestration on what? On the top of this, basically. On the top of this. So this is what we need to understand. This is the practical section here. Compute, networking, all together here. Just to understand the architect, how the flow is going. I think many of you have idea. Those who don't have idea, listen these things properly. These things are required. And that's it. Now we are into very, very important concept. The concept called Azure Data Lake Storage. Very, very important service for Azure data engineering background. So if I'm talking about Azure Data Lake Storage, before talking about Azure Data Lake Storage, we need to understand certain things here. One thing goes to Data Lake, another one is data warehousing, next one is Data Lake House. So what we need to understand from here, if I'm talking about Data Lake here, if I'm using Data Lake here, basically this will help me to store the raw data. And raw data can be of any type. It can be of structured type, it can be of semi-structured type, it can be of unstructured type like your videos, log, etc., or even your PDF file, or it can be your streaming data as well. Whenever we are storing our data into data lake, whenever we are using data lake here, it will help us to store data into a that of course we are using data lake storage, so it can store data into a bronze layer, raw logs, or a landing zone here. So these are the zones which can follow here. You can see the key characteristics of this using data lake here. We have, but what it does here, it stored data into all native format, that is nothing but a raw format. So schema on read, highly scalable and with very low cost, very minimum cost. So this is what we have to understand. Overview here is nothing but data lake. It will help us to store all the type of data, and that data will be in a raw form and in a native form. Next one goes to, if I'm talking about next type here, next type is nothing but it's a data warehouse. Second type here. Second type is nothing but it will help us to store the processed data, the data which is coming from here or from other source, or example which is coming from here or other source. Here it will help us to extract, means that data will be extracted data, that can be transformed data, or that can be loaded data. So what we have here, we have a staging area, then we have a warehouse here, then we have a, of course, a data marts here. So that warehouse data directly can go to the Tableau, will go to the visualization, whether it will go to the Power BI or to the Excels as well. So what is the characteristics of this one here? This is highly structured data, optimized for SQL query and reporting. This is for high performance and analytics purpose. Data consistency and governance we can use here. So this is second type of we need to be aware of. Third type of data is nothing but we need to understand data lake house. Data lake house, we will use data for data lake house, we will use for a the data which is coming from, of course, batch and streaming. So it can be from ADF, it can be from Kafka, from Event Hub, or it can be from some APIs. So what we have a lakehouse storage here. This is what positive thing here in lakehouse is we have a Medallion architect here. Your data will be divided into different layers, like raw data will be stored in the bronze layer, and cleans data will be stored in the silver layer. Next one, gold data will go to the curated. This is also called end user layer here. Here what we have, we can save our data into a delta lake format. So basically if I'm talking about delta lake tables format here, delta lake format will have ACID transaction. ACID is nothing but atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. We'll discuss little bit more about these things during Databricks. We can have a versioning of, we can have a time travel of a data as well. So then we have a unified access layer. That layer can be SQL, BI tools for machine learning, and for a data science notebook. What is the key characteristics of this? This is data lake plus data warehousing all together will make your data lake. This is one-stop solution to store your raw data plus processed data, and that raw data plus processed data will be stored into the layer system. So open format here, delta, iceberg, or hoodie we can use. We can use ACID transaction, or we can use schema enforcement also. So it support SQL, BI, ML, and same platform. Very important to understand here. Whenever we are choosing any type here, we need to consider what type of data that native format is storing. From there we need to understand this. This is very important one. Into very important concept, the concept called Azure Data Lake Storage. Very important service for Azure data engineering background. So if I'm talking about Azure Data Lake Storage, before talking about Azure Data Lake Storage, we need to understand certain things here. One thing goes to data lake, another one is data warehousing, next one is data lake house. So what we need to understand from here, if I'm talking about data lake here, if I'm using data lake here, basically this will help me to store the raw data. And raw data can be of any type. It can be of structured type, it can be of semi-structured type, it can be of unstructured type like your videos, log, etc., or even your PDF file, or it can be your streaming data as well. Whenever we are storing our data into data lake. Whenever we are using data lake here, it will help us to store data into a that of course we are using data lake storage, so it can store data into a bronze layer, raw logs, or a landing zone here. So these are the zones which can follow here. You can see the key characteristics of this using data lake here. We have, but what it does here, it stored data into all native format, that is nothing but a raw format. So schema on read, highly scalable and with very low cost, very minimum cost. So this is what we have to understand. Overview here is nothing but data lake. It will help us to store all the type of data, and that data will be in a raw form and in a native form. Next one goes to, if I'm talking about next type here, next type is nothing but it's a data warehouse. Second type here. Second type is nothing but it will help us to store the processed data, the data which is coming from here or from other source, or example which is coming from here or other source. Here it will help us to extract, means that data will be extracted data, that can be transformed data, or that can be loaded data. So what we have here, we have a staging area, then we have a warehouse here, then we have a, of course, a data marts here. So that warehouse data directly can go to the Tableau, will go to the visualization, whether it will go to the Power BI or to the Excels as well. So what is the characteristics of this one here? This is highly structured data, optimized for SQL query and reporting. This is for high performance and analytics purpose. Data consistency and governance we can use here. So this is second type of we need to be aware of. Third type of data is nothing but we need to understand data lake house. Data lake house, we will use data for data lake house, we will use for a data, the data which is coming from, of course, batch and streaming. So it can be from ADF, it can be from Kafka, from Event Hub, or it can be from some APIs. So what we have a lakehouse storage here. This is what positive thing here in lakehouse is we have a medallion architect here. Your data will be divided into different layers. Like raw data will be stored in the bronze layer, and cleansed data will be stored in the silver layer. Next one, gold data will go to the curated. This is also called end user layer here. Here what we have, we can save our data into a delta lake format. So basically if I'm talking about delta lake tables format here, delta lake format will have ACID transaction. ACID is nothing but atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. We'll discuss little bit more about these things during Databricks. We can have a versioning of, we can have a time travel of a data as well. So then we have a unified access layer. That layer can be SQL, BI tools for machine learning, and for a data science notebook. What is the key characteristics of this? This is data lake plus data warehousing all together will make your data lake. This is one-stop solution to store your raw data plus processed data, and that raw data plus processed data will be stored into the layer system. So open format here, delta, iceberg, or hoodie we can use. We can use ACID transaction, or we can use schema enforcement also. So it support SQL, BI, ML, and same platform. Very important to understand here. Whenever we are choosing any type here, we need to consider what type of data that native format is storing. From there we need to understand this is very important one. So Azure data lake storage one, Azure data lake storage practical session. Now we are going to understand end-to-end creation of Azure data lake storage, and we are going to add the container, we are going to add the blob as well, and we are going to use external UI to access the Azure data lake storage. This is what we are doing in this session, and we are working as a user called test user. As soon as you will work in your organization, you will work as a test user. As an admin, of course, it will definitely not work. So then what I'm saying here, I will go to the Azure Data Lake Storage here, ADLS. If I go to the all services section here, under all services section here, these falls under storage services. If I go to the storage services, one centralized service, the service which will control ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage, is a storage account. If I'm talking about storage account here, storage account is one unified solution where we can store different type of services. Like this is one of this is a storage account. I hope so. Yes, this is One of this is a storage. Now here if I go to the storage account, in storage account you will get all four different type of storages. So storage account, you will get all different type of storages. But if I'm talking about ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage, Azure Data Lake Storage is very specifically built on the top of Blob Gen 2 I'm talking about. So I have a blob here. On the top of a blob, this is built it at. So what is the hierarchy here? We have a blob, we have a storage account. Within the storage account, we have a container. Within the container, we have a blob. Blob is nothing but object here. Whatever the object we are adding here. So some data we have. So this we are creating here. How to change the access level? Each and everything we are going to do from a scratch. So first of all, what I'm doing here, I'm closing my old environment here. I'm just going to the, I will go to the all services section here. Under all services section, I'm going to the storage services. Under storage services, I'm going to the Azure storage account services. After going here, I will just click on create. So this is my, I'm saying this is my ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage for course. This is my GRP. Whatever services we are creating here, those services has to be created within the resource group. Resource group is like a container which will store our services. What I'm saying here, I'm saying this is my ADLS dummy. If I'm writing a name, if I'm writing a storage account name, if I'm writing a storage account name here, storage account name has to be globally unique, otherwise it will not be accepted. Neither it will accept any special case letter. If you're entering some special case letter, accept numbers, so it will not. Number is not a special case letter, of course. Then what I'm doing, I'm keeping a region called Central India. Next thing is preferred type. We are taking as Azure Data Lake Storage. Then what is our primary workload? Of course, we are handling data analytics. I'm getting into the data analytics. Storage type can be premium, account type can be premium. Premium is for general purpose. If you want account for low latency, then you can go for premium one. Standard one is for general, premium one is for low latency. Then we have a redundancy here, four type of redundancy. One is local redundant storage, redundancy on rack level. Then we have a zero redundant storage, redundancy on region level. Then we have a zone level redundancy. Then we have a zone level redundancy here. Then we have a zero zone redundant storage. Zero and zone. In zero zone, zero redundant storage, we will get two data centers, one in primary region, another in secondary region here. So I am taking two. I'm taking ZRS. I will go to the next here. By default, whenever we are creating a storage account here, security I'm keeping by default. We have to enable the hierarchical namespace. By default, storage account accepts hierarchical namespace here. Not accepts by default, we have to enable for ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage. So next one here we have a tier. Hot tier is for frequently accessed data. Cool tier is for semi-frequent access data. And cold tier is for archiving and backup. It is basically backup or rarely accessed data type. You can select a very important one. Next thing here in this, what we have a networking here. We can enable public, we can enable private, or we can enable connectivity only through certain network as well. As I said, we can generate private endpoint as well. This is what we will understand in the coming days, because private endpoint connectivity will provide secure connection with our resources. So this is what we are going to do. Next thing here, what are doing here? Next thing, I'm going to the data protection here. Under data protection here, what are you doing here? This is deletion protection. If you're deleting the data here, by default that data will stay up to 365. Maximum days is 365 days here. Maximum day is 365 days here, but you can customize as per your requirement the day you want to keep data here. So this is what the thing is, and this applies to the blob binary large. This applies to the of course blob binary large objects, or this applies to the containers as well. This applies to the file share as well. What I'll do, I'll click on encryption. Next environment is by default we have a CMK and MMK. Of course, keys way of encrypted, either customer managed key or either this. Then I will go to the next. I will do a review and create. So after doing a review and create here, so we will be able to see here what we will get. We will get an interface of a storage account. We created a storage account here. This is end-to-end process. Whenever we are creating any services here, please build a habit of checking each and everything here, and that service will generate the template way of understanding. So I'll click on create. It will take some time. After some time, this storage account will appear within the resource group, within the subscription with a unique name. In coming session, we are going to next session, we are going to upload the object, plus we are going to create the folder system. As we created our ADLS, Azure Data Lake storage is ready. So this is ready here. If I go to the resource here, I can see here, this is my ADLS Azure Data Lake storage account here. So I got this ADLS here. As I got ADLS here, this will load here. It's taking some time now. Yes, we have. If I go to the all the resources here, I will see the resources here within this. So we have taken redundancy as a ZRS. So primary region is our central India, secondary is our South India. So these are the resources which we have here. Data. So if I'm talking about ADLS here, in ADLS we should have hierarchical namespace enabled. Meaning of that is nothing but it will allow us to save the container. Within the container, it will allow us to save the structure system, layer system. Within the layers, there will be a blob. So now let's understand here. I will go to the container here. Within the container, I will add one container here. Just the container here. I'll say, I will call this container as a, I'll call this container as a sync container. Let's take example. I'll click on create here. Whenever we are creating a container here, of course, container will have a, these are the advanced as option we can use, right? So I'm using a private thing here. I'll click on create. After clicking on a create, I created a container here. Container name is a sync container here. So if I tick the box here, all this access label will be highlighted. Then if I click on this section here, I will see more information here about the container here. So I have a metadata here. I have a change access level. I can change because I can change the access level here. We right now this is private. I can change this to the public access on a blob level and on a container level. I can change later. We have SAS as well, shared access signature. So these are the things which we are going to see as of after adding a blob. So I will go to the sync container here. After going to the sync container here, I'll just upload simple blobs here from my local desktop. I have some of the data set here. I will just do a control A, control C. I'll just upload some of the data set here. And I need some of the PNG file as well because display of PNG file will be more better. So we can see results very systematically here. So just to show, there is no other thing related with this. Then what I'm doing here, this is, we have a Docker architect here. So I'll just upload this. I will click on upload section. After uploading on what I got here, if I go to the, he uploaded, he only a Docker architect, I will upload others as well. Click on file. Here we are talking about data lake. Of course, if I'm talking about data lake here, data lake will help me to store any type of data, not only CSV file or not only structured type of data. It can be structured, unstructured, semi-structured, any type of data. So this is my blob here. If I'm talking about blob, within the blob here, what we have a blob here. So tier we have taken is hot. So let's take example of, I'm taking that Docker architect file one. So I will go to here. We can change certain things here. We can view and edit. If I want to view and edit, I can view and edit this, what is inside here. Or similar way, I can see the overview version of this. And if I want to access this from blob from here, I have a by default URL here. I can copy paste this URL. Here, but I won't be able to see because it's security issue, because we have disabled public access to the blob and containers. So if you want to enable the access, you can enable, but this way is not secure. You can enable this access. How to do? I have to go under storage account. We have to go under storage account here. Under storage account, we have to go to the setting button.
Under setting, we have to go to the configuration. If I go to the configuration here we will see the configuration. Under this configuration, you can find out allow blob anonymous access. So I enable this access here. I enable this access. You need to click on save. Sometime it will take time to save. After clicking on save also it will not save. You have to cross check twice whether this is enabled or not. Then you have to go on a container. Then you can change your access level. This access level you can change on container level. You can change on a blob level also. If you're changing on a container level, by default all the blob will be enabled. Blob access will be enabled. We have to be very careful. So this is private now. I'm putting this on a container level here. Now he says anonymous access is not. So this is what I said. If you go back again on a storage account level, if you go back here again, if you see the configuration here, that configuration is not applied here. So enable, yes, it's applied. It's applied. So if I click on this one here, this is applied. If I go to the container level here, of course, I'll go to the container level here. On the container level, I'll try to change the access level. So it's a private here. I will put on a this. Now this is applied. It took some time to build the change, apply the change. So then I can see like this as well. This is one of the way. Actually, this is not secure. This is just for work. If you are working on a large data, if you need to check that data, let's take example of what I have. I have some of the and this. I have this file here. That is a CSV file. If I need to check the file, I need to go to the edit section. I need to preview build. A bit of checking file here always, because this will be our first place from where we need to check our file. We can download, refresh, and delete, of course. Then next part in this is nothing but, if I say this is what we understood. First part, view and edit, rename, clone we can create. We can copy the URL as well. This is required in the future. You need to copy the URL always, because we need addressing in the future. He's giving me HTTPS addressing. Similar way we can have a ABFSS protocol addressing as well. So there will be a change here. This will be the address which you people need in the future. So then next one here, I can download, I can change the tier. This is very important. You have added blob into a hot tier, but you are not using this. If you're not using this, you can change that to a cooled or archive later stage to save some money. This is what you can do here, because cold tier is expensive among all. Data transfer is less. So data transfer will take less money. So here we can generate the SAS as well. So if I'm talking about what is SAS here, SAS is nothing but shared access signature. Shared access signature will generate. If I click on SAS here, shared access signature, I will generate SAS of Docker this. So if I'll go to the generate SAS here, it will take me to the different window here. You can go from here, or otherwise you can click here. You can click from here, you can generate SAS. Here, generating SAS is nothing but here it will grant restricted access and for a certain duration of time. You can customize here. If you are providing this access here, there is no restriction, there is no constraint, and there is no time limit as well. So similar way here, if you are creating SAS here, SAS will also provide to access the blob, but it will provide us access to access, plus it will, you can restrict that access on a certain duration of time, of course on a certain protocol and IP also. That is very important. And even you can change the permission type as well, what sorts of access you want to give. By default, whenever we are creating ADLS have a two key 1 and key 2. We have a two key here, so we can have one key or two key. Then I'll click on HTTPS here, whichever protocol you want to use to access. So we have here, this is this blob SAS generated. It will generate the token and it will generate the URL. From this URL, we can access this blob very securely. Why? Because we have a customized access here. So that is what you can do. SAS, shared access signature. Three things we need to understand here. One thing, we can provide access on the basis of RBAC, role-based access control. This is the first way. Let me go back. So I will provide access management. We can provide in a three way. First one is, I will go to the IAM, identity and access management on a storage account. This is first type. I'll go to the identity and access control. Under identity and access control here, what sorts of access I want to apply to the users here. This access is disabled because this test user is not a admin. This test user don't have a permission to sign RBAC. So I will go to the main account here. In main account also I have, if I'll go to the main account here, in main account also I have, this is in incognito mode here. I'm in incognito mode. I'll go to the main account here. If I'll go to the main account, in main account also I have, of course, this will be displayed here. I will go to the main account here, Azure portal login. So first way we need to understand RBAC way of giving the access on a ADLS, access to the container, access on a storage account, access on a blob, binary large object. Very, very important topic this is. Backbone of our data engineering program. So then what I'm doing, I have a resource group here. Because I am admin, so whatever test user is doing, I can see in and out of that test user. So we created one resource group here. Within the resource group here, we have a, if I go to the resource group here, so within the resource group here, we have this storage account, ADLS. So if I go to the IAM here, so I can change the permission here, means I can provide RBAC to the different users, different services also. What I'm doing here, I'll add the role assignment. After adding a role assignment here, I can add a role assignment on a functional role here. I can provide in the future what we are going to. Functional role is nothing but usually we are going to change the blob related role here, like blob delegator here, or blob contributor role will be vastly used role here. So these role we are going to change. Of course, admin privileges we are going to change rarely. If somebody is very specifically working on a storage account level or ADLS level, then we are going to change. Otherwise, we are not going to play here. Next here, if I click on next here, I'll go to the member. Member can be your managed identity. Suppose you are using some services. That services need access from Azure Data Lake Storage. We can use managed identity here. So you can provide access to some of this. So what further, if you are going into, if I'm talking about this user group and service principal permission you need, you can add any member who will have access according to whatever the access you have provided here. So I can provide access. I provided access for a data engineering group. I provided access for a Fabrics user. I provided access for a test user. So like this, you can change the access. On which level? I change this on a storage account level. Similar way, you can change this on a container level also. This also can be changed on a container level. This is one way of assigning the RBAC. Now second way of doing the thing is, if I say second way of doing, if I go to the overview section, under overview section I have a container here. I have a container here. So if I go to the sync container here, within the sync container I have this. Here if I go to the container level, I have IAM as well, identity and access. So we can change the access policy, we can change the property, we can generate the SS here also. Shared access signature can be generated on a blob level. Shared access signature can be generated on a container level. Shared access signature can be generated simply on a storage account level also. So I have now what I can do. I can go to the property section. This is required here because you people need address in the future. We can see the property. If you need address, you can. But usually remember this address. This address is required for each and everything in the future. We are going to work in a CLI as well. So this is what we got. Next thing here is nothing but as we understood these things here, we understood these things here. So then next thing is nothing but here, if I delete these blobs here, if I delete this blob here, I can delete the blob here. But by default, we have a deletion protection here. By default, your blob will be saved for 365 days, but we have kept it duration of 7 days. So I added this. I can of course reverse my decision to not to delete those. I can just go in the end. I can undelete this. Each and everything will be undeleted. So deletion protection against this. But next one here, if I go to the this ADLS, if I go to this resource group here, I have a resource group. So now if I'm trying to access this storage account from a normal ways, actually it's a little different. but by default we have a built-in, by default we have a UI here, that is Explorer, the Explorer which is officially managed by Azure. So we can use this Explorer to explore or to see this container here. So it will be, management will be far easier or far better compared to the dashboard utilization or console utilization, console use. I will go to open in Explore. You can download Azure storage account. If of course, let's understand the download process as well. So first we have to click on download here. Of course, download can be on any environment here, whichever environment you are in, whether you are in, you need to click on download section here. After clicking on download section, of course, if you are using on Windows or you are using on Mac or you are using some Linux environment, you can install some tar file, you can extract that, then afterward you can use that. I'm using for window environment. If I'm using this for a window environment here, it will take some time, of course, to download. I will download this and I will install this on a local environment. It will not take much time, just a single click. Multiple clicks will start parallel processes, so that we should avoid as a user. Those who are advanced learner, they knows about this. Those who are beginner, they need to consider this. So here, install only for me recommended or install for all users. So of course, security reason here, on a window level, this program can only be installed on a version of window designs for a following processor type. So it's giving me error type here. Basically, it's giving me error here. Okay, I did okay. So now it's okay. No, it's not okay. Okay, so actually, so mine is x64. Sorry, so mine is x64. I have to install x64 here. So of course, and I will not try to remove the error, because if I won't remove the error here, you will understand what are the mistake I did. I don't want to make something perfect. That will not be good, because you won't be able to understand the error. These are small, but in the future also I will not try to delete those error. So from error we are going to learn. So now we have installation part here. So we have installation part here. So we are installing this. So it will take some time here, not much. So it will take some time here. After installation, as soon as we will install this, so of course I already have. After installation here, you will see this. So if I click on open in Explorer here, if I click on a open in Explorer here, so it will open the interface of a Explorer here. If I click on open section here, if I click on a open section here, it will open the Explorer, but in the background this installation process is going on. Of course, you can understand here. So because of that reason, it will not open. So it should not take much time, because this is not very large software of case, say large UI. So I can click on this here. I'll just untick this one here. Then I can go through this. I will just click on open in Explorer. I will go to the open in Explorer now. So now I can open this. So now I'm going to access storage account from here. So it will open interface like this. Yes. Now connection type here, as we saw this. Now what I'm going to do, I'll click on this switch section here. If I click on switch section here, it will ask me to connect. You can connect on a subscription level. That will not be a good idea, better idea, because you are allowing access to access other services also. So I have a storage account as well. I have a blob level as well. We have ADLS container or directory. There are different level of access, the access which you can enable. I am enabling on a storage account level here. I am providing connection string here. You can use SAS, you can use account key or name as well. Whichever way we want to use, you can use. So this is on a storage account level. So whatever the keys we are giving here, that keys has to be on a storage account level. So what I'm doing here, I'm going to my this I'm going to the storage account now. Under storage account, I'm going to the settings section here. Under not setting section, security section, I have to go to, because I'm generating SAS. If I'll go to the security section here, I can provide keys way of authentication. I can provide SAS as well, shared access signature as well, but I'm using SAS, shared access signature. So here we can customize. Now you can see more customization here, what services you are allowing, that only you can tick. And are you allowing a services will enable connectivity to one another. Required container, we have object level, read, write, delete, list. These are some of the allowed permission here. The permission, this shared access signature will get to access our blob. So we have a customization as well here. So this is the time here, of course time duration. I want this SAS to expire, then I can click on generate SAS. I'm generating only for HTTPS here. If I see here, we have a connection string. If I click on a connection string here, I'm taking connection string. You can take SAS as well. You can take a different type of strings. I'm taking this here. As I'm taking this here, so what I'm doing here, I'm just of course I'll go to this part here. After going to the Azure storage account, I'll go to the SAS because I already have a connection string I have. I'm just clicking on Control B. It will take storage account name. You can enter here. Of course, this is my storage account for. I'll just click on create. The positive thing is nothing but I am able to connect here. These are my some of the older connection here. So because of that reason he's giving me. So now what he will do, he will load here your blobs, of course your data, whatever your containers are. We have a sync container here. That sync container you can see here. Within the sync container, what we have a, of course we have a blob here. We can see this. I can upload this, download, open, review, each and everything I can do. Basically it will provide you better UI here. I can move, I can change the ACL access control list as well. I can add the directory as well directly. If you want to add some directories here, you can add some new directory here. You call this as a new directory. You can add the directory, or even you can upload directories here directly. You can upload the directory here. This is what you can do here. You can upload the directory from this location, of course select from a local location here. What I'm doing here, I'm finance pipeline for a DevOps here. I'm uploading that finance pipeline. So this is what I'm doing here. I'm working on a byte areas. So this is what you can do here. So I have a finance pipeline here. This is what you can do. So management is far easier compared to the local console or this. So that's why we will prefer use of Microsoft this Azure Storage Explorer. Next takeaway point from here is nothing but what I did here. I created one storage account here. So now I created one storage account here. I have a storage account. Within the storage account, I have a container. So I have a container here. Within the container, directly I added a blob. But usually we are going to, by default, what ADLS Azure Data Lake Storage will do. Azure Data Lake Storage will allow us to create a hierarchical layer structure, of course, of a directory system here. What I'll do, I'll go to the container. Within the container, of course, we will use, now here you can see here, we can create this directory system. It will help us to separate the different type of data like raw, cleans data or other data here. Like this also here, raw data. It will help us to separate the data. This is what. So we can create a directory system here. Of course, for I'll say this is my data set here or module here. Module is a Terraform module. So this is what here. Of course, it will open the. I'll open this module file here. Right, this is .doc. Why I am able to upload, because this is a data lake. So any type of file, any type of data you can upload here. So that's it from here. So this is what we need to understand from here. In the coming session, we will understand more in and out of this practical implementation by using ADLS. Let's talk about data, database, SQL Server Management Studio, SQL Server or a server. First, I will draw a rough diagram. It will help you to analyze better. So what I'll do here. So now what we are doing here, I have a cloud. Of course, I have a cloud, but let's start like this. So what I have a data here. If I'm talking about data here, we can go here. I have a data here. If I'm talking about data here, data is just a raw fact here. Raw fact, data is just a raw fact. Figures, observation that themselves may not have any meaning, much meanings, like a number 25, 30, 50. Text, hi, hello. Image, audio, video, logs, sensor reading, transactions. These can be a data. These can be data. If you want to create a meaningful meaning out of this, so we have to convert that as an information. Like 25 degrees Celsius, this data will become information now. The data is nothing but a raw fact. So now we have a different type of data. First one is structure type of data. Structure type of data is nothing but which is organized in a row and column here. As you can see, we have a data in a very proper manner, so like in row and column. Next one is semi-structure type. Semi-structure is nothing but partial structured. Partial structure, something like we can see here. Data is arranged in a key and value. Key is order ID, value is 1001. Customer is ID, this is key, and value. One is value. So key value pair, XML file, JSON file, YAML file even. So these are nothing but semi-structured type of data, partial structure. The next one goes to unstructured type, very important one, because videos is going to be play game change. Now unstructured type, unstructured is nothing but no predefined schema here. Data can be of hard to store. Of course, we can store in a row and column because this is not in a structured form. So we have, so these are the type of data we have: unstructured, semi-structured, and unstructured, semi-structured, and structured. So data is nothing but raw facts. So if you want to convert that into information, then there will be logical meaning of that data. Next here what we have, so we need to understand data on the basis of data format. Of course we understood type of data we knows, but on the basis of format we need to understand type of data. If I'm talking about, let's talk about structure type of data. I'm talking about structured data. Type of data will have a format like CSV, TSB, XLS, XLSX. So we have SQL tables as well. These are structured data format from where we can define this is our structured data. Next one is semi-structured, will have a JSON, XML, YAML, and AVRO. And moreover, we need to understand the source of this data, what kind of source we have, from where we source this data is originating from. Next one is unstructured type of data. Of course we can see this format here. So we have other format also, like columnar data format like Parquet file, ORC file, or a delta file. We are going to work on a delta because delta will provide ACID transactions during data bricks. We are going to understand that. Next one is binary format data. Binary format data is nothing but protocol buffer we are using, message pack we are using, like JSON like binaries. And of course we are using feather and arrow. There we are using binary data format here. For some this will be little advanced. I am saying structured, semi-structured, unstructured, columnar, binary, and optimized one. These are the different file format. From file format you need to see the type of data. That is very important. Everyone knows what is structured, semi-structured, unstructured type of data. So this was about the data here. What I said, we have a data here. Data is nothing but raw fact. This raw fact can be stored in a different ways. We have a data. If I'm talking about data here, then to save the data, what we need? We need a database now. Next hierarchy is nothing but database. We have a data. To store the data, we need a database here. We need a database here. If I go to the database here, now database is nothing but organized collection of data that can be easily accessed, managed, and updated. So database store data in such a way that they can retrieve. Of course, data can be taken data can be taken at any moment of the time. Typically using relational database management system or database management system. It can be relational, it can be non-relational as well. So we have a database here. Database will allow us to store the data, but database will be chosen or taken according to the type of data. What we have here we have types of database. This PPT will be in your resource section. So what we have a relational database here. Relational database is nothing but directly your structural type of data will go to the relational databases. NoSQL here. NoSQL is nothing but here you can put structured, semi-structured, or unstructured. Example is Cosmos DB. Example is Cosmos DB. Here we can use Cosmos. No, example here. This is what NoSQL one here. Next one is distributed database here. These are other section here. If you are really getting very very deeper into this, then you can understand whatever server we are using, whatever machines we are using, that will use a distributed database. Next one is cloud database here, like aws GCP or Azure is using. That is what there we are using this cloud database. Next one is OED, object oriented database here, like your DB4O, object DG, object DB, like CAD CAM CAE ANSYS. So like your mechanical engineering softwares. So those software, the type of data they will generate will be object oriented. Next one is graph type of, means your fraud detection system or recommendation system. They will generate the data type as a graph database. Then time series data. Whatever the time series data they are generating here, that to store the time series data, what we need? We need a time series database. We can't store data, same type of different type of data in one database. We need a database according to type of data. So we have a database here. This is what we got. Second thing what we understood is we understood database. Now next factor here is nothing but we have a server, because I am running some environment here on my laptop. Let's take example, I am running paint on my laptop. Paint is providing me interface, laptop is providing me underlying compute power, underlying platform. So similar way here, I need a platform. That platform can be from server. If I'm talking about server, cloud server, that can be, I'll call that as a Azure SQL server. Azure SQL server is nothing but the server which will help me to manage the structured type of data. Of course, it will help me to manage the structured type of data. So database will be, of course, a structural type. So this is what if, and it can be on premises as well. It can be on a cloud as well. Then I am external. I am working on a World Wide Web. I am outside the source. I am outside the cloud. So of course, I need to reach out to here, because this, whatever the environment infrastructure I am saying, this will be in one of the data center, one of the region, one of the data center, one of the zone. If this is in one of the region, one of the data center, one of the zone here, I need to interact with this. So to interact with this, what I need a UI here, user interface. That user interface I can take from a SSMS. SQL Server Management Studio will provide me UI, user interface. Then I'm talking about data. If you're talking to data here, you need a language here. That language is nothing but a structural query language, the language which is need to interact with your database is, of course, data. Takeaway. So first takeaway is nothing but we have a data here. Data is nothing but raw fact. If you want to convert data into more useful form, that will become information. Next one is database here. Database will allow us to store the data. Type of database has to be selected as per type of data. Next, Azure SQL service is nothing but one-stop solution for storing structural type of data. So here we have, now what we need to understand before that, before getting into the Azure SQL database services provided by cloud, we have Azure SQL database services provided by cloud. Before understanding that service here, we need to understand why we have to choose that self-managed services provided by the cloud. For this, before that, I am saying whenever I am talking about Azure data solution here, we have multiple services here. Of course, one of these is Azure SQL one. So here we can use multiple database services, like we can add relational databases, no relational one, or object storage here. Apart from this here, this is fully managed services, no infrastructure management is required. Majorly I'm talking about PaaS service. Basically, I'm talking about the PaaS services. Another thing what we need to understand here, what are the factors we need to consider while choosing a database? The first factor is we need to think about the security, network isolation, encryption at rest. Of course, data, whatever the data we are adding there, that has to be encrypted and it has to be separate from one another network. Backup and retention period, disaster recovery, and we need to find out better SLAs. So these are the factors which we need to consider while talking about any database services. So these features by default are inbuilt within the service which is cloud providing, which cloud is providing here. So next one here, another way here, if you are choosing database on Azure VM. Let's take an example of I'm going little back. Yes, infrastructure as a service. I can create a virtual machine. On the top of virtual machine, I can configure database services. On the top of database services, of course, I will add the data there. But now advantage of using that is nothing but here we have a full flexibility, full control over the configuration, our own virtual machine. On the top of virtual machine we have our own data. On the top of own data we have full flexibility and control. But negative thing there is nothing but you have to manage each and everything. Security, you have to manage backup, you have to manage DR, you have to manage high availability, scalability. Each and everything we have to maintain by ourselves. That can be hectic because we are talking in area of data. Then this is now next question is why I am using database services provided by cloud, because it's a managed services, managed database services. Each and everything is officially managed by cloud. Security is built in, backup is built in, high scalability, better SLAs. So each and everything are inbuilt. Each and everything are inbuilt. Because of that reason, I will consider going with the managed services of the cloud here. So like this. But if I'm talking about managed services here, under this managed services here, we have some model here. One is single database, another one is elastic pool, another one is managed instance. If I'm talking about single database here, single database, a single server, automatic backup, we have update, we have a scalability as well. Of course, scaling by default we have. If I'm talking about security feature here, a built-in security, what are the built-in security here? Separate IP firewall rule here, service endpoint here, SQL authentication plus Microsoft Enter ID authentication. We have a TLS encryption here by default on domain level. So TD we have, basically that is data transcription, that is data encryption by default we have. If I'm talking about backup here, backup, full backup will be every week. Differential backup will be every 12 to 24 hours. Then we have a transactional log backup here. Every 5 to 10 minutes there will be the log. If I'm talking about the backup retention period here, backup retention period will stay for 7 to 35 days. By default 7 days. Long term retention, if you're looking, you can choose for 10 years even. Depends upon your requirement, depends upon your choice. Next one, we have availability and SLA. Backup is stored in geo redundant storage. Two region, two different data center. One will be primary, another will be a secondary. Primary fail, failover will go to the secondary one. Then we have active geo replication here. Redundancy is, of course, we have active geo replication support. SLA is 99.99%. So this is what we got. So next one here, I'm talking about compute tier here. Of course, compute tier by default is dedicated one and serverless. If I want to take dedicated, I can take dedicated. If I want serverless computing, I can take serverless computing as well. Here we have option of computing as well. Underlying power to provide underlying compute power to run the database plus data services. Then we can go to, as I said, we have a three model usually. Single instance is first one, second one is elastic pool. Elastic pool here, one server, multiple databases. But if you're choosing elastic pool here, that elastic pool has to be selected only for a infrequent workload. If you're choosing for frequent workload, then chances are very high there will be mismanagement because you are managing multiple databases in your single instance server. That can be the problematic thing here. So this is what we have to understand. Last one is managed instance. If you're talking about managed instance, that will have a greater compatibility with your on-premises environment. If you're looking for migration, that will be the better option. But in that case, negative side is you have to manage SLA, security, availability, disaster recovery, and backup. These things you have to manage by yourself. So what is the summary from here? Summary from here is nothing but why we are using database services provided by cloud here, why we are using Azure SQL here, because this is a managed services, inbuilt security, inbuilt backup, each and everything are inbuilt, and this is officially managed by cloud provider. We have a compute option, we can go with the serverless, we can go with the dedicated one. And second thing, next last thing is nothing but it comes with a different model. We can choose single instance, we can choose multiple instance, we can choose single databases on one instance, we can choose multiple instances, multiple databases on one instance. That is elastic pool. So that is what the summary part is. In next one, we will do the practical. Next is hands-on on Azure SQL. So I have to go to the all services section. Under all services section, I have to go to the database services. So here I have database services. Under database services, we are talking about Azure SQL database. Here we are creating server plus database. And on the top of database here, we are going to add the data after connecting that to the SSMS. That is what our objective is. Then what we are doing, I am going to the create SQL, create database here. Here we can go with the compute power that is serverless or either dedicated. On serverless, we are getting some 10 million V core seconds, 32 GB of free, 32 GB of backup free, data free and backup free. So I am applying this offer, and this you will get per month basis. Next one, I have to choose the subscription. Then I am choosing resource group. Here I am saying this is my SQL SQL GRP resource group here. Here we have to create a database plus a server. What I am doing here, this is my DB. I am writing this is my DB SQL. I am keeping simple names. Server I don't have by default, so I am taking server name here. So I am taking a server name. I am putting this is my server hyphen. I am putting a SQL here. Whenever you are writing a name here, it will not take special case letter in the middle. We have to erase this, or it should be globally unique as well. So because of that, I am putting some numbers here. So in East US, my subscription is not, my subscription don't have a permission to create this in East US. I have to change to the Central India region. Changing this to the Central India region. Then coming to authentication part, here we have authentication method. I can go with the Microsoft Entra ID. I can go with Azure SQL authentication, or I can go with both. I am using both, so you will get more idea. I will use Microsoft Entra ID authentication admin. I am setting admin to this person. This is one. You can add only one here. Then I am adding a server this here. I am saying DB admin. Password everywhere it will accept lowercase, uppercase, special case letter, and a number it should be. So this is what it has to be. I am adding the same. This is what I am doing here. Next, if I click on OK, so I created one database plus apart from this I created one server here. This is now here he is saying behavior when free offer free tier reached here, means I have taken free tier. So if my free tier is over, then I directly it will auto pause, or it can continue using with the additional charges. So backup redundancy here, I am using free tier here. We have all the type of redundancy here. LRS, ZRS, ZZRS, all the type of redundancy factor we have. If I go to the networking here, we can enable no access, public endpoint, private endpoint. Depends upon us. I am putting a public endpoint. If you are putting a public endpoint here, of course, you are allowing certain IP or firewall to block, or basically we have a firewall rule here that you can customize here, that I will customize later stages. I'm not customizing as of now. So this is a network policy here. By default, as I said, we have encryption on DNS level. TLS will provide that. By default, we have a TLS version here. If I'll go to the next part here called security, under security, I can go with the trial one here. I can go with the not one. On security, what we have here, we have a Microsoft Defender for SQL. What it will check for? It will check for a vulnerability assessment. And it will check for advanced threat protection of your server. If you are applying for 30 days, it's free. If you are adding extra, you have to pay 15 USD per month. That is extra one. So next one is ledger service we have. Ledger services will look for a temporary. If somebody is doing tampering in your, of course, data here, so it will automatically detect that. It will block and it will inform you as well. Positive thing. Then we have a server identity also that you can set up. Then we have a server level key also that also you can set up. We have a database level key as well. That is also another security that also you can set up here. So these are the certain things which you can customize on the basis of security. Next thing here we have database. Of course, if we have a data here, none, sample or backup. So we have a database collation here. Maintenance is by default 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. That is, if I go to the tag here, we can add the tag. So this is how we create a review and create. We can check in and out of this. So then I will click on create. We created Azure SQL database, plus of course server, and we are using cloud. We are using a cloud here. That's it. In coming the next one here, we will understand how to connect this with the SSMS and how to add data into that. That is what we will understand. It will take some time. As soon as this is ready, I will come up with another session. Our environment is ready. SQL database. If I go to this is ready here. If I go to the resource here, I can see here. So I have a resource group here. Here, this is my SQL. This is my database DB for SQL. So this is my server name here. Of course, connection string. Price I am using, pricing tier I am using this one. Then here we have a firewall rule here. Later we will modify this. So region is Central India. Of course, we are choosing Central India region here. This is what. And if I go here under this resource group here, we have two resources. One is database, another one is server. So now I need to connect this database with my SSMS. First, you must have SSMS here. You can click on install SSMS on your window environment. You can just click on installation. Go to here. After clicking on here, just click on download this here. You just need to click on this here, download SSMS on your environment. Download is in a progress here. It will take some time, not much. So you just need to click on next here. There is no specific thing here. There is no advanced thing here. Just click on next here. Just install this SSMS here, SQL Server Management Studio here. As soon as this SQL Server Management Studio will be installed here, you will see the dashboard like this. If you go to here, we will see a dashboard like this. I'll click on SSMS, SQL Server Management Studio here. You will see UI like this, user interface. So just open that and connect to the SSMS. It will take some time. It's taking some time. Usually it will not take much time. So here we have, this is called Object Explorer. So under Object Explorer here, he's asking me a server name here. I have to copy the server name. So of course, I have to copy the database server. I have to go to the database server here. Under SQL database, I have to go. I just need to click on this one here. So here, please take some time to give us some time to expand here. So this is what we have. And I have to copy this one here. After copy this one, I need to click on, of course, connect to Object Explorer here. Just paste this one here. Then we are using window authentication. We are using SQL authentication. The username was a DB admin. So you have to take the username from a server. Suppose if you forgot, you have to go to the server. You have to find the name there. So the password which you used to create the server, that you have to add. Now another thing which will come into the picture here is a firewall. So it will not allow you to, if you try to add here, it will not allow you to add because firewall is blocking all incoming request. What is the solution here? Solution is nothing but what you have to do. You have to go to the database here. We have to go to the database here, not here. We have to go to the database here. I have to go to the set server firewall rule here. So I have to change the rule here. Basically, I need to enable because I am trying to connect from locally. This is my local IP address from my laptop, of course. And I will allow services to communicate with one another. I will click on save. So I modified the firewall rule. If your firewall rule are not customized here, it will not allow you to access the, of course, database and server. So here you need to click on Object Explorer. Yes, this one here. Next one is, of course, I think, yeah, so we had already. I'll go to the server authentication here. This is nothing but DB admin. Then I will enter the password here. I will enter a password here. So this is what I got. I will go to the database name here. Now it will load the database name here. We was using DB SQL. If firewall is not enabled, it will not allow you to connect. And don't forget to select this here. We have to select this trust server certificates here, that is required. So this is what we have to do. This is what our database will look like. This is my database, but here inside we don't have anything. Neither we don't have any queries and all here. This is just a, we don't have any table here. This is just a normal database plus. So now if you need to write some query here, now here SQL will come into the picture. Structure query language will come into the picture. So what you can do here, you can click on create table. With the table name here, I'll say my test TV. Of course, we have to enter the information about the table here, what we are looking within the table here. Let's take example of I'm looking to add a name inside table here. What is the name here? Of course, name is I'm putting as a varchar variable plus characters, so 50 here. SQL knowledge is required here, right? So I'm putting, let's put a salary of, what I'm putting, salary will be in a decimal here. What decimal point we are taking? I'm taking 10 into 3 points. I'm taking, yes. So this is what I'm doing here. I'm just creating a table here, random table, no nothing special, just the table here. Like this you can create the table here. So table is created. If I do a select star from, if I do a select star from, table name is nothing but it's a test TV here. So it will give me a structure here. Basically I just created a structure. If I want to add the value, I can add the value here. Many more, we can create a lot of things by using this. Basically this is nothing but a platform we created to save a structure type of data. So how we are using, where we are using here, there are multiple use cases which is going to come up. Azure SQL service, Azure SQL plus ADLS is a backbone of any data engineering background, whichever domain you are working at. Very important. This will allow you to store a number of data, structured, unstructured, or semi-structured one. But this will allow only to store a structured one. We need to understand one difference between, so we have one difference here. We have elastic pool and a single instance. If you want to change, if I go to the now here, so if I go to this server section here, if you want to configure new elastic pool here, of course if you are managing multiple databases here on a single server, then you can consider going with the elastic pool. You can configure this elastic pool. You can configure elastic pool. As I said, whenever you are configuring elastic pool here, it can be overwhelming, but we are using single instance for a multiple server, and the multiple server load, whatever the load we are adding, that whatever the database we are adding, that single server multiple databases, whatever the load you are adding in a database, that load should be infrequent type. We can't add frequent type of load, otherwise there will be a lot of mismanagement. That is what we have to understand. First one is single instance, one server, one database, proper management. Next one is elastic pool, single server, of course multiple databases here, or multiple load you can add multiple types of. This is what we understood. This is what we have to understand from here. We are going to discuss very important service, or I can call it tool as well. Tool to provide data orchestration, that is nothing but Azure Data Factory. Azure Data Factory, or it's called ADF as well. Azure Data Factory is nothing but it's a cloud-based ETL extract, transform and load tool which will provide data orchestration from source to the sink. It will help us to do a data movement. We can move data from one source to the another, on premises to the cloud, and cloud to cloud services, one cloud to another cloud as well. It supports plugin connectivity with different cloud provider, and it will help us to do a data transformation. We have one special tool here. We have data flow here. Data flow will help us to do a data transformation here. So our external compute connectivity here, or otherwise this is very important here. It will provide a streamline orchestration from source to the sink. It will help us to create end-to-end connectivity from one service to another service, one tool to another tool. Let's take example of I want to connect ADF, Azure Data Factory, with the Databricks. It will help us to create a ADF connective with the Databricks to Synapse. It will help. Basically, it will provide streamline orchestration from source to the sink. Basically, this is one-stop solution for data movement and data transformation. Let's understand about core component of ADF, Azure Data Factory. Before getting into the core component diagram here. I have architect for that. I would like to draw manually here, so that will help you to understand more better. So what we have here, we have ADF. ADF is nothing but, of course, Azure Data Factory here. If I'm talking about Azure Data Factory here, one-stop solution for data movement and data orchestration, or I can say we can do a data transformation here. So then we have some of the component here under ADF. What is my outer layer here? Outer layer is nothing but ADF. This ADF will help me to do a data movement. That data movement will be with the help of a pipeline, first component. Pipeline is nothing but a layer, a component which will create a connection from one source to another. Suppose I want to move data from on premises to ADLS. It will create the connectivity. If I want to move from ADLS to Synapse Analytics, it will create the connectivity. So this connectivity is with the help of pipeline. Then we have a certain component here. One thing is we have a source here, the source where you want to move your data, and then we have a sink. Sink is nothing but destination here. Let's take an example of my source is ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage, and I want to move data to the Azure SQL. I have two things here. One is source, another one is sink. Data movement will be from so this structure will be within the pipeline here. So if I need to connect my pipeline to the source or sink, I need another service. The service name is called a link service. Link service will set up connection from one source to pipeline. This is my link service here. Link service will enable the connectivity. This is my another thing. Now we need a link service for the source, and we need a link service for the service also. We need a link service for the sink also. We have link service here. This is for the source and for the sink also. Then I need to move data. I am taking example of data movement here. That data movement will be with the help of activities. Activities. What activity will do a data movement from source to the sink? Activity will do a data. Under we have a data flow. Data flow will do a data movement. We have a number of activities here. Then on a source level, we have one thing called data set. Of course, the data which we are working on a sink level also we will have a data set, because data set can be different in a source and sink. Because if I apply data transformation in the middle, my data set will change. These are the core component. First one is pipeline, which will build streamline orchestration from source to the sink, streamline workflow. Next one is we have a link service. Link service will connect you to the link source and to the sink source. Then we have a data set on a source and sink level. Activity is nothing but the task which will do a data movement. Whatever the activity, whatever the task we want to do, that is possible with the help of a activity. These are some of the core component. One more component is nothing but integration runtime. That is nothing but our compute underline engine on which you are going to run the pipeline. It's called IR here, integration runtime. Integration runtime is nothing but underlying engine which will provide compute power on which your pipeline is going to do a data movement from source to the sink, or data orchestration from source to the sink. This is divided into 4 categories here. First one, we have Azure IR here, officially managed integration runtime or underlying compute power, which is officially managed by Microsoft. Next one is nothing but we have a self-hosted IR. We can create our own self-hosted integration runtime. Next one is we have SSIS here, SQL Server integration service. This is for lift and shift of if I want to do lift and shift SQL packages here, this will help me to move this from source to the sink. Basically it will provide underlying compute power, SSIS. So fourth one, we are talking about Airflow. Airflow will also help us to move data from source. For integration runtime we have, these are the core component. Apart from this, we have a trigger as well, which will create streamline workflow from source to the sink. Basically it will automate the structure. So automatically as soon as data is entering into the source, automatically it should sync and automatically activity should execute. Depends. The next one is monitoring. Here we have inbuilt monitor. By default, that will provide monitoring for the resources. It will help us to work perfectly on this. This is this roughly diagram. If I show you architect ways here, so if I show you in PPT's ways here, this is what the PPT way is. So of course we need to understand we have a pipeline. Pipeline is nothing but logical grouping of activities. Whatever the activity we are running within the pipeline. It will help us to create a streamlined workflow from source to the sink. Then we have activity here. Activity will perform the actual task of data movement, data transformation, control flow. Next one is data set, of course, data structure like table, files, or folder. Link service is nothing but the connection which will be built it to the source to the sink, built it to the source to the sink. And this is end-to-end architect of Azure Data Factory here. If I'm talking about in Azure Data Factory here, we have some layer system. Of course, we have a data source layer. Source layer is nothing but the source where data is coming from, and where then we have to do a data ingestion. Ingestion we will do on the pipeline with the help of activities, with the help of link services. We'll connect, and there will be data set here. What kind of data we have? Underline engine will be provided. Underline compute power will be provided by IR, and activity will perform the data movement activity. Whatever activity we are choosing to where to the storage layer. Then from storage layer, data will go to the processing layer. From the processing layer, data will go to the serving layer. Storage layer, we will use Medallion here. Of course, we will use layer system here, bronze, silver, and gold raw data. And we will do a minor transformation or whatever logical cleaning is required for our data. And we will move that into the gold layer. And after for final processing, suppose I am not able to do end and in and out of from ADF, I can connect this with the ADF Azure Data Factory also. With the Synapse Analytics also, there are many tools where I can do a data processing end. Then final serving layer can be Synapse Analytics for final loading, or I can put in a BI for of course virtualization or visualization. This is what monitoring by default is attached with in and out of this. These are the core component is nothing but pipeline, activities, linked service, dataset, IR, integration runtime, monitoring. Then we have a layer system, the layer system which will help us to do a data movement from a layer system, which will help us to create a storage layer or create a processing layer or serving layer, basically separation of resources from one another, separate layer. Next thing what we need to understand here in this here, we have a different if I'm talking about different here, we have integration runtime. Here I have written 3 here. Usually for airflow you can consider here, they are doing a lot of changes into this. So now next, these are the core component here. Some of the component will come later here. These we have to understand. This now next thing here is nothing but we need to understand the type of format, the format Azure Data Factory will support. Very important. First one is delimited text, basically CSV, TSV, or TXT format. Wide range of it can support structured, semi-structured, unstructured file format. Basically, one-stop solution for data movement of any type of data. One of the example. Then we can put a JSON format as well, Parquet format as well, ABRO as well, of course ORC as well. These are the format, or XML format as well, of course Excel format as well, binary file format. Or if we have a compressed file format as well, those format also we can take from here. So this is what, even yes, we can take a Delta Lake advanced format as well. We can take this format as well. And there is one note here. These are the list of the format which is sports here. We need to see this. What are the format we can take from here? But another very noticeable factor is nothing but please remember here, ADF doesn't change file format automatically unless you are using mapping data flow. You are using transformation activity to change your data, convert your data types. Of course CSV I want to convert as a Parquet, JSON I want to convert as a CSV, Excel I want to convert as a SQL table. That automatic transformation is not by default here. We have to enable that. That is possible with the mapping data flow. These are the things we have to understand before getting into this. Now we will understand in next, we will understand end-to-end practical things on each and everything here in very end, systematical plus of course the way we are using in our industrial environment. Let's connect next. we are getting into the practical part of Azure Data Factory. First, we are going to create the ADF server. Then we are going to go step by step through the portal how this dashboard will look like. So because of that reason, what I need to do here, I need to go to all services. These services falls under analytics. With the help of time, these services are changing from here. I will go to the data factory here. Within the data factory, of course, I can create. I am creating one. I am creating, this is my Azure Data Factory GRP resource group. I am making it very simple. ADF GRP resource group I am creating. This is my ADF hyphen workspace. This is my ADF hyphen workspace. By default, I have a name here. This name is not bad. I am creating in a region called East US. So I am putting version as a B2. Here we have only one version. I will go to the next here. Git integration we are not doing as of now. Later I will do, because we have to connect this with DevOps as well. Then I will click on next here. Networking here. By default, I am keeping public endpoint. Next, advanced section here. I will go to the tag. I will click on review and create. Just the simple process of creating your ADF workspace. It will create a studio environment here. On studio environment, we are going to, of course, understand those core component and data movement, each and everything in and out of this. It will take some time. So as it will take time here, so after that we'll understand how this studio environment will be. It will not take much time to create. It will take just some time to create the resources. As it will create, I'll come back. Yes, okay. So we can continue here. So what we have here, we have ADF GRP here. If I refresh here, I will get workspace like this. And these are the extra thing here: deployment, security policies, and all cost management section here. These on resource. This is on a resource group level. And if I go on a factory level here, this is on a factory level. Networking will be there. Yes. Managed identity will be there for security. Of course, lock resources will lock your resources for ADF here. These are. Now, if I go to the launch studio section here, I will be able to see in and out of course, Azure Data Factory here. We will get the workspace environment. Under this workspace environment here, as you can see here, first thing we need to notice here, whenever we are working here, we need to go to the home section. If you see here, but before home section, we need to get into this. So here what we have ADF live environment. We are never ever going to work on a live environment. During DevOps, I'll clear this, but let's get into one step at a time. So if I go to the setup code repository here, so we have to set up the code repository in later stages here. And then this is a home section here. You can see this is the author section. Under author section, I am allowed to create the pipeline. I am allowed to change the data capture. Of course, whatever the data set we are managing, that will be here, and data flow we are going to use here. If you want to write some queries here, those query will be here. Or if I tick the boxes here, I can create the new pipeline. I can create the pipeline within the folder here, or even I can create the pipeline from a template as well. I'll click on new, create a pipeline here. The interface will be something like this. Here we will be able to see in and out activities here. Activity will help us to do a data movement or whatever the task we are doing, that is while here. So whatever you are doing here, you have to publish, otherwise it will not be saved. So next thing here, if I go to the monitoring part here, in and out of monitoring for your pipeline, monitoring for your resources will be here. Example, pipeline run, trigger run, or change data capture here. Or you are using IR, integration runtime I'm using. If I'm using self-hosted or Azure or SSIS or Airflow, all monitoring for that integration runtime will be here. By default, if you are creating ADF Azure Data Factory server, by default ADF will create one Azure IR, that is, and this is called auto resolve integration runtime. This is the by default one here. We can use by default one as well. We can create our own. This is our own mastery which we want to get into, whichever we want to create. Next one is data flow, will help us to do a data movement or data movement, whatever we have done here. This is what data flow debug is nothing but it will start the Spark cluster, because for data movement we need more compute power. That more compute power we will take from a Spark actually. Alerts and metrics, if you want to customize, you can create your own, you can set up your own. Next, manage part will be very, very important one here. This part, and this part. Next one, if I goes to, this is my manage part. Here we can manage in and out resources, like I am creating a link service or a linked service I am creating, that will be here. I am creating integration runtime, that is here. Or if you are creating here, you can create here. Now I can create here. By default, we have Azure IR. We can create self-hosted. We can create SSIS. We can create a Airflow here preview. We can create this here, whichever you want to create. The next one is preview here. ADF for Fabrics. If you want to connect here for Fabrics environment, this is a SaaS here, software as a solution, software as a service basically. SaaS service here, one-stop solution for data analytics basically. So if I go to the Git integration here, in the future we are going to integrate with the Git here. So version control system, whatever codes we are generating here by default JSON codes, those we will save there. ARM templates, these things we will understand. Basically here we have in and out of our data factory resources, all customization creation process we can do here. Here we can have a trigger here. Now one thing I forgot to mention here is a trigger here. What is a trigger here? Trigger will automate. So I showed you in components here, trigger here. We have a different type of trigger here: schedule trigger, thumbling trigger, storage event. Events are divided into two types. You can create a storage event, you can create a custom events. Basically I am saying, if my file arrives within 15 minutes, please automate that. If some data is entering into that, please start building that. Please start creating automation. Please start creating orchestration for that. Global parameters. So each and everything in and out you can do here under this. Next one is learning center here. If you want to learn something, of course, don't hesitate to pop in here. We will get a lot of idea from. Also try to gain knowledge from wherever. This is just the familiarity of a dashboard here, how the dashboard will look like. Now we will start building small task, and slowly small to real environment start build. That's it. Let's connect in. We are building end-to-end pipeline. This pipeline we will move data from ADLS, Azure Data Lake, to Azure SQL. So here we are moving, what we are using here, we are using source data set from ADLS. Then we will have sync data set. Sync data set will go to the Azure SQL. So we need to create one link service. We need to create one data set on source and sync. Then IR, we are using self-hosted IR. So this is what we are doing here. I am adding ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage. I have one CSV file. This CSV file data I am going to move in the form of table, and this table I will see in our Azure SQL. So here ADLS is my source, table Azure SQL is my sync. So here we are going to use the copy activity. Copy activity will help me to do a data movement from source to the sync. I need link service here, link service on a source, and I need link service on a sync as well. So of course I have to create the data set as well on a source. This is what we are doing practically here. Let's see. So for this, my environment is ready. I have ADLS already. I have Azure SQL already I have. I'm going to use here. I will go to the cloud here. I will go to the ADLS here. ADLS I will go to. So I have ADLS here, Azure Data Lake Storage. So here, this is my. I will upload the data set here. I will click on upload. Yes, I will upload one of the CSV file from local system. I have a Million file. This is one of the data set I have. So these data sets you can find on your resource block. So here I don't have a container here. I'm creating one test container. I'm creating one test container. Within the test container, I'm adding this. This is my test container. Within the test container, I'm adding data set here. But if I go to the data set here, if I go to the container here, within the container, if I go to the test container here, within the test container here, I can see this. So if you want to see, you can see data set on a ADLS level. I will see a preview here. I am able to see this. So after doing this, this is what we got here. Then I will go to the EDF here. I will click on pipeline section. I am creating a pipeline. So I need to write the name here. This is my property window for pipeline. I need to enter the pipeline. So this is my pipeline from ADLS to Azure SQL. Name I am giving ADLS to Azure SQL. I will click on, of course, I will save this. This name will be saved here. Then I will use the copy activity. Copy activity. So here we can do a plus or minus. We can zoom in and zoom out. If you want to fit this, you can use a fit here. Or if you want to auto align, this auto alignment will be there. And we have another property window here. This is what we can see here. We can scroll up, this scroll down. Apart from this, we have a validate. Each and everything are here. So if I click on this, I will see the property button has like source, sync, mapping, setting and all. But if I click outside this, I can see the variable, parameter, setting and output. I will click on this section here. After clicking on this, I will scroll up little bit. I will go to the journal. Under copy data, what we are doing here, naming convention, we are copying data from ADLS Azure Data Lake Storage to Azure SQL. I am copying data from Azure ADLS to Azure SQL. So here activity state, I can put activity state as activity, or I can put it as deactivate. I can activate this activity here, or otherwise I can deactivate. So by default time here is nothing but it's a second, minute, hour and a day. So by default it will run for 12 hour. Retry here if it fails. I don't want to retry this. Retry interval you can set for 30 second also. This is what you can do. I am keeping it by default. I am not changing anything from here. Then I am clicking on this. I am going to the source. In the source here, I need to mention the, so here we don't have a source data set. I will click on new. After clicking on new section here, I will see, so my source data set is within the ADLS Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. This is my Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. So my type of data is delimited CSV. I will delimited text here, that is a CSV. I'll click on continue. If I go back here, these are the type of data, the data which ADF stored. So I will go to this, I will click on continue here. I will click on, this is my ADLS and this is my, I'll call it, this is my data set. This is my data set on a source level and for ADLS Azure Data Lake Storage. Name here, I will write the link service here. I will write, this is my link service here. We need to build the connection with ADLS now. I will write, this is my link service and this link service is connected with the source now. So I am using auto resolve integration runtime. I am using IR here. This is by default IR I am using. Account key we can change in, will change in the future. So subscription here, this subscription where my ADLS is. So now it will load here. So what I am doing here to link the service. I will click on a test connection part here. After clicking on test connection part here, I will be able to see the connection here. By default it should come successful. Your link service is properly connected, very systematically connected with your source. So this is what we got here. Now here you can mention file path. From here also you can mention the file path, or you can click on OK. You will see dashboard like this. This is my source dashboard here, or otherwise what you can do here, you can click on open section here. If you click on open section, it will show you connection, schema, parameter. This is on a dataset level. If I click on here, so he's asking me a location because file system, directory and blob. Of course, this is a file name. So here, what I'll do here, I will enter the file while browse. I will go to the test container. Within the test container, whatever the file I have uploaded here, that I will select, I will attach this with this. Automatically this will pop up. We don't have any directory. If we have a directory here, by default that directory will be shown here. If you want to preview the data, we can preview the data as well here also. First you need to check data on ADLS level, then you need to check data set on source level, then you need to check on sync level. This is what we got here. So I'm keeping by default here, I'm putting compression type same, columnar delimiter, separator between one property to another one. This is row delimiter. Row delimiter is nothing but it will build relationship between last row and next row here. Encoding by default I'm keeping. Code character here by default I'm keeping like inverted comma, double slash. So I'm using escape here. This is by default I'm keeping this, I'm not changing these things. So then I have to go to the source is ready now. I need to go to the sync now. Sync. If I'll go to the sync, on sync level I need to build again. I'm building here. So what I'll do here, my sync is nothing but Azure Data Lake. My sync is Azure SQL. So I'll go to the Azure SQL here. I will add this is my, I'll write this is my data set on sync level. If you give a naming convention properly, it will be very, very easy. So here, so this is what, so here if I'm writing, so this is my link service. So this is my link service for a sync. What is my link service for a sync here? Azure SQL database here. I'm removing this one number. Next thing here, if I click on subscription, of course, a subscription, show all, we have a subscription here. Next one is server name. By default, it will sync that server name. If you have multiple server, you need to remember the name. And I will go to the Azure SQL database here. So this is my DB SQL here. Username I have given is a DB admin. If you forgot this username here, you have to go to the SQL server. There you can find the name. So now password here, the password here, usually we will use Vault, but first time we are doing here. So we are not pushing more hard. So this is what we are doing here. But if I click on test connection here, this connection will fail. Why this connection will fail here? We will get the failed error here. Why this connection will fail here? Because we have to enable the firewall rule. On which level? On a database level. So let it fail first. If I check the test connection here, it will fail. Yes, it will fail like this. If you see the error report here, build a habit of checking the error report because each and everything cannot be perfect. So what we have here, as you see here, what we have, cannot connect to the database. Please cross check here. It will give you error here. Your basically is not able to connect. Reason for this is nothing but if I go to the SQL server, if I go to the Azure SQL database here, so this is what I have. If I go to this here, I need to edit the firewall rule. I need to change this. Basically, I need to allow my, so what I need to allow, I need to allow one Azure service to connect with it or talk to each other. And another thing is I'm going to use the SSMS SQL Server Management Studio. Because of that reason, I need, this is my local IP here. This IP connectivity also I need. So I'm doing one time here. Without firewall rule, you will not be able to. Of course, this connection will not be built. So now if I test the connection here, this connection will pass if your credentials are properly here. So we got the test connection pass here. We will click on create. As we clicked on create here, each and everything is perfect here. So this is what, if I click on OK, so test table, I'm not adding any. Another thing under sync part here, if I go to sync part here, if I see insert, what I'm doing here, I'm doing insert here, right behavior is insert or whatever we are doing. Use existing one, table type is use existing one, we don't have existing table. Or can I click on auto create the table? Yes, I can click on auto create the table, right? I'll write the auto create a table here on now here. This is what we have. If we tick this box here, scenario will be very different. What I'll do here, I'll write a DBO database object, that is, this is nothing but I'll write it as a test table. I will write this as a test table. If I click on this, each and everything I'm keeping. So then what I will do here, I will click on validate, right? Mapping, I'm not doing mapping here. I'm using by default mapping one here as of now. Setting, I'm not changing anything here. Maximum data integration unit I'm keeping as auto. I can change this to the 4 or 5 or other properties as well. I'm keeping by default. I will click on validate now. So it will check your validation of pipeline. Now if you click on debug here, this is a manual trigger. It will run your pipeline, of course, for a duration of time. The time your data is not synced from source to sync. So here you will get the dashboard like this. How to get this dashboard? If you click on here, you will reach on the sync, you will reach on configuration session. If I go outside this, if you click here, we can see here.
what we have, parameter variable. Here you will get the output here. So it will take a time here. So in this we have input here. If you tick on input, we have input here. What is the input here? He's saying there is one CSV here, delimited text source here. This is source here. So this is the here. So now otherwise I can see this as well, detail as well. Later we will see. This is successful here. So what I will do here, I will not remove the error. Whatever the error is coming, I will show you these people. I will show you this error, because as I said, nothing can be 100% perfect. What can be the error type? From there we can learn. So this is what we got here. Whatever the file we had here, that is converted into a table now. So we have from CSV file, we have a table, and that table is here. So if I go to the resource here, this table is here on this. Of course, we have a DB here, database here. On this database, we have a table. So how to do this? I can do on local. Before I'm doing on SSMS and environment here, I'm connecting to the SQL Server Management Studio here. I will use SSMS, SQL Server Management Studio here. So let me connect to the SSMS here. So then we will see the table which is created inside the database where we hosted in our Azure SQL. So this is what we have here. If I click on Control V, this is okay. Secret authentication is okay. Admin is okay. I have to enter the password. Yes, this is the data. I need to check this database name. Is DB SQL. It was the name called DB SQL in capital one. I'll click on connect. I'm able to connect to the SSMS now, SQL Server Management Studio. After connecting to the SSMS here, I am able to see my database. Then within the database, I will be able to see the test table, the table which we created. And if you want to query this, you can run the new query section. If you go to the new query here, I'll do a select star from the table name here, whatever the table is. So this table should have same data, the data which we had in a ADLS. So that was a CSV file. Now this is converted as a table here, as you can see on the bottom side of a result page, bottom side of a result tab, that is. This is what we can see here. So these are the some of the things we have here. How many row we have? I think we have around 2000. I'm not 100% sure. This is what we need to understand. This is our first lab. Slowly we are going to add more advanced scenarios. Let's talk about integration runtime now. Integration runtime is nothing but whatever pipeline we are running here, whatever activity we are executing from source to the sink, that is on a integration runtime. Basically, integration runtime will provide us compute infrastructure, underlying resources, underlying power to move data from one source to another, and it will provide us data transformation and activity dispatch is on infrastructure. That infrastructure is an integration runtime. So we have a type of integration runtime. As of now, we was using Azure, of course, Azure IR integration runtime. Now we will use self-hosted IR. So let's configure self-hosted IR. So I will convert my virtual machine. I will convert my laptop as a IR. So we can create window as well. We can create others as well. There are many ways you can work on. What I'm doing here, I'm creating IR now, integration runtime. I need to go to the portal here. Whatever the task you did here, if you're publishing here, then only it will be published into. I will click on publish part here. So then this is what it will be published here into after this. But if I go to the this, I need to go to the manage section here. Under manage section, I need to click on integration runtime. On integration runtime, I need to click on new. So I need to click on self-hosted one. After clicking on self-hosted, of course, click on continue here. I am choosing a self-hosted integration runtime. So this is my integration runtime. I am putting this as a, so I'm just setting this as a self-hosted. This name is too lengthy. So if you want to, of course, we can't have a special case letter here. So this is my self-hosted IR. I'm making it simple, short. So naming convention is entirely on us. I will click on create. If I click on create here, I have a key here. I can click on express setup here, or otherwise I can click on a manual setup as well. I'm going with manual so you will understand more clearly.
So here it will give me a list of IR here. If I go to this section here, it will give me, if I click on download section here, it will give me a list of IR here. So you can take one of these. I'm taking this 5.6460. I'm taking this 60 version. If you drop down here, you just, it will start downloading this. It's approximately 1 GB, 1 gig here. So here, this is what we got. So now whenever we are choosing any version here, please take a version in the middle, like don't take a latest version, because latest version will not be a stable version. So definitely it will take, definitely that stable version will not be helpful to us. Similar way here, this is what we are getting, this is getting download here. It will not take much time. Then we will configure, we will convert our virtual machine as a IR. We will convert this virtual machine as a IR. We by default we have a two key here, key 1 and key 2. If I go to the node section here, by default status, IP and all, if I click on auto update here, enable or disable, if there is any update for IR here, that will be automatically here. Sharing and links here, by default we have this setting. By default we have this. So I will just click once here. Of course this is taking some time here, so this is not done yet. So if I click on once here, click once, automatically it will start doing configuration. Of course, installation process, normal process. Preparing to install here. I will go to the next part here. Accept the license agreement. Click on next section here. Click on next again. And one more noticeable thing, what I'm doing here, I'm not putting this IR into my program file. Why? Because I have to change some permissions here. So if I change the permission, that permission will be changed from this program file as well, because of course that is secure. So I don't want to mess up with those. So because of that reason, what I'm doing here, I'm choosing another file, and I'm choosing another, I'll say this is my IR folder. I will keep this within the IR folder here in a C drive. I will click on OK. After clicking on OK here, I'm doing installation in C drive, but I created another folder here. In that folder, I did the installation. Then next, of course, further installation process will start. So that we're using very specific folder to do installation on. So it will install IR here, integration runtime on our local system. Will take some time here. Yes, this is okay. So basically what I did here, I created one. If I go to my C drive here, on C drive I had, basically I have not created years today now, but I had IR folder. So in IR folder I am installing this. You can see the timestamp here. I am installing on this here. So here we have, I am installing, I am configuring on this. We have to create. Why you're not touching, why I am not creating this on a program file? Because program file will have a many, of course many files here, many software is installed on this. If I change the permission from somewhere here, it's not good, because security issues. So you can understand that much. It will take some time to install. So as soon as this will install here, I will come back. This approximately took 1 minute. This approximately took 1 minute here. I'm just going to click on finish, and then I will click on yes. After clicking on yes, he's asking me to enter the key here. We have a key here for authentication, of course security. I have a key here. You can copy one of the key here. You can paste this Control B. After clicking on this, I will be able to see. I need to see the registered part. If I register here, it will verify the key which I, of course it will verify the key here. Then I will click on a finish section here. If I click on a finish section here, it will show your integration runtime is hosted. Basically, my virtual machine, my local laptop will be a IR integration runtime now. So by using this local system here, I can run the pipeline. So I will not use cloud IR here. So I will, it will not cost me any extra costing for Azure IR here. That is also one of the things which you can enable here. It will take some time, and depends upon your system speed, how good your system resources you allocated here. If I click on this here, it will pop up here after some time. Of course, this after I'll close this. If I click on this one here, it's the same here, but if I click on close section here, it will show me this, because in the background configuration is going on. So that's why it's not running as of now. This is not running here. What I can do here, you can now, if you see like this here, what you can do, you can click on refresh also. It's refreshing, running with the limited capacity. Why? Because yes, this is okay. I'll do a launch a configuration manager. As of now, this is showing inactive here. If you refresh this after some time, it will show you active. Of course, configuration will take some time. Just wait for some time here. After waiting for some time, automatically this will become active. Actually, this will become active. It will take some time. Or similar way, if we refresh here, automatically this will run. So this is the version here. If I click on this one here, now configuration will be little different. If I go to the node here, this is my laptop name. Status is inactive as of now. You don't have auto update here on this. Of course, if there is any sharing and links. So I converted my laptop as a IR integration runtime, and on this IR we are going to run. In this IR integration runtime, we are going to run the pipeline now. This is what you can see from here. This is running here because this is running on. If you see here, if you see here, so you can see this is running here. Now we will do a next task by using self-host. That's it. Let's connect next. Now in our first case, we created pipeline by using Azure IR. Now whatever integration runtime we created here, from that IR we are going to create the, of course we are going to run the pipeline. Because of that reason, I'm going to the author session. I will go to new pipeline creation here. I will click on pipeline here. Now this pipeline name is nothing but I am using, we are doing on-prem. Basically, I am using my laptop and we are moving to Azure SQL. We are moving to the Azure SQL. I am using this. Again, same like before, I am using copy activity. So copy will help me to move data from source to the sink. Same configuration I am doing. I am going to the source. In my case, source is very different now. So today I am using local C drive here, local desktop or local laptop here for this. So what I need to do for this, if I go to the file here, under file we have a file system. So dataset will be different. I am creating a file system. So my CSV file. What I'll do here, this is my dataset here, and that dataset is on on-prem. I'll say this dataset is on a on-prem environment, and this is my source dataset here. So naming convention will be very important. We can write shortcut, you can write long names as well. There is no problem here. So I can click on this. I'll say this is my link service here. I can write ls as well. So link service here for a source. This is my link service for a source. Able to see this. So now here I am using self-hosted IR, the IR which we created here. So where is my host? You can enter the host location. My host location is a C drive. So basically the drive where we created here. If I go to the C drive, my location is a C drive. Just came here to show you people. Just you need to copy this C drive here. Just copy this. Those who are not familiar, right? So this is what we have to. I just need to click on this one here. After clicking on this, of course, I am entering this. This is my host. So now then I need to enter username here. Username of your system. Mine is admin. So you have to go to your C drive. Under C drive, you have to go to the user page. So the user which you are using using to log in here. In my case, mine is admin. So in your case, it can be different as well. I'm using the same here. I'm using the same name here to log in here. Using same name here. This is my admin here. So then I'm entering a username here, then password. Of course, we need to enter the system password. We need to enter the system password. This is what we got here. But one noticeable factor is nothing but a host name here. This is okay. This is also okay. So what I'll do, I'll click on a test connection here. If I click on test connection here, it will fail because by default, we need to know there is, whenever we are installing IR here, in IR we have a CMD. Basically, we have one gateway here. That gateway by default will block all incoming requests here. If I have this here, he says access to the C is not allowed. Access to the C is not allowed here. So this is what we got here. What is the solution for this? Solution for this is nothing but I will update this for you people. So what you can do here now, if I go here now, here see what we have here. So basically we have a file. Of course, this will be changed to location. So what we need to do, we need to disable location of folder path validation. Why? Because so we have a DMG here. We have a gateway here. So what is the responsibility of gateway? By default, it will block all the request which is entering here. So I need to, what is the solution for this? Solution for this is nothing but I have to go to first C drive. So from the C drive here, what I need to do here, I need to go under C drive here. Of course, the IR dataset one here, not IR dataset one here. Basically, so I configured agent on a C drive here. On a C drive here, IR folder. I need to go to the 5.0. I need to go to the shared one here. Under shared, I need to see one. Yes, this DMGCMD here. This is a gateway file here. So what I need to do here, I need to enable the gateway for connectivity. So this is what I got. So then I will open the PowerShell here. So but I need to open the PowerShell as admin. I need to open PowerShell as admin. Whenever you are making some configuration changes, we have to make this as a admin. Then only he will allow us to do. I'll open the PowerShell in my local system. Yes, then I'll do a CD here. Of course, two codes here. I'm putting a location here. Control B. This is okay. This is working here. Then what I will do here, I'll enable the folder path validation here under this. I'll enable the folder path validation here. This you can copy paste. This will be with the, so basically this can copy and paste. .dmgcmd written in PowerShell. Whenever you are executing some script here, you have to write dot slash. So you can execute this. This is what, if I see here, I saw this. So after doing this one here, this is okay, done. Then what I need to do here, I just need to test the connection one more time. If I test the connection here one more time, I can test the connection one more time here. If I test the connection one more time here, so I can see this. But one more thing here, if I'm talking about username here, before username, there is one change, other change which I need to make here is whatever the username I say here, so this username comes after. If I'm saying about this username comes after my system. I have to enter here my system information. I have to enter my system information here. This is I can enter. I need to enter system information here. If I go under system information here, I can see my system information. Means in your, you can see your system information. This information means desktop 6kln qdf. So this we have to enter here. Means you have to enter your own. I have to enter my own here. If it's not taking, sometime it will take admin, but of course you can consider adding your system name as. First, what we got? You got a system name, then admin here. Now we can test the connection. Password has to be from this username. If you are using multiple user in your system, of course, make sure you knows the password of that particular user as well. This configuration you can do here. After doing configuration here, this will be successful here. As this will be successful here, then we can run the pipeline the way we did in our old session, of course, in last one here. So this is the change here. This can be little slow. Why? Because I'm using my laptop as a IR. I'm giving limited resources here. But if you're using virtual machine, if you're creating virtual machine here, if you're converting that as, it will be more faster or far better. Another thing here, we can use the vault many time, all the time we will use a vault. Vault we will use in a coming sessions, but just to make one structure here, I'm putting this. It's taking some time here. As soon as this will be successful here, I will come back. Yes, so I have not made any changes here. I thought to come back, but it's okay. So this is okay. So what I did here, so this is successful here. So make sure this configuration is correct. I clicked on create. It will be slow because I'm using my system. You can understand here i5 processor. how much fast it can be. I'm not giving 100% configuration under i5 processor, of course, because of that reason. So what I'll do here, you can enter the location of your data set here. Again, it will take more time to load. So we need to, that data set has to be only in a C drive, because I have given location only to the C drive. Means whatever location you want to access the data from, you need to give location from that only. Don't try to enter other unnecessary access. We need to avoid here under data side, because we are working on a data. Otherwise our other data will be synced from different source. So that is not a secure way of doing data ingestion. Basically, if I say, this is the process of doing data ingestion. Yes, it will take some time here, as you knows here, because we have a limited number of resources. Yes, as I got a data set here, so then what I'm doing here, of course, this is my IR data set here. After IR data set here, I can take this. I'm taking one of the file from here. I can take one of the file from here. I'm taking exam score prediction one here. I'll click on OK section. After clicking on, I'll click on OK. So I got this here. I'll click on OK section here. After clicking on OK here, so our this source is ready. So now I need to do the sync in the same way. I need to go to the new data set. Of course, I am adding again here one more time. Azure, this is, I'll do, this is my data set for a, this is my data set for a sync. I am adding this, but here we can't, if you are adding underscore, we need here, this is okay. The link service here, link to the sync we already have actually, so I'm using the same. Okay, for your understanding, I'm creating a new here. What I'm doing here, I'm putting this as a link service. For a sync, I'll put 01, because this name we already have. So we are using, so now for sync, I'm not using this, I'm using self-hosted IR. For source, I'm using self-hosted IR. For sync, I'm using hosted IR. Please remember, whenever you are interacting, whenever by default you are connecting one service to another service within the cloud, here you need to use Azure IR. If you are connecting any on-premises environment, on that on-premises environment, you need to install self-hosted IR. That is the logic of using self-hosted and Microsoft hosted IR. Of course, server name by default is taking here. Database, this is the DB SQL here. Authentication, we are using SQL authentication again. Name was DB admin. I'm using the DB admin here. After DB admin here, I'm entering the password here. Password of our thing. So I'll test the connection here. So it will be fast, because we are talking about cloud services. So if I click on this, I will be able to see. We are creating table out of that. So I will click on OK here. Or to create the table again, same story. I'll click on open. Under open section, I will click on add manually. I'll do a DBO. So I'll do, this is my hosted table. I will give one name here, hosted table. But one thing I need to change from here is, I need to click on auto create table. That is okay. Each and everything is okay. It and fine. So what I'll do here, I'll click on then yes, this is okay. Copy data from ADLS to on premises one we are talking. So I'll do a validate here now. Then I will do a debug. I'll do a validation here. I'll do a debug here. So whatever the file I have on my laptop here, like this similar way, it will help us to migrate data from on premises to cloud environment. So you can install IR on your on premises environment. This is what, and of course it will take time, because on the source side here we have Azure IR. On sync side we have on sync side we have on source side we have hosted IR. On sync side I have Azure IR. This is what we have. It will take some time. Of course, it took very less minute, less time. This is what we got here. If I go to SSMS here, SQL Server Management Studio here, we already had a connection. That is a positive take from here. If I refresh this, so there will be another table here. If I go to this section here, I should be able to see the table. This is another table here. If I change the table here, this is my first table. If I'll do a select star from another table here, this is my another table here called street table. We created a two table here. This is my another table. Want to execute both of them, you can. Of them you got two table, one table, and this is how we can get in. So let's talk about trigger. We are going to understand now what is trigger and how this is going to impact our pipeline in ADF. If I'm talking about trigger here, trigger will define when and how we will run the pipeline, and it will help you to automate pipeline execution when and how you can run. So this trigger is divided into four category. Usually I consider as a three category. If I put manual trigger also, that will become four then. If I say schedule trigger here, schedule trigger is nothing but a simplest way of running the trigger type. Here we can put one fixed time, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, when I want to schedule, when I want to run a pipeline. Once in a day, once in a week, depends upon our requirement, once in a month even. Here some of the factor we can consider here. Next one is thumbling window one here. Thumbling window is nothing but it will run in a duration of like 15 minute once, 1 hour once in a day. So like this it will run in a span of that window, like 5 minute once, then in next 5 minute, then in next 5 minute, then in next 5 minute. Then next type of is event based one. Event based is nothing but as soon as I am adding some blob, so automatically it should trigger. If I delete the blob here, automatically it should trigger. Event based means as soon as this event will change, automatically my pipeline should trigger. Next one is manual trigger. Manual trigger is nothing but the way as of now I was doing debug here. Under this section, the way I was doing debug, if I go to the author section here, in author section, if I go to the pipeline here, this is the first pipeline we created. So here we have option on the top here, add trigger. If I do a debug here, it will initiate the manual trigger here. But if I want to attach the trigger here, I can add it. Or I can go to this, or I can go to the manage section. Under manage section, I can go to the new. So this is the link services here. I'm not creating link service. I need to see the trigger here. This is the trigger. I need to click on new section here. After clicking on new, I can write the name. First one is schedule trigger here. I can schedule the trigger here. I'll say this is my SCH. I'll put this is my schedule trigger. So now how I want to trigger this? I want to trigger this now. Let's take example of whatever the time is. That time I can customize. Occurrences here we have, right? Every 50 minute, every 20 minute, every 30 minute, 40 minute. When you want to schedule this, you can put a schedule trigger one way. Like this, your trigger will be first trigger. But trigger will not be applied unless we are going to publish. Publish will publish the trigger here, then only it will be applied. Otherwise, it will not be applied. Now, if I want to attach this trigger now, what I will do, I will click on add trigger. I will click on add trigger. I will add a new. Whatever the trigger we created just now here, schedule trigger. This trigger I will attach with my pipeline. So now one trigger is attached with your pipeline. So now as soon as, let's take example of 20 minutes after this, automatically it will run the pipeline. As soon as this will run the pipeline here, automatically that display will be shown here. Number of time your pipeline ran here. If I says here we have a trigger runs. Trigger runs on what? Schedule. So it will give you display list of the scheduled trigger run. Next one here, similar way I can set up thumbling window one as well. I'll go to the trigger here. I'll click on new. Here in plus of this, I will put the schedule thumbling one. In thumbling one here, I am saying every 50 minute, every 15 minute, or I am saying every hours, every 15 minute, or every 15 month. Of course, that will be too long, too lengthy. We can see here.
This is another type. We can create a thumb link, we can schedule one. And third part is event waste. Actually, I like to use this most. Why? Because it will avoid unnecessary use of trigger, will initiate your, basically will start your underlying compute power unnecessary. Of course, definitely there will be costing for underlying compute power that we should avoid as a data engineer. Then what I'm saying here, I'm putting a schedule in place of schedule. I'm putting event waste. What event waste? Storage event waste. So what is storage event waste here? What I'll do here, I'll go to, this is my storage account here. For what? I'll put for a container, like I'll put for a demo container. I will put for a demo container here. So then what I'll say here, I put one of the example like blob created or blob deleted. So as soon as I created the blob here, it will create. As soon as I deleted the blob here, as soon as I created the blob here, so of course this pipeline will trigger with the help of this trigger. As soon as blob is deleted here, automatically my pipeline will trigger. So which container here? That container, of course, the container, same container we have to write here. So if I put like a test container, I'm not sure. So we need to check here. Let's do properly. So then what I'm doing here, I have a pipeline here. Let's do this properly here. One of the example. What I'm saying here, if I go to here, but if I go to here, so I have a source here. Source is my ADLS. If I click on open section here, source container name is test container under source. So I can copy the same name. After copying the same name, what I will do here, I'll go to my pipeline section now. After going to the pipeline section, I will go to the pipeline section here. This in this pipeline, what I'll do, I'll go to the trigger. I will create a new trigger here. I will create the new trigger here. Which trigger I am creating here? I am creating a trigger called event waste. I am changing this event waste trigger now. After changing this event waste trigger here, I am attaching this here to the test container. Our container name is test hyphen container. What I am saying here, in this container, as soon as I will make some changes here, automatically those changes will be initiated. I'll say blob created. I'll click on OK. I'll click on continue. Okay. Two trigger is attached. Last one will work perfectly. But please don't forget to publish this. If you're not publishing this, error. There is an error here. Trigger one storage account is required. So trigger one, in trigger one here, what we have here. So I have a trigger one here. Storage account. Okay, I think I forgot to mention the storage account name. So let me modify this. So yes, this is okay. Test container, this is also okay. Yeah, this is also okay. Blob created or blob deleted. I can click on continue. Done. It's taking 0 blob matches. Yeah, automatically he detected this 0 CSV. Automatically he detected, because one of the option I have taken is blob deleted. And don't forget to publish. If you are not publishing, this will not be applied. If you are not publishing, this will not be applied here. Let's take example here. Then what I'm doing, I will go to my storage account. I will go to my storage account here. So this is the account here. So this is my account here. So this is the test container here. This is a test container here, euro million file. What I'm doing here, I'm doing a delete. I'm doing a delete here. So as I did the delete here, automatically, of course, this trigger should initiate. Or if I add, what I'll do, if I add a blob here, if I upload something here, I'll click on browse the file. Under this, I will upload this. Click on upload. One of the example here, this is what I did here. If I click on OK, if I click on this here, so here my pipeline will run. But if I want to, if I'll go to the trigger section here, under trigger section, I will see here. So here, now here, one storage event started already. This is what started here. So this is okay. If I go to the monitoring section here, so trigger failed, because why trigger failed? Trigger is okay. This is status is okay. Pipeline is running. So this is pipeline run. This was trigger one. This is right. Trigger one is our event waste one. When it ran just now, right? This is connected with our this. This is what we need to do. This is what we have to attach our trigger. This was our trigger. So now whenever we are running pipeline here, we have to run pipeline by enabling the trigger. We are not going to manually just debug. If I debug, manually my pipeline will run. So this is not the right way of doing. We have to enable the triggering. So this is what. Let's talk about scenario here. What is our scenario today? So we are going to understand one scenario here. I have a multiple CSV here. These multiple CSV are in my ADLS Azure Data Lake storage. So from this multiple CSV, I need to create the multiple tables, and those multiple tables I will create within Azure SQL. Of course, I will save in Azure SQL. Multiple CSV, multiple table, and I'm going continuously these multiple files are going to add up into the ADLS. And from this multiple file, multiple CSV, we need multiple tables. This is what we need to do. Next thing here is nothing but if I'm talking about here, for that I need to parameterize this. Basically I need to automate this. To automate this I need to use two things called parameter and variable. Parameter will help you to parameter is a container which will help us to store value from external location, and variable is a container which will take value during pipeline execution. So I will use parameter and variables here. With the help of parameter and variable, I will automate this pipeline. This is what we are going to understand here. This scenario here, I am going to use the series of activities, and one noticeable factor here is nothing but I need to create a loop for these files. I no need all file at once, I need files one at once. Because of that I need to create a loop. Let's take example of I have 1000 file. So 1000 file I need in a serial ways, 1 2 3 4 5 6 like this I need in a looping way. Because of that I need to use the loop. Metadata will help me to get the data from a source. So basically I'm going to use a series of activities here, and how we are going to implement that into our environment, let's see that. During practical execution I will show you in and out of this. Then I will go to the ADLS. My Azure Data Lake storage is my source here. In the ADLS I will create one container here. I'll say this is my m01 container here. Container to store the multiple file. I have m01 container. I created this container. Within the container here I am going to add the multiple data sets. Of course multiple file here I already have this. You can find under source section here. If I go to here, I have a data set for multiple files here. This is what one I took from the Kaggle one I'm not using. I created another one here. This one I'm using. I will click on open here, Control A of course, and click on Control A to select. I will open each and everything, all the files here. I will upload all the 7 files here. I have all the 7 files here. This is what we got. Then what I'm going to do here, my source is ready. Then I'm going to create the my sync is also ready. I already have Azure SQL here. Azure SQL Server plus database I already have. So here I'm going to move here. As of now, we don't have anything here. If I go to the database here, let's connect this to the SSMS. Before connecting to the SSMS, don't forget to configure the firewall rule. Otherwise, you are not allowed to interact with. This is my, yes, I'm going to here attach this one here. This is okay. Then I'll allow save. After clicking on save and allow here, I will be able to see this. This is what we got here. After doing this is what I got. So then what I will do here, I will connect this to the SSMS just to show you people there is no file here or no CSV here. So what I need to go to the database. I need to go to the database here. I'm using 9001. Yes, I have 2 actually. So this is what I'm doing. Then this is what I'm doing here. I'll use SSMS, SQL Server Management Studio. SSMS I will use. So I will connect my database to the, of course, cloud database to this. Control V here. I am using SQL authentication here. DB admin was my username. Use this. Of course, database we need to add. Database already there. This is DB database 9000. Connect. So we, whatever the CSV file we have, from those CSV we need to create the multiple tables. To create the multiple tables, of course, I need to connect this to the environment.
sometime this firewall rule implementation will take some time here. We have to be, of course, we have to take some this. So, or otherwise, if this is not working, you have to just work on your firewall configuration. Just what you need to do, you just need to set the firewall rule. That's it. You have to just change this, add this one here, and tick the box here, save here. Implementation of this firewall rule will take some time. Sometime it's a faster process. Depends. What I'm doing here, I have a object explorer. I'm getting into the object explorer, and this is my server URL. Authentication is okay. Password. So be careful whenever we are typing a password here, right? So database server should automatically pop up like this. Click on a connect here. So like this it will be. So matter of some patience. So this is what we got here. Then I have a table under this. So as of now, I have only test table. This is the old table here. Just I created just to test. If you want to remove, you can drop as well. As of now, I don't have other table 4, 5, 6, 7 CSV file. Those file table I don't have. Let's automate this process. So what I'm going to do here, I will click on pipeline here. I will click on create pipeline here. I will go to the new pipeline section. Straight away, I will write the pipeline name here. Then what I'm saying, this is my this for ADLS to Azure SQL. We are creating multiple table from a multiple CSV from ADLS to Azure SQL. This is the name I have given. So first activity I'm using first time is so what I'm using here, I'll use get metadata. So get metadata will help me to get the metadata from a source here. What is my source? ADLS. So I have to do a configuration for this. What I need to do, go to the journal section here, metadata. I'll say get metadata will help me to get the metadata, but my metadata source is ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage. Each and everything I'm keeping same. I will go to the networking settings section. I need to add the dataset. My dataset location is ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage. File type is delimited CSV. What I will do here, I'll write this is my dataset, and my dataset location, if I say dataset location, if I say dataset location is ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage, Azure Data Lake Storage underscore. So this is okay. So then I'm doing a new service here. So what I'm doing here, I am doing this new, this is my link service. I'll write this is my link service here. So this link service by default is connected with Azure Data Lake Storage, and this link service is for my source. This link service is for my source here, naming convention. Key authentication is okay. I need to add the subscription name. I need to enter the storage account name. Storage account name is popping up as ADLS this actually. So storage account, whatever the storage account I'm using here, actually that is a storage account. 9,000 is a storage account, I think. That is also ADLS, but that name is not popping up here. That name is not coming up here. So I have to use the 2001. I'm using 2001. So no problem. I'll do a test connection. So here I have a two server actually. If I go to the, I have a two here. If I go to the Azure SQL database here I have a two. One is 2001, another one is 9001. I'm using 2001 here. This is what basically this I'm using here. So then this is okay. So I'll click on create. But what is the change here? Change is nothing, but on this level we don't have any data set here. So I have to change the now. This is my database here, DB database here. So I have to go to the resource groups. Under resource group, I need to check here SQL GRP, I think. Yeah, Central India. Under Central India, we have two here. So I need this is my SQL server. This is my DB for SQL. I need to go here. This is okay. This one is okay. So then this is okay. I have a two here. 9,000 I will use for sync. That is okay. But I'll use ADLS here. Azure Data Lake Storage. So Azure Data Lake. Okay, I misunderstood this. This is okay because 2000 name is here. Basically, I'm talking about source. Source is nothing but Azure Data Lake Storage. Source is nothing but it's Azure Data Lake Storage here. So I no need to change because I was thinking about sync. So source is okay. So source is ready here. This is okay. Each and everything is fit and fine. I need to click on open now. If I click on open here, certain things I'm going to need to notice here from here. What I need to browse the data and I need to attach the container. And from the container here, I need to take multiple files. I'm not taking single file. Don't click in any one of this. Just keep it like this. After keeping like this here, just keep like this here. Don't change this. After changing this, what I will get here? If I go to the user settings, each and everything is good. If I click on validate, if I click on close section here, if I click on debug section here, so he says it cannot be empty. Why it cannot be empty? Because we are not giving him any. What we need to check the field list from here. What we need to take? We need to take the list of what you want. I want a list of child item, or we can take multiple things from here. I want a list of child item. What is my child item? My child item is nothing but the name of the file. That is my child item. Basically, my multiple files are a child item. I used get metadata. It will help me to get the metadata from source. First job. So this it will do this. This will do. Then next thing what I will do here, I will get the list of child item. Then the child item I need to loop. I need to iterate. For that, I need to use another activity called for each. For each will provide looping within our ADF environment. If I'm talking about Azure Data Factory environment, it will provide looping here from source to the sink. So I have this. So what I'm doing now. This is also I think successful here. But if I see the output here, it's showing me a child item, and child item is a name of the file, object basically. Second thing what I'll do, I'll use the for each, and I will configure the for each activity as well. I will go to the setting part here. Each and everything I'm doing, I'm keeping by default, so it will be easy for you to understand. I'll go to the setting section. I'm putting a sequential here. I'm adding a child item here. As I am adding a child item here, so I am adding dynamically here. Why? Because I want this child item to get from a metadata. So this we have a metadata here. From metadata, I am getting the child item. I'll click on OK. I got the child item here. The next process, what I need to do here, I need to now my value are all the value are within the pipeline. So I need to use the variable. So what variable will do? Variable will help me to get the values from the pipeline section. So I'll use the set variables. So I'll use the set variable here. I'll click on setting. I'm not changing name. It will help you to analyze which activity I'm using. Here I don't have a set variable here. I am setting the variable for all file. I need all file variables. I'll click on OK. I'll click on confirm. I have to define the variable here. So variable is nothing but it's a all file. But all file is nothing but if you put items only, what will be the problem here? It will not collect the array. It will not call the array because array is my name. Item is my name. So I have to enter the name section here. After entering this, each and everything will work perfectly. My variable will take the value. Now I can use a copy data. Now copy data will help me to copy the data from value from a source to the sink here. I have a copy data activity here. I will attach the copy data activity. Copy data will help me to copy the data from a metadata, of course, from the source to the sink. Source, again, my source is, if I click on new, my source is ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage. If I click on continue here, I'm creating separate data set here so you can understand. I can use existed one as well. I am seeing this is my data set for the copy activity and the data set is ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage. I am creating a link service here. My link service is for a source basically. My link service is for a copy activity and it's ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage. Naming conventions. Hyphen we cannot have, we can have only underscore. This is what we got here. Then I can click on subscription part here. I can click on storage account here. I'm taking a storage account. I will click on a test connection. I will click on a test connection. So of course there is another link service which I'm building here with my ADLS Azure Data Lake Storage and that is on a copy level. So this is what we got here. I'll click on OK. But one more thing here, if I need all files from the source here, what I need to do here, I need to use the parameter to get the value from the source. So what I will use here, I will make a slide change here. I'll go to the open section here. What I have to do, I have to define the parameter here. I have to define the parameter, and I have to define the parameter of all files on a, I have to define a list parameter on a data set level. This is what I got. Then what I'll do, I'll put a connection here. Then of course file path, I need to give a file path, whatever the path is. This is my container here. Then I will use the parameter here. From the parameter I will call these files here. I will call all the files from the parameter. I'll click on this. This is what we have to, this change we have to make on a sync level. This is what we got here. Now our source is ready. Our source is ready here. Now here outside we have to define the variables actually. Not this, don't define this iterator. Here we need to define the variable which we, this is okay. Source is okay. What I'm doing, I'm doing a source here. This is okay. Then I need to click on a sync part here. Whatever the error is going to come, I will not remove those. We can understand from errors here. I'm using sync dataset also. I'm using separate datasets here. Just understand, you people. You can use the same as well. I'll use this here. So my sync is not ADLS, but my sync is Azure SQL database. I will click on continue part. After clicking on continue part here, this is my sync. This is my sync here. I'll click on linked service here. This is my LS4 or link service for. This is my link service for your SQLs one. And don't forget to enable the firewalls here. I will use this here. We are using server of 9000 here. So if I go to the database here, I will go to the database of 9000. I am using username. Username is dbadmin. And password is, I am using a password here. I am using a password here. Is okay. Usually we should use a variable here. And your firewall has to be enabled. Then only it will allow you to connect. Otherwise firewall will block all incoming request which is entering from any source. I'm not creating a table. If I create a table here, basically I cannot create a table here, and I have to click on auto create a table, but I want to create the table from multiple CSV. What I have to do, I have to automate this part. What I'm saying here, I'm saying DBO database object, and this part name of the table by default we don't have. I need to automate this. If you need to automate this, so what I need to do, I need to define the variable on a dataset level. I'll click on a dataset level variable here, and I will call that parameter. I need to define, not variable, parameter. So I need to define the variable parameter. This parameter will help me to call the value from a, this parameter will help me to call the value from here. I'll click on OK. This is what we got here. So now each and everything is ready. If I go to the validate section here, invalidate here, no value provided on a parameter file here. Okay, of course we have to provide this variable here under this section. Of course we have to provide on this. Outside we need to call the variable, inside we need to call the parameter. So on dataset level we need to call the parameter. Now here from this we will generate multiple CSV. Nothing but we will generate the multiple CSV here. It will take some time. Of course it will execute one at a time. We'll get, this is got queued here. Got here we can refresh here. Number of file means number of time it will copy. Number of files mean number of time it will copy. Basically our final thing is, it will take some time because execution will take time here. Set variable is okay. Now here see get metadata is okay. For each is creating a loop. Copy data 1, copy data 2, copy 3, copy 4, copy 5, copy 6,000 file. It will copy one at a time. Because of this for each will provide the loop. So finally what we will get here, finally if I go here, we will get, finally if I go here, if I refresh this environment here, finally if I refresh this environment here, we will get a final environment as a multiple tables. Some of the error intentionally I am not removing here. One of the error is I am getting .csv extension also I am getting here. So if you want to remove the extension here, by default, I was about to show this. What I'm saying here, I have a table here. Table by default is generating a table is okay. We are getting a table. Whatever our requirement was, we are able to generate the multiple table from here. I will click on select star from, of course, I will drag and drop the table here. This is okay. Whatever we wanted to do, that we are able to do. This is okay. We got the data set. So as we got the table from this data set here, multiple CSV by default will be created. But what is the problem here? I am getting a CSV extension actually. Table will never have an extension like this. Do we have any choice? We have a choice here. What we can use? We can use a replace. What replace will do? Replace will help you to replace the value from a source to the sink actually. Source to the sink. Of course, original value to the replaced value. What I will use here? I will go to post my pipeline here. Each and everything will be executed here. Let it be successful first, then I will change next time. So like this, we need to automate our pipeline. Like this, we need to create our this means thousands file we are adding here. So 1,000 time it will iterate here. Automatically we will get this. Viewed here one more time. I have 7-8 files. I forgot to count, but this is how it is. This is how it is. It will look something like this. So here also you will get the number of file. It might be little lengthier. The what it is. I'll click on refresh here. I will click on refresh here. So I'll click on table section here. So here 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Yeah, we got this. All each and everything is successful. But as I said, so what we need to do, I want to create the table on a sync level. I want to create a table on a sync level here. But here thing is nothing but I don't want to have a CS. For that, what I need to do here, I need to go to the open parameter here. So I am creating a table. So here I am going to use the replace actually. I can use a replace function. SQL function I am using here. A replace function I am using. So replace will help you to replace the value. What I am replacing here? I am replacing .csv. Whenever you are writing string value here, don't forget to add the quotes. Need to add the quotes here. Then I'm replacing that with the empty value because I don't need anything there. I'm using this. If I automate this one here, if I save this one here, I will get another change. What change here? If I do a validate, if I debug here, now whatever those CSV we got there, whatever those CSV extension we got there, that CSV extension will be replaced with the without extension because we had replaced as empty. So it will take again some time here. It will take some time again. The time taken process here. Yes, again it will restart. Whatever new tables will be, those new tables will be without CSV extensions. So this is our first scenario. So now we are going to add another scenario here. I am closing up this here, but first I want to show you people without that. I just want to show you tables without CSV. If I go under this, refresh here. If I go under this here, so I can see a table here. So here, so first of all, whatever the first file we got here, that is without a. If I click on again here, if I replace this, let's start from. If I click on this one here, I'll click on execute. So we got this. Like this, I think all will be added. All 7 will be added without this. Here, this is what we can get from here. 1, 2, we are getting slowly. This will execute. All of them will be. It will be same here. Execution will be same. I am keeping it short. Let's connect to the another scenario. If I'm talking about Spark here now, Spark is nothing but underlying engine who will provide compute power. But that compute power will be because of the combination of node. Now these nodes, if I'm talking about nodes here, logic behind this is distributed computing here. So we have a distributed computing here. Distributed computing is nothing but group of server arranged in order to handle the large workload. But as we are handling group of node here, so some we have to convert as a master node, some we have to convert as a worker node actually. Worker node will perform the task of doing large data processing, and master node will guide them. Basically master node will start the program. But in Spark cluster, what we have in the middle, we have a cluster manager here. Basically responsibility of cluster manager is to provide the required resources to the master and worker. Basically I have a master here, I have a worker here, there can be multiple worker here, one or two or three worker node. Definitely there will be more worker by default attached with the master. Within the master we have a context path here, Spark context. Basically Spark context will have a driver program. Responsibility of a driver program is to start the basically processing here. It will start, then cluster manager will provide the required resources to the worker and master as well. But if I'm talking about worker node here, within the worker node we have executor here, within the worker node we have executor here. So responsibility of executor is to execute the task. Execute the task. Task is nothing but a job. So what is a job here? Job is nothing but a data. If I say job is nothing but a task. Task is nothing but a data. So what I have here, I have a large data. So what I have a large data here. This large data I need to process, and this large data I need to process on the top of Spark. So to process this large data, I need to create the partition of this, because if I create a partition of a large data here, processing this large data will be far easier or far better, because managing chunks of large data is very very difficult. So we are creating a partition of first we have a data. From that data we will create the partition, and that partition will we will parallelly execute. If I says we will use a parallel execution here. Parallel execution is nothing but so this partition we will parallelly divides between different worker. Let's take example of I have a file 5 worker, I will create a 5 partition. If I have a 4 worker, I will create a 4 partition here, because whenever we are processing data on a worker node here, so that processed data, of course we are processing data on a worker node. First we have to create a partition to process the first we have to create the partition to create process that data here. So underline this, all together is called Spark. If I'm talking about another thing here, I says this environment is fault tolerant environment. Why this environment is fault tolerant environment here? If one of the worker node is not working, suppose this worker node is not working, if this worker node is not working, task of this worker node will be handled by another worker node. Definitely there is somebody to handle the workload. And positive thing is nothing but we are doing large data processing, so this large data processing will be done by the group of server. If you are using group of server here, of course it will take more time for one person to complete the task other than working people are working in a group. Similar way here, work node or machine are working in a group, virtual machine are working in a node, are working in a group. Definitely processing of data will be very very fast, very very large. So this is about the Spark here. Spark is underlying engine who will provide a underlying compute capacity for your data to process, but that data has to be partitioned first, then parallelly we have to execute this data between different workers. We can control the partition here, we can create the partition here, and that partition will be distributed with the worker node here. So worker node will process the data here. This is about the Spark here. Let's create environment for Databricks now. If I'm creating environment here, the environment can be created in a two ways. One way is nothing but we can create a free community edition. So that is one way here if you don't want to use the cloud. Another thing is nothing but premium tier, the tier which cloud is providing for a Databricks. So we are going to understand both here. First of all here, I'll take you to the portal here. So we'll create free community edition one. For that you need to access into one of the, of course access into the, get into the one of the browser, enter your credentials there, then you just click on Databricks community edition. As soon as you will go to the community edition here, within the community edition it will ask you to sign in to create the Databricks environment. So this is what we got here. If you can click on sign in to the free edition here. So click on this, of course enter your email ID, whatever your respective email ID is, enter your email ID. Then it will ask you to create a personal account. Click on this personal account here. After clicking on personal account here, you will be able to see the dashboard or a board of Databricks here, UI of user interface of Databricks. So this is what we can do here. CTRL plus minus will increase or decrease your font size. So this is the standard size 100. If you want to increase the font size, you can press CTRL plus plus, of course. Then one thing we need to consider here is nothing but if I get into this interface here, if I go to the compute here, compute will provide, compute is nothing but a cluster here. So by default we will have a serverless and it will be 2x small. So compute power will be very limited and we can't increase that. Of course, if you want to use this compute here, compute is nothing but a server which will provide underlying processing for Databricks. That is the thing here. Under free tier we will get a serverless. That is the only compute option we have. We can't customize. Other dashboard, UI, each and everything will look very similar. Each and everything is similar. Next thing what we can do here, we can create on our cloud environment. I'm taking so let's go to the Azure environment here. You can search here under all services. You can search for a Databricks here. If you search for a Databricks here, it will provide you a managed service. Here we have a managed service here. So if I click on create section here, I can create a Databricks service. Of course, I am saying this is my Databricks GRP. This is my Databricks resource group. So this is my Databricks server here. I am saying this is my Databricks workspace. Let me put a Databricks workspace for a session. Korea Central, I am under free tier. If you are under free tier, you need to check the resource quota. I don't think so. I have a resource quota in. I don't have resource quota in Korea Central. So I have to go to other regions here where I have a resource quota here. I'll go to the East Asia side. I will have a resource quota of 4 BCPU. Here workspace type we have a two option here. We can take serverless, we can take hybrid also. And I'm taking a managed resource group. This is my M Databricks GRP resource group here. So this is my managed resource group here. M Databricks GRP here. So I can create the resources under this. So these are some resources for cloud that we will come up later here. What resources are required? Networking I am enabling by default. I am keeping the same. Encryption also I am keeping the same. Security and compliance is also I am keeping the same here. Review and create. Basically I am creating a premium one here. I forgot to mention one thing here. Under basic here, under this Azure Databricks environment on Azure here, we have a tier here. You can go with the premium, you can go with the trial period of 14 days. But I'm going with the premium because we are going to use premium in our office environment. I will click on review and create. As soon as I will click on review and create here, it will review each and every resources here. After reviewing each and every resources here, I will be able to see the dashboard. I will be able to see the UI user interface. I will be able to see this from here. So this is of course this dashboard will look like same now. So what is the difference here? So I will take till the time this is not creating here. I will talk about this. Now let's talk about interface is same. So if interface is same means I need to write the logic. So that logic I have to write within the playbook. So how I can create the playbook? I just need to click on new. I just need to click on playbook. I can run the queries. I can run the dashboard. I can do other things as well. I can do these things also here. So then next thing is nothing but if I workspace, multiple workspaces we can manage under this. Of course, multiple workspaces we can manage under this. But as of now, this workspace is managed under East US 2 for a free tier. Of course, one of the data center they will use to manage the workspace. Then catalog recents is nothing but it will display you history, the task which you recently did here. Then apart from this here, we have a catalog here. We have a catalog here. We have a hierarchical structure here that also we will follow. Next thing we have a jobs and pipeline here. Jobs and pipeline compute here. As I said, we knows already. Marketplace, if we need some resources from marketplace here, we can take from the marketplace as well, right? If I want to do a SQL warehousing, this is what. If I want to do some data engineering work, so I can see the pipeline run and data ingestion platform. If I'm talking about data ingestion platform here, there are 100 plus data platform ingestion platform here in our Databricks environment. Almost it covers all the data ingestion platform, almost all here. We have so many platform here from where we can ingest our data to our Databricks environment. Of course, so here what we are going to do, we can something like this. We will go to the Databricks environment here. Of course, we will write our programming logic here within our Databricks environment here. If I say this is my, I'll say this is my test notebook just to rename. So I have a cell here now. So I have a cell here. Within the cell here, of course, whatever task I'm going to do, I'm going to perform related to my data here. One of the language I can choose. Control feet here, it's showing me only Python and SQL. Usually we have R and Scala as well. So we can use one of these. So whichever we are familiar actually. So we can use that. No need to rely on single language here. So this is what. So then we can create a multiple cell as well here. We can change, I can run all. So whenever we are creating a notebook here, that notebook we have to attach with our immediately with the server, because notebook need compute power to run load whatever the data is. That data will be on notebook, and that notebook need compute power to run on a serverless, of course, on a computer. So that is what we are going to do from here. This is what, and if we see this, this is what we are going to get actually. So file, edit, new, other things are very similar here, not very complicated things. This is nothing but a dashboard here. If you want to use the other environment here, you can see the comments here, ML flow experiment or history version, or you can see the variables also. You can see the environment also, other things also you can see from here actually. This is what we are going to understand here. We want to ingest data from ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage, to Databricks. But before doing ingestion here, because we need to understand certain thing here that can be complicated as well. Why? Because if I'm talking about Databricks here, Databricks is one single platform for large doing large data processing. This is my Databricks. But if I'm talking about Databricks here, Databricks is officially managed by Apache Spark. So Apache Spark is basically Apache Spark. Apache Spark, it's not Apache Spark, it's Apache software. If I say it's Apache software is the underlying platform who will manage the Databricks. And similar way, if I says here, ADLS is nothing but a cloud service. So if I'm talking about cloud service here, ADLS. So here I have to do identity and access management or centralized governance is from Microsoft Entra ID. Here for identity and access management, we have a Microsoft Entra ID, but in Databricks environment for identity and access management, we have Unity Catalog. So security configuration. Now I want to add data from ADLS to Databricks here. First, I have to verify my security here under Microsoft Entra ID environment. Then I have to verify my data security under or data verification under Unity Catalog, to security level. Then second thing here, these are two different platform, two different provider. I need to put a connection, a connector I need to put in the middle. I need to put access connector. Databricks access connector will help me to connect. Databricks access connector will help me to connect from ADLS to Databricks environment. But if ADLS is passing data to the access connector here, for access connector also we need to define the RBAC here, role based access control, basically on ADLS level. Then on Databricks level we have to create the external location. If we are creating external location, then only Databricks will allow us to pass data into the Databricks. And if we are defining proper RBAC for access connector here, then only ADLS will allow us to send data through access connector to a Databricks here. This end-to-end environment we are going to create now. So how we are going to see this, how we are going to do this, let's see this. ADLS, we need Azure Data Lake Storage, we need Databricks here. Both of them are ready. So I am going to use that. So what I'm going to do here, just now we created one. So this is ready here. Databricks environment is ready. In last session we created this. So in Databricks environment here, I will launch the workspace here. So this is not a community edition one. This is a premium edition one. In community edition, you cannot do identity and access management through Unity Catalog. So you have to create a premium one.
If you're creating a premium one here, first thing we need to consider is I'll do a CTRL plus so it can increase the font size. So you need to go to the compute here. You need to create a personal compute here. I'm creating a personal compute. I cannot create a lot of compute power here because I am under free tier. So I'm allowed to use only maximum up to 4 bcpu 4 bcpu. By default name is by default. If you want to change, you can change the name. Compute policy, this is by default policy here. There are many policies here. You can change this policy type as well. If I'm talking about machine learning runtime here, of course compute power here, that also you can change into different version. This is what you can change, but I cannot change much because this is okay. I'm using 18.1. So here I'm using this compute underline compute power. I can't change much from here because I have only maximum 4 bcpu of capacity remains in my subscription. So here termination after, suppose you are not using this compute server cluster, you are not doing any Databricks related work here, then automatically it will terminate after 120 minute of inactivity. You can customize this, so it will help us to save some cost here. First of all, we need to click on create. So I created a compute power here. So now this compute power, then next factor what I need to consider here, I need to create my target is I need to do a data ingestion from ADLS to Databricks. For that I have to go through series of steps. First step is nothing but, of course, I need ADLS here, Azure Data Lake Storage. We already have Azure Data Lake Storage here. So I'm going to use yesterday's one, ADLS 2001 I'm going to use. So here in this, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to create one. Of course, I think I have some container here. I'm going to create some container here. Yes, I have a container here. I'll say this is my Databricks container. This will be my ingestion container for a Databricks environment. I'll click on create. Then I will, of course, I will upload some of the data set here as of now. So I will upload some of the, this is my Databricks container here. I will just upload a random data set here. There is no specific thing as of now. Basically, I'm showing what the ingestion is. So I'm going to use these data sets here. Click on so I uploaded this. This environment is ready. Now next thing what I need to do here. So meantime, this cluster creation will take a long time. It will take at least 8 to 10 minutes here. So till the time this also will be ready. So what I'm doing here, this is what I did. Then I need to go to the all services. Under all services, I need to provide a access connector actually. So I need to click on a access connector for Databricks. This is a modern way of doing. Mounting is not option. That is not secure actually. There is other way mounting, but this is not secure. So I doing this. The access connector I am creating here, I'll say this is my A connector GRP. This name will be good. A connector GRP here I am writing. So name I am keeping as A connector access connector. So I am trying to make it easy whatever I can. Basically this naming convention I need later. I am adding in East US A connector. This is okay. Next one is managed identity. We have a two type of identity. One is system assigned managed identity, another one is user assigned. I'm using system assigned managed identity to for access management here. This is what I got. So access connector will be the connector who will connect me from ADLS to Databricks here. It will take some time, of course. So I will click on create. Now, first part is nothing but I have to create the ADLS. Second part is I have to create the access connector. Then third part is I have to provide RBAC from access connector to the Databricks or Databricks to the or ADLS to the access connector. I have to go to the ADLS, the same ADLS account. Of course, I have to go to here. Under this, I have to go to the IAM. Under IAM, I have to provide the, of course, under this, I have to provide the role assignment. I need to go under role assignment here. Under role assignment, what I need to do here, I need to provide one of the role. So I am providing blob contributor role because we are going to access the blob. I am providing storage blob contributor here, to whom we are providing to the managed identity. Our managed identity member is nothing but it's a access connector here. So A connector. So this is the connector here. I will click on OK. So basically one part is clear. One part is clear means one side is clear. We are clear in ADLS side or in Azure cloud side. Now what next we need to do here? We need to be clear in this environment here. But one bad thing is nothing but we are not allowed to, because I don't have a resource quota under this region, the region which I am creating a cluster here. So what is the solution here? Solution now, next thing here is nothing but if I need to connect this to the Databricks here, it will take some time. I think I don't have resources here. So I have created this in resource quota is a big factor here. Whenever we are creating resources under any region here, you need to have a resource quota. In East Asia, I don't have a resource allocation here. For vCPUs, I don't have. That's why he was giving me error of creating. But next thing, what I need to do here, next thing I need to go to the catalog option. Under catalog option, what we need to understand here, we have one hierarchy here. First one is workspace. Within the workspace, we have a catalog. Within the catalog, there will be a schema. Within the schema, there will be a volume. So basically, our location will be added under volume section. So what I need to do here, if I go to the catalog section, I need to create the catalog here. Of course, I need to create one catalog here. I am saying this is my, I'll say this is my, uh, I'll name this as this is my Udemy hyphen catalog here, so you can see easily here. So I need external location here. I can use, by default I can use the external location which is already there, but I can create my own external location because my external location is different now. External location, if I'm creating external location here, I am writing this is my ADLS, right? I am writing Udemy, right? I am writing this is for a this is my okay, so this is my external location, so I can use this n number of times. This is my external location here. This is my storage account. I need to write the URL of storage account, so it will be something like this, abfss, so colon slash container name. Container name was Databricks container. Container name was Databricks container. Databricks hyphen I need to check the name here, so I have to go to the ADLS environment here. From the ADLS environment, I need to check the container name here. I need to check the container name. I need to go to the container here. Within the container, we have a Databricks container. So that same name I have to give Databricks container here. Then at the rate, I need to write a Databricks. Then I need to write a ADLS name. This is my ADLS name. This is my ADLS name here. Then I need to write a .dfs 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 .core .windows.net. So this is what I have to do. This is what I have to do. If you are not familiar, Control X, you can see here. So this is what .dfs .core .window.net. This is the naming convention. This is the naming convention. Now external location is nothing but we don't have any storage credential. So I need to create a new storage credential here. So what I'm doing, I'm creating one new storage credential. He's asking me access connector ID. The connector we created here. I will go to the access connector part. So we created one access connector here, a connector. If I go under a connector section, or you can see this is also ID. You can go here also under property window. You can see this ID from here also. So you can enter this as well. Control B. So this is my access connector ID here. So each and everything is perfect here. I can click on create. So if you click on create here, of course, definitely you will be able to see the external location created with. Basically, this ADLS are allowed to ingest data from the local environment from your. This is allowed to ingest data from your uh, ADLS to here. Now here some permission we don't have because we have given permission as a blob contributor. Whatever the permission we required here, that is what we got. Right, event based permission I have not given as of now. Event can be handled in a different way. I'll do a force create. Basically, we created a external location now. As external location is ready here, so if I go to the workspace environment here, or I can create a workspace here. This is okay. Each and everything is fit and fine here. So then what I can do here, I can go to the notebook here. I can create a note test. I can create one test notebook here. I can do a Control A here. I'll do this is my not this one. I need to rename the notebook on the top. Control A. I'll say this is my test notebook. So this is my test notebook. Then what I will do here, I have a series of here what I can use here. One of the magic command is we have fs here. Fs will give me a file system list. From where? From the location. Actually we can enter the location name. What is the location name here? Location name we can enter that was the location name abfss colon, of course separated by, it was databricks container, it was databricks hyphen container here. So then I can separate that by at the rate. So this is okay. I need to find out the storage account name, ADLS name. This is my ADLS name here. Basically I need to do a data ingestion from this location. So I need to do, oh very good. So I need to just copy this one here. This location I need to copy here. Yes, so it will be dfs dot course. So it will be a core dot windows so dot net, or yes, this will be the location here. So I can get data from this location. But our requisite is we are working on, I am working on a serverless here. But my requirement is I need a compute. The compute is nothing but our personal compute. So basically it should give me a list of files. The file, basically I am in the container. So within the container here it should be able to give me the location of course those files, 6-7 files here I am able to. But usually we will not use serverless. This is just because we no had any alternate here. Now we had to sample say 7 or 8 files. If you want to get into more deeper into this, so if you want to see what we have within this, you can just change your location from here, or you can write a sample file. This is the sample file CSV, you can change from here. So it will give you very specific about this. Without security, without authentication here, it will not allow us to do, but you have to see. We are able to see this is the size here, this is the modification date. This is how we are going to actually do a data ingestion from the source is nothing from the cloud here. This is what we are going to do here. In the future we are going to create the RDDs, data frame, many things we are going to do here. As of now this is enough for us. Is what in Databricks, RDD and data frame is very important component. What is RDD? What is data frame in PySpark here? That is what we are going to understand here. For that, we need to understand one thing here. First, top level hierarchy, top level API is nothing but data set. Then lower level API is nothing but a data frame. Then within the data frame, we have RDDs, and these RDDs and data frame will pass, of course, through the Spark here. Spark will do the parallel processing. So what we have a resilient distributed data set. Resilient distributed data set is nothing but low level API for data structure here. Basically we are going to use this for, of course, why, what are the feature here? This is a distributed collection of data. Basically whatever the data set we have, that data set has to be converted into the low level APIs. It is fault tolerant as well, immutable, can't be changed. Support parallel processing because we are going to process parallelly data into our Spark here. So that's why it's support parallel processing here. This is best for complex transformation here, RDDs. Then if I'm talking about little higher level APIs here, that is nothing but a data frame here. So data frame contained rows, column and schemas. You can feel like a SQL table here. This is like a SQL table. Next thing here, what are the feature of a data frame? Important feature of data frame is nothing but a optimized using catalyst optimizer. What is a catalyst optimizer here? Catalyst optimizer is nothing but Apache Spark by default will have inbuilt query optimizer engine that internally use PySpark. Of course this is inbuilt thing in PySpark. Basically that will automatically improve query performance before execution. We are writing some query here. Catalyst optimizer will improve the query performance before executing this to the, of course, Spark will execute, and this is
inbuilt feature within the Spark itself. So this is faster than RDD. Of course, easy for SQL support. It supports both structured and semi-structured type of data. Here we have less coding compared to RDDs. What is the difference between both? Here we can see. First, top level hierarchy is dataset. Dataset will be divided either into RDD, either into data frame. RDD is low level APIs. Data frame is higher level API. Performance in RDD will be slower. Performance in data frame will be little faster. Optimization here, no optimization here, but here we have by default catalyst optimizer. Schema in RDD we will not have that row and column schema. Here we will have a schema. Here we need more coding. Here coding is less. SQL support by default in RDD we don't have, but in data frame we will have. So whenever we are dealing with the complex processing here, we will use RDD. Whenever we are doing simple task for extract, transform and load for analytics purpose, we will use data frame. So now what are the real time use cases here? RDD will be used for custom distributed algorithm here, for a log processing, for low level data transformation or complex graph processing of our data. In that case, we will use RDD. If I'm talking about data frame we will use for ETL pipeline, data engineering projects, of course, data analytics environment, reporting and machine learning pipeline environment. That's it. Let's do the practical on the same. So let's do a practical on RDD, resilient distributed dataset and data frame. For this, I am creating a separate notebook here. I am going to the new section. Under this, I am creating one new notebook here. I'll say this notebook name is nothing but a Control A. I'll say this is my RDD and data frame notebook. I'm adding data frame and RDD notebook here. First of all, here what I have a data here. I have a data here. What data? Data can be of any type. Of course, in the future, we will ingest our data from ADLS or other source. Just to simple for a simple understanding, what I'm doing, I'm generating one list data 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like this. So then what I want to do, I want to see the print of data. Of course, if I want to print this print of data here. Of course, if I print the data here, it will show me the data here. Our data is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So please don't forget to create your server in the beginning and start your server. So that is required. If you don't have a server, this environment will not work on a serverless, because serverless we will not use an OR AND environment. This is what we got. So if I want to see a type of data, if I want to see the type of data here, whatever the data I have, so I want to see the type of data. It will show me type of data is nothing but a list data. Now further thing what we have to do here, we have to start the Spark. So we have to start the driver program first. So what we have to do, we have to click on I'm starting driver program is nothing but starting a Spark context. So what I'm saying here for this, I'm saying Spark con equal to, I'm saying I'm starting a Spark dot, I'm starting a Spark context. Spark context will start the driver program. Basically, your master node will start working. My first thing here is nothing but I have to start this. Then next thing here, nothing but I need to create now RDD, a resilient distributed data set. If I need to create the RDDs, of course, I need a Spark on here, Spark context. If you see here, AI is giving you option to work. Next, I need to click on dot. Of course, next I need to parallelize. Because what is the logic here? Logic is nothing but if I say is logic is nothing but this came here. So what I'm saying, first I need to start the Spark context, then I need to parallelize, because this data I need to convert as RDD, then this RDD I need to parallelize, and this partition I need to give to the Spark. So because of that, what I'm doing here, RDD Spark con dot parallelize. So I need to define the partition here, otherwise it will give by default partition. I am putting partition, let me put partition equal to 3, because it will divide this data set into 3 category, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 partition I am creating here. So this is what we have to understand. Then we can, of course, then what we can do here, I can click on RDD, and dot I can do, and I can collect. This collect will help me to collect the RDDs. Then further, if I want to further customize this, I can collect will collect the RDDs here. Collect will help me to collect the RDDs, or similar way I can write RDDs. I'll do a glom as well. Glom will show me the distribution, how the distribution of RDD is. So I need to collect those this as well, RDDs as well. So simple ways here, or otherwise another thing here is nothing but if I want to see get number of partition here. If you see a get number of partition here, to get number of partition will give you a number of partitions here. How many partition we have under this? So this is what we have to understand. First, I have a list data here. Then I'm going to see the type of data. Of course, this is a list here. I need to start the Spark context because I need to start the master node. And if I'm passing data to the worker node here, passing data to the worker node before I need to parallelize and I need to create the number of partition from this. And those partition will be passed to the Spark. I'm going to see the collection. I'm going to see here how this partition is, and I'm going to see how this partition is distributed, whether it is 1 1 5 1 2, how this distribution is. Then get number of partition will give me a number of partition. Whenever you are running so many parameter in one way here, so some of them might suppress here. So you can see example here. You can see a example here. He's giving me error here. There is one problem here. So what is the problem here? We are doing, it's not a get number of partition, it's a, of course, accept and run. It's a get number of partition. So we got this. Basically this is not running here. If I say this is not running, we are able to see get number of partition is how many? 3. This is okay. I'm removing this one here. If you're running everything in a cell, actually some of the things will not suppress like this. So what I'll do here, it will show me how the distribution is. 1 2 one partition, 2 3 another partition, 5 6 another partition. So it will give me a collect is nothing but a collection here. Of course 1 2 3 4 5 6 is my partition. So this is how we work manually. Actually I showed you, but if I go to the Spark job here, we will get some things here. We will get about lineage and dist dag. If I'm talking about lineage is nothing but lineage graph. Two graph will be generated here. One is lineage graph. Lineage graph is nothing but history of transformation this RDD went through. Next, directed acyclic graph is nothing but graphical presentation of stages, how these stages are completed. So these stages RDD went through a 3 here. If I say is DAG, directed acyclic graph visualization, we will see from here. This is a graphical visualization here. As a beginners, this will be very helpful to understand. So here we have different stages here. If I click on UI here, these are the different stages it went through. Then I have a storage as well, environment as well, executor as well. So these are the UI here which we need to be very familiar at, because we are going to see each and everything in advanced features, advanced ways here in the coming future here. So this is what I am saying. Whenever we are creating RDD here, it will show us a lineage graph, plus it will show the directed acyclic graph, how this RDD is partitioned, how this parallel execution will be. That is what the small scenario is. Now let's customize this into our own base. So customization of this is like this here. If I go into this one here, as you can see here, let me copy paste this. So this is means presentation has to be like this. So means first what I need to do, because if I'm talking about PySpark here, PySpark is nothing but a Python Spark, Python box in the form of library. So similar way here we have a PySpark library as well. So first what I'm doing, I'm importing the Spark session from here. I already have, but just I'm following the process now. I'm importing the Spark session here. After importing the Spark session here, I'm creating my own Spark session. Now next process I'm following is I'm creating my own. It will be better if I sync them together here like this. It will be better. So then what I'm doing here, this is what I did here. Now after doing this, then second thing what I will do here, I will create the Spark session. Now next thing is I have to create the Spark session. This is what I have to create here. Second thing I am creating the Spark session. I imported the Spark session. Second way I created the Spark session. So you can see the coding logic here. Spark session.builder.name RDD example. So create or this is what we did here. Then next side here, what I have to do, I have to start the Spark context. This is already started, but I am showing you step by step process, the way you need to work at. So Spark context here. Now before I was writing that as a Spark con, now I am giving variable as a sc Spark context. Variable is changed now. So now I have a list data here. and I'm going to create the RDD. So now you can see here, this is the way we are going to actually same process. Python list here, this is my data here, then RDD here, it will parallelize. If I want to create a partition here, I can create a partition 1 2 3 4 5. So 3 partition will be better option. So this is what I am doing, and we should avoid unnecessary partitioning of our data. That should be avoided here. So what I'll do here, I'll click on this one here again. Some of the not some of the parameter, this is not suppressed. If I click on glom here, it will give me, of course, how this partition is distributed, that is required. So here it will create the, now here see, first partition is 10, second one is 20 30, next one is 40 50. So if I click on this section here, I will be able to see the lineage and tag. We got the results like this. So this was the first way here. But next way here, if I say is here, similar way I can create the data frame also from this. If I want to create the data frame out of this, I can create the data from out of this. So now here what we have a data set here. This is my data. Again same process here. I'm using a column name, I'm using a column here, I'm calling a column value here. What is my ID? First value is ID, second one is name, third one is salary. So then what I'm doing here, I'm creating a data frame from where I'm creating data frame from data and column both. This is my column, this is my column here, this is my data here. I'm creating a data frame here. It will show me data frame now. It will show me a data frame here. If I execute this one here, I will see the data frame. So what is the major difference between RDDs and data frame is nothing but RDD is low level APIs and data frame is higher level APIs. We can see the graphics of a data frame. We can't see a graphics of we can't see UI of RDDs. So now it will execute here. Now what we got here? So if you see here, this was my list data. So here we have column name. Here we have create. Of course, same thing here. Create spark dot create or this. This is what we got here. This is about this. This is about this. So now here again, this is what we did here. This is about data frame here. Here we can see this. And if you want to explore little bit more here, I will upload this PPT here. We can explore more into this here. One of the example is nothing but I am creating RDD from dictionary value. Here I have a dictionary value here. I am creating dictionary RDD from dictionary value. That also we can do the same process. Data set we have, then df dot create get or create. If you have already have, it will get. If you don't have, it will create the RDD. From where? From the data. From the data here. Don't select one of this. If you select one of this, it will execute only that part. So then this is what I'll do here. Now what we got here? We created one data frame from a dictionary value here. This is what other type is. And next part here goes to, if I say next part here, in next part we will understand convert RDD to the data frame. I have RDD. What is? I have a data set here. From this data set, I am going to create the RDD. And I'm going to recall the column value. Of course, individual column here. I'm going to convert that into the data frame. That also can be done. And see this example here. We can convert RDDs into data frame and data frame into RDDs, vice versa. Wherever our requirement is, it's not mandatory to stay with one. According to our requirement, we can change RDD to data frame to RDD. Now see here, before we had employee RDDs from this data. Now we converted that into a data frame here. That we converted into a data frame here. Next example, if I says here means, we are discussing about convert data frame to RDD, vice versa here. I can do vice versa here. I can do a vice versa. But what is the major problem here with the RDDs? We can't see RDDs the way we was seeing data frame here. The way we are seeing data frame here, we can't see here RDDs. Now here you can see something like this unstructured way, but still you are able to see this. So graphics are not that good in RDDs. This is what I am saying here. Next thing, other overview section under this here. If I go to now here, what I'm doing here now, I am using, now this is what another example is. If I'm using another example, like I'm using this is my product ID, product name, of course quantity, price, of course data structure will vary. In coming session, I will add a real data set from ADLS. From there, you will get a more idea. So here I can create from sales data and column here. For this also I can do. These are small basic logic. These will be applied under data frame and RDDs here. What we got here? This is how we got product ID, product name, quantity, and price here. Is what other use case of this is. What the other case of this is what we got. Another one is apply transformation in. We are applying with column. With column will help you to filter out the value from that particular column here. We have a quantity here. If I says quantity here, so we can separate with column. What I'm doing, we are calculating total amount on the basis of quantity, and it will display the price of that total. We are applying transformation under this. That is also you can do. This source will be in your drive here, so you can access this under resource section. You can copy paste first, then you can start typing. You will get an idea of so what we are saying here. We are able to see the total price of our product here from here. This is what another things can be. This is what another things can be. And here don't hesitate to take help from AI also. They will give you more hundreds or thousands of example. It will be easy for you people to understand. First understand the structure of this data frame and RDDs. Then working on this environment is very easy. Now we are applying a transformation called map here. What are you doing here? I am doing a number equal to 1 2 3 4 5. I am parallelizing this. Of course I am creating RDDs. Then I am doing square number of RDDs by using lambda functions. X into x means so it will be 2 4 6 5 and 10. Results will display like this. We are applying some transformation logic here. This is what you can see here. So these are the some of the example of, as you can see here, we got the result 1 4 6 multiplication of this. Lambda is a temporary functions during program execution. This is what this is a Python, of course, Python thing. This is what we have to understand under RDD's environment and data frame environment. This is how we are going to work under this environment. And don't forget to those who doesn't know how to start the compute here, you can go to the compute. This is what here running. I'm not using serverless. I'm using actual environment the way we are going to use in our industrial environment. This is what that's it. Transformation in Databricks here. Here we are going to understand top 10 data transformation in dataset here, of course, in Databricks. So first one we are going to use here. So of course I have a dataset here. Prerequisite is my old video. You have to go through this old complete videos. In this you need to know how to create the external location, how to create the credential. This then external location is this from where my dataset is customer CSV. First thing I am going to read the data and I am going to create the data frame. If I am creating the data frame from basically, so this large data set will be converted into a data frame, small data set, of course a smaller API, large API will be converted into a smaller API. Then we are going to use the filter here. We are going to filter now here. We are going to use the filter one step at a time. What I'm going to do here, first of all, I'm going to read the data here. Of course, whatever the data set we got here, going to read. I already have environment here. Your of course compute has to be running. Your server has to be in a running state. I'm reading the data from external location. Now this is my external location. I'm reading this is my data set here. Whatever you are saying, what I'm doing, raw path. This is my path location, which is listed on external location. Then I'm going to read the data. I'm going to read the data from this. After reading the data here, I created, of course, I'm going to create the data frame and going to read the data. Of course, I'm able to see this. This is my data frame here. Then I'm going to apply some of the transformation here on this. I'm going to apply some of the transformation on this here. So I'm going to see some of the transformation on this. First one, I'm going to put a filter. So what I want to see, I want to filter out the high price product. I'm going to filter price greater than 20,000. So show only the product whose price is greater than 20,000 here. This filter you can apply. Filter will help you to filter the results. Basically, I am applying first transformation called filter. After filtering here, it will filter the product on the basis of prices. The prices whose prices are above 20,000.
less than price is it will erase. So here you can see here 22,000, 49,000. Here we have a prices, different prices for a different product. So this is what product, these are the list of product, tablet, mouse or printers. Then similar way here, what I can do here, I can select here. I will use another transformation called select transformation. Select transformation will help me to, of course, select the required column. Suppose I want to see the country, I want to see the cities, I want to see the product, I want to see the price. Here you can filter out results on the basis of this only. We need to use the select. Select will help you to select a particular column in your data set, particular column in your data frame. If I says this is what, if I want to see the results of country, city, product and price, so it will display me here. So I am able to see the results of a country, city, product and price. This is another transformation which you can apply here. Then next transformation goes to, here I can remove the duplicate value. Here I can remove the null value. Basically I can remove the null value here, because wherever the null value is coming here, automatically it will remove. What is the syntax here? Df dot drop na. Drop na will help me to remove the null value from the source. So this is what I will do here. I will go to this section here. It will help me to remove the null value. Of course, it will help me to remove the null value. So I will get the records without null value. There is no null value now. Before we had, if we see the data set before we had a null value. Now there is no null value in our record. It will help us to remove the null value. Another transformation. If I says another transformation here, it will help me to remove the duplicate records. We have a duplicate records here. It will help me to remove the duplicate records here. So here I can remove the duplicate records here. Control B. It will help me to remove the duplicate records. Wherever the duplicate records are coming, it will help me to drop the duplicate records. Drop NA, null, drop duplicates, select. This is what the transformation has to be. This is how the transformation has to be on a Databricks environment. Next one here, if I want to put a total sales here, I am using with column. With column will help me to filter out the, of course, with column will help me to add a new column, and I am adding a column of total sale column. That is, it will help me to create a new column with the multiple pricing, of course, based upon my condition. What I'm doing, I'm using total sale, and I'm using total sale from the price and of course from the quantity part. This will help me to provide another transformation logic here. That is also you can do here. Here what I'm doing here, with column, price and quantity, here I will get this transformation here. I will get this transformation here. The next one, if I'm talking about next transformation here, next transformation is nothing but I am using, of course, I am using convert product name into the uppercase, right? I am using uppercase here. Another transformation I am using uppercase, lowercase. Uppercase will convert in uppercase, lowercase will convert into a lowercase. Whichever you want to use, you use upper or lowercase. So it will convert into a uppercase here. Product I got in a uppercase letter, as you can see. Even if I put a lowercase here, it will convert in a lowercase. This minor transformation you can apply. Similar way here, I want to rename the price column. Whatever my price column is, I want to rename that as unit price. We can rename that column as well from here. If I do a control C, I can rename this column. I can rename this column name here. So the my unit price name, my price will become, price column name will become unit price here. This is what I'm talking about, not this one. It's hidden here. This is hidden somewhere here. If I scroll up here, so this will become a unit price. This is what I was talking about. This is a unit price. Similar way, I can create a price category. Basically, I can create a price category based upon column. What I am saying here, create a price column which value is greater than high or equal to high. Greater than or equal to 50. That will become 50,000. That will become high. Basically, I am providing multiple condition here. When condition, I am providing multiple condition here. I am filtering out the results on the basis of condition. This is what we need to understand. So this is what we need to understand. If I execute this, my data set or data frame results will vary. Of course, that data sets will filter the results on the basis of my condition. Here I says 50,000, and this wherever the 50,000 this is, it will show a price high or low. Here condition is nothing but it will show you basically with column here, otherwise low here. This is what it will help me to filter out the results on the basis of my condition. Here as you can see here, we are getting new column called price category column, and this we are seeing whether value is medium or high. High means greater than or equal to 50,000. Medium one condition is of course greater than and equal to 20,000. This is the medium one condition here. This filtration you can apply on here. The next one here, if I goes to here, we can do a group by on the basis of city. We can see the city wise record here like a quantity and sales. Basically we can add a group by. Right, group by will help us to group by the data based upon our condition, based upon our this of course inputs. Then what I'm doing here, I'm adding this is another transformation which you can apply. So this whatever the this PySpark code I'm using here, this will be in your resource block. We can filter out from your resource section. The last and final one is nothing but we can do a sorting on the basis of price. Of course we'll order column on the basis of price in a descending order, ascending or descending order. If you put ascending, it will filter on ascending order. If you do a descending order, it will filter on the basis of a ascending or descending order. You are your choice, the way you want. This is what it will filter out the results on the basis of a descending order. These are the transformation which you need to be familiar as of now. This is what. So what is Delta Lake and what is Medallion Architect? On this section we are going to discuss this. If I'm talking about Delta Lake is nothing but it's open source storage layer built it on the top of either Azure Data Lake storage, either on Amazon S3, either on a GCS. So basically what is the specialty of using Delta Lake here? It will bring ACID transaction, data versioning, schema enforcement, schema evaluation, time travel, faster read and write operation, reliability for streaming plus batch processing for both. Basically, it is mainly used in Databricks and Apache Spark. So why Delta Lake is needed? Next thing here. Delta Lake is needed because traditional data lake will have this problem. So duplicate data, corrupted files, no rollback, poor performance, no transactional handling, or difficult for streaming support. But data lake don't have this problem. It solves those. Now, if I'm talking about data lake feature, we have ACID transaction here. Basically, it ensure reliability for your data operation. Example, if I'm taking 100 user will write data simultaneously, the data will remain consistent. If I'm talking about data time travel is nothing but it will allow you to read older version of data. Very, very important this is. It will help you to troubleshoot the audit, recovery, of course, historical analysis. It will help us to understand this. So schema enforcement to prevent incorrected data from entering into the table. Let's take example. If a column expect integer but string comes, it will fail. It will not add that string into the of course integer value. Next one is schema evaluation. Allow adding a new column automatically. If we are adding a new column here, that will be added automatically. Next one is we have a faster process here. Something like data skipping, caching, or compaction here, or optimized metadata here. Next one is nothing but Medallion Architect. It will manage your data in a layered like structure. Basically, we have a 3 layer: bronze, silver, and gold. Bronze is also called a raw layer. Bronze is also called a raw layer here. Basically, it will help us to do a data ingestion, right? But please remember here we will not do any transformation on our bronze layer. Data transformation will be on a silver layer. Basically, it will help us to clean the data. Wherever the transformation will come into the silver layer. Gold layer is nothing but final business level layer, end user layer. We will take the data from gold layer and we will pass the data to the BI or analytics purpose.
something like this. We have a bronze layer. Bronze layer is nothing but basically our raw layer. Here no transformation, historical storage here. This is what silver is nothing but stored. Of course silver is nothing but cleans layer. Whatever the transformation I applied in last session, so this transformation will be applied on a silver layer. So this is what last one is gold layer, final layer. If I'm saying about benefit of using Medallion architect is nothing but here we have a better data quality, easy for troubleshooting. We have a reusability for your data set, faster analysis here. Basically, we have a segregation of our resources on a different architect level like bronze, silver, and gold. Altogether, why we are using this? Better readability, better process, right? Better version control. Of course, we have a enterprise or enterprise level of governance as well. So this is what we need to understand. So means there are a different platform where we are using this. Of course, Delta Lake and Medallion Architect end to end here. Now we will have a workshop, a real workshop on a Databricks environment. In this workshop, we will understand what is Medallion Architect, how actually data is handled within the Databricks environment under Medallion Architect. Then we will understand Delta Lake as well, Unity Catalog as well, because Unity Catalog will provide and centralized governance here. Delta Lake is nothing but, of course, it will provide us ACID transaction apart from this Medallion Architect. I have a source here. Source dataset is in ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage. Basically, this will help me to manage, of course, data into a different container here. I am creating 4 container here. Raw container, bronze one, silver one, and gold one. Of course, raw is nothing but my raw data. Bronze is nothing but this bronze silver container I am going to take out from Databricks. I will apply the transformation here. By applying the transformation here, I will sync data from different source into environment of this. Then I'm using Databricks here. First of all, I have to create the credential. After creating the credential here, I have to create the multiple external location because I'm going to do a data sync into a different container, and those containers, within those container, I'm going to pass the, of course, delta tables. Here delta tables will be created. Delta tables is on the top of Parquet format. Parquet is nothing but a columnar format one. This is what we are going to generate. I will use Unity Catalog because Unity Catalog governance we will do. We'll manage the, of course, we will manage the catalog. Within the catalog, there will be a schema here. Within the schema, there will be, of course, a table, delta tables. We will have a layer system medallion here, bronze, silver, and gold. This is what end-to-end specification, end-to-end information of this is written here. First one is we are going to ingest the data. The data ingestion, we will create the delta table, bronze, silver, and gold. Of course, that bronze, silver, gold, finally gold layer data we can put for analytics or wherever. If I want to put for loading as well, I can put for loading as well on a Synapse Analytics. This is what is the benefit here. Centralized governance with the Unity Catalog, first thing. Second thing, we are going to secure the access. Third one, we are going to use the Medallion Architect. Fourth one, we are going to use the Delta Lake actually. First one is nothing but we are going to prepare this for analytics purpose, but we are not doing this side. We are doing before that. If I go to the step by step, what is my first requirement here? I need ADLS here, Azure Data Lake Storage first of all. Some of the environment is already ready. I need to create one storage. I need to create one ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage. And here I already have, but I am creating a new one here with a new name. I'll say this is my ADLS GRP. This is my ADLS GRP, Azure Data Lake Storage GRP. GRP I already have. I'm putting 01 here to segregate. Then Azure Data Lake Storage name, I need to take the same because I'm using this at n number of time. I'm using this in n number of time. Documents is added according to that. If you want to add the name, different name, you can add, but you have to change the documents. Due to resource quota, I need to find out the region. So I'm finding out the region called Korea Central. Of course, I'm taking preferred storage type as ADLS, Azure Data, of course, ADLS Gen 2. Here I'm putting as a standard. Redundancy I'm keeping as a ZRS. Let me keep a ZRS here. I'll go to the next. Then I need to enable the hierarchical namespace here. After enabling the hierarchical namespace, straight away I will click on review and create. So I will be able to create the ADLS out of this. As soon as this ADLS will be created, my next job is to, if we want to use the CLI, you can use the CLI. If you want to use the graphical user interface, you can use a graphical user interface also. So we are going to create the 4 container here: raw, bronze, and silver and gold. Of course, we are going to create 4. So it will take some time here. So we are creating ADLS here, and at the same time, what we need here, we need environment of. So I already have Databricks environment here. If you don't have a Databricks environment here, let me open the new tab. I already have ADLS. Already have Databricks environment built in here. I'm taking a premium one because with the premium one, you will get a Unity catalog feature. If you're using community edition, in community edition, you will not get a Unity catalog feature. This is what I got here. I will click on create. So if I go to Databricks environment here, I already have a Databricks here. This is my Databricks workspace here. So now in Databricks workspace, what we have to do here, I just need to launch the workspace. I just need a workspace here. My first requisite is, as soon as I will get into the Databricks workspace here, I need a cluster. I need to go to the compute. So under compute, first of all, I need a cluster here. You need to start the personal compute. I have a resource quota limit here of a 4 core. So I'm using this personal compute. You have to click on loading section here. Just click on this one here. You need to, of course, you can set up the termination point as well. You can set up the termination point or time for this server. Click on create. It will take 8 to 10 minutes. It will take some unhealthy, of course, it will take some healthy time here. So my server is already running here. Then what is my next responsibility? I need to create one. Oh, of course, I need to create one notebook. I am creating one notebook here. I'll go to the notebook here. I'll create the notebook here. So name, I'll call it, I'll say name here. I'll say this is my, of course, a Delta table notebook or Medallion architect as well. M, just the naming convention I'm giving. So this is what, as soon as we created the notebook here, we need to attach this notebook with our, of course, a cluster. So this is attached with our cluster here. This is what we need. If I just click here, it will be, of course, this. So this is what we got, this environment we need. Next thing here, I need to check my ADLS. I already have ADLS here. This ADLS is ready. Then on this environment, I am creating a 4 container. We can create within the container, we can create a directory structure as well. You can create container as well. It depends upon you, what you want, how you want. I am creating one container called raw. Second container I am creating is a bronze. Second one I am creating as a bronze one. Third one I am creating as a silver one. Fourth one I am creating as a gold one. So 4 container I need to create. I have a data set here. That data set I am going to upload on a raw one. If I upload a data set on a raw one, I will click on upload. So I have a data set here on. I need to just attach that data set here. I have a data set here, customer CSB. I am attaching that data set here. After attaching a data set here, you can have an overview on, you can check what kind of data we have here. So here we just have a simple data here: customer ID, customer name, city, country, product, quantity, price, and purchase. Basically how much the purchase is, what is the price here for the product in a different part of course, cities. This is ready now. The next thing what we have to do here, this is my next thing. I need to connect. I need to use the access connector here. I need to create the access connector here because I need access connector here. I am saying I already have all this access connector here. What I'm doing, I can use the same resource group also. Just now I created one Databricks GRP01, I think ADLS01. ADLS GRP, I can create this. I am saying this is my A connector. I need this name, so I want to keep it a very simple one. I will put a connector. So I'll put a 05 or 07 here. So I'll do a connector here. East to West is okay. Then I'm defining managed identity here. Managed identity here. So this is what accessing identity without using username and password is called managed identity. This is what we got here. I'll click on review and create. Access connector is also ready. Then to this access connector, I need to provide a RBAC now. I need to provide a RBAC so I can access this access connector can access the resources from a storage account. I will go to the storage account here. After going to the storage account here, I'll go to the of course ADLS. I'll go to the IEM here. Under this IEM part here, after going to the IEM part here, I will provide RBAC. I'll go here. I'll go to the role assignment. Under role assignment here, I will put a blob contributor one. Whichever role you want to put, you can add. Depends upon us. I am putting blob contributor role. I will go to the next session. If I'll go to the next one here, I'll go to the managed identity because I have created this under managed identity. So here I have a connector here. Connector name was 07, A connector 07. I will click OK. After clicking on OK here, I will click on next session. I'll go to the review and create. I will be able to review and create. This is what I got. My ADLS is ready. My Databricks is ready. Then RBAC I got from ADLS to here. In ADLS in cloud environment, I am comfortable with. So then next thing what I need to do here, this is what step-by-step process is. First one is I have to create raw bronze, silver and gold. Of course, if I want to use the CLI, I can use the CLI. Then in raw, I have to add the customer CSV. This is what I did. Next one here, I need to create the access connector in a Databricks. That is what I did. Rollback, or of course RBAC I provided. Now I need to create the credential here. What credential I'm using? I'm using a credential name as a ADLS credential. Now I need to create the credential here. To create the credential here, I need to go to the Databricks environment. I need to go to the catalog. Under catalog, we can create credential from CLI also. We can create from, of course, graphical user interface also. I already have this credential here. I was testing this in other projects. I am deleting this name here because same name will not be taken. This credential is attached with our other account. So if I use the same, it will not work. I have to create another credential. So credential name here, I am keeping the same ADLS credential. So connector ID I need to enter. The connector which I connected to the ADLS 071. I need to go here. I need to go to the setting section. I need to go to the property section. I need to see the ID here. If I click on ID here, I copied this ID here. After copying this ID here, I need to go to the access connector part. After going to this here, then I need to click on create here. I created one credential here. After creating credential here, I have to create the external location now. I have to create the external location. So here external location we have to create for all the container because I have a multiple container here. I need to create the external location for multiple container. So similar way here what I am doing, I am creating external location for a raw container. I am creating external location for a raw container first. Then similar way I will create the external location for others as well. I need to go to the workspace. Of course, within the workspace, I need to go to the transformation notebook one. I'll go to the Delta table notebook one. I'm using multiple notebook. I'm doing multiple tasks at once. So this is, so here I created one external location for this is the external location which I created for this is external location, raw location is already there. So what I will do here, I will put a external location as a raw 01. External location I added as a raw 01. So raw 01 is also there. So I'll put raw 02 because I am handling multiple things here. I am working on multiple projects, working on a freelancing as well. And of course, this is what we have. So I am able to see this raw location 02. I am able to. This is for raw. Similar way I have to create for bronze, silver and gold. Similar way I have to create for bronze, silver and gold here. What I will do here, Control B. I will do this control of course 02. Naming convention I am using different this time. So he is getting error here. What we are getting error here is basically so he's okay, just he's basically there was a gap here actually. There was a gap here. That's it. Just a minor error. So there was a minor error here. So this is what we got here. For bronze we are okay. With the silver we are doing. Now I am doing with the silver here. Control B here. Of course silver I will put at a 02. because 02 series, it will be easy for me to differentiate. Again, we got the same problem. Actually, we got the same problem here because there is a gap here while preparing the documents. Actually, so there is a gap here, so that's why. Otherwise, documents are proper. So next one here. So this is what I'm doing here. I'm using now gold one. If I go to the gold one here, I'm creating a gold one here. For gold one also, I'll rename. So I'll put 02 again. Same thing. So here he's saying here to access the storage. Of course, we are getting same difficulty here. Okay, this is okay. Now done. Basically, there is a gap here. So we got the external location. If external location are ready, so I need to see all external location, the location which I created here. I will go to here, of course. Then I will click on Control B. I will see all the external location. I have many external location here. We need to see the 02 series. That's it. 02, 02, 02, bronze, raw, gold, silver. This is what we have to see. We have, if you want to see graphically also, you can go to the catalog. You can go to the, of course, you can go to the external location here under this connect. You will see the external location as well. For beginners, those who are starting newly, actually, there are many external location which I created. As I said, I'm working on a freelancing as well. So this is what we got here. So this is what we got here, in and out. Each and everything is ready. Our external location is ready. So now next environment is nothing but we need to handle the Unity catalog. We need to handle the Unity catalog now. So first what we need to do here, we need to create the catalog here. I am creating a catalog name as a enterprise catalog here. I'm creating an enterprise catalog here. So here this catalog is also there, I think. So I need to create another catalog with 02. I am putting a 02 series. Each and everything is okay. This is what I did. I'm able to see here again. I'm getting the same difficulty here. There is okay. There is a gap here. As you can see, there is a gap here. So it will sort it out automatically. This is what we got. We created a catalog here. If you want to see here, you can go a show catalog here. It will show the catalog. But this is a SQL query. SQL logic here. You need to get into the SQL logic here. If you execute this from Python, it will not execute. So here, what I got the enterprise catalog 02. As I got this catalog here, then I'm going to create the schema. I need to create again 3 schema. I need to create the schema here, but in schema thing, what we need to understand here, we need to change some values here. I need to change some structure value here. So here, what I'm doing here, I'm creating create schema with the schema name. My schema name is 02. So my schema name is 02. Then I'm creating a schema called bronze. This is okay. So here I'm getting some of course space here. So this is okay. I will click on this execute here. This will be executed here. Yes, I got schema I created for bronze. Silver, similar way I need to create for silver also. Let me remove the gap from here itself. So I no need to see these things from AI. So this is what I got, Copilot. Here we have an AI actually. This is what here we have. So he says not possible because my catalog is different. My catalog was different. So here this is what gold, silver, bronze catalog. Structure is first we have a catalog. Within the catalog we have schema here. Within the schema there will be a delta table. The table which we are going to create for a different Medallion architect. So this is what we are going to handle here. I will click on Control B here. Of course, here we have a 02 here. Gold is okay. Here we have a gap. This is also okay. So each and everything is okay. So these documents I took from here. If I do a create, these documents I took from here. If I do a this is I'll do a create external location in our Databricks environment. So this is what if I see this I now here external location. This is the documents for external location. If you want to create the schema, this is the documents for schema. Or if you want to create the views, table, volume, so each and everything, every schema is from here. So I just prepare the simple way. If you're learning advanced, of course, then you need to come here. You need to alter this. You need to change this. So you will get final schema something like this. So our schema is ready, and even external location also will get. Now we are using some, of course, now I have customer CSB, and which is in ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage. Now we need to read that. Again, I have a space here. I need to read that. Again, here we are going to read that. If we are able to read means, so whatever we did as of now is perfectly created or built it. So this is what we have to see. If we are able to read. So we are able to read here. What we are able to read, we are able to read that CSB, and we are able to convert that into a data frame. We are able to display the data frame as well. So right, if you want to see the lineage, of course we can go to the here view. I can go to the view section here. I can see the DAG as well here, directed a cyclic graph here. If you want to see that lineage as well, you can see the lineage as well. So here we have a different structure. This is what we got here. I'm able to read. Now I need to create the delta table. Here I can see a null value here. Here some transformation I required, that I will do in a silver one. So this is what we got here. Then I'm going to create the delta table now, easy way. I'm going to create the delta table first for a bronze. I'm going to read out the data frame. I'm going to, of course, read out the data frame. From that data frame, I'm going to convert out a delta tables. Not read out basically. I'm going to take that data frame here. Then I'm going to create out a delta table out of that. So this is what I got here. Control B I'll do. Yes. So I got the, so table is a customer table, and which will be saved in our container, the container which we created in a ADLS. Those are empty as of now. There is nothing here there as of now here. What I'm doing, I'm creating a delta. What I'm doing here, I'm creating a delta table here. So of course, then I'm saving that delta table into my ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage here. I will go to here. Of course, I will click on Control B. But my catalog is, if I say my catalog is 02, bronze is okay. Each and everything is okay. Of course, here I have a gap as well, so I am removing the space. So this is what we need to see. So I am creating a table. So if I say the table, this table I can see here. I can go to the catalog. I will go to my, of course, I'll go to the catalog here. Within the catalog, I have bronze one here. Within the bronze, there will be a table here. So this is the bronze table. Of course, there will be a table here. But actually, we need this from here. This is what we got, a bronze customer table one. But we need this here in our ADLS environment. If I go to the ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage, so here I have ADLS here. This is the Azure Data Lake Storage here, which I created. Within the ADLS, Azure Data Lake Storage environment here, if I go to the bronze here, in the bronze we should have that delta tables, because that is our main intention to keep. So if I go to the bronze one, I'll go to the customer one here. So here I have of course a delta tables. So this is what we got here. Delta is on the top of Parquet here, so that's why we are able to see like this. So then this is what we understood here. Now if I go to the workshop, of course workspace here, within the workspace here, I'll go to the delta table one. I will go under this one here. After going this is what we did here, and this notes will be on a resource section, so you can copy and paste. Of course, if you need to add some things here, you can add, of course. So now bronze layer is nothing but raw layer. Now I need to use the transformation. Some minor transformation I'm doing. I'm not doing very advanced things. So here what we have, I'm going to read out the delta table from bronze, and I'm going to apply some, I'm going to read out that first, and from here I'm going to remove the duplicate value. I'm going to remove the duplicate value here basically from there. So because we have some duplicate value and null value, so those null value and duplicate value I'm removing from this bronze one. So I'm creating a silver one now. So here also I have a difficulty here, accept reject. Of course we have a space here basically, not difficulty, space, as I said, because while copying pasting, actually while creating this I made error here. Well, this basically here we have a space in each and everything. Here we had, so I was changing the name for this, because of that reason I made a mistake there. So this is what, now next one is nothing but I need to create the silver table. Now I need to manage the silver table. Now I will click on Control B here. I will go to the catalog here. Catalog name is 02. Rest each and everything is fit and fine. Here we don't have a space. So we should be able to create a straight away. We got here, if I go to the bronze one, we got the table. If I go to the silver one also, I got the table here, customer clean table here. That is a cleans one, delta tables. Then next one is nothing but final one. What we are doing here? We are applying what we are applying here. We are doing data cleaning here. Of course, finally we are putting data for the end user. We are performing city-wise aggregation, counting basically. So this is what we are doing. We are applying group Y on the basis of city, and we are counting that on a gold one here, from the silver to gold. So if I go here under this environment here, so last and final is nothing but, so this is what we got. This is my table name. This is my table here. My one table is customer summary table. Another one was customer clean table. Another one was a customer table. If I do a select star from all these three table, I will be able to see the, of course, the structure of these tables here. So here, what I got here, I got the gold. So I got the gold one here. This is what my objective behind this session was. This is what we got here. What we got here, finally we got our data, end-to-end data synced into the gold one here. Here we are making mistake. What mistake we are making? Basically here, this we have a catalog as a 0 to rest, each and everything is fit and fine. So this is what we got. If I go to the catalog here, within the catalog here, if I go to the enterprise catalog, here we got the gold one, bronze, silver and gold one. Of course, within the gold also we'll get the table here. This is my table. Within the bronze also we have a table here, and within the silver also we have a table here. If you want to see, source for these tables lies here, bronze, silver and gold. If I do a select star from, of course I will write the table name here. I will see the structure of those tables as well from a, this is what the mini integration of a architect. The architect which was this, architect of which was